time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a street, shine like a moon in the black sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some backs into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, go ahead and have fun. No need of explanation. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Sorry, dirt. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. We will never lose.
Okay, last time on Records of Remnant, Team Supernova, we had quite an eventful time. First off, Clara talked to her GF's butler about, the status of the relationship. It's a little bit strained, but everything's going all right, all things considered. Everybody talked to, a lot of people around Shade Academy, and I don't think I'm forgetting any crazy important talks, because I think this recap needs to focus on something like perhaps the bad drug trip that Viridian went on, looking into his psyche. God, where to even start? It's a fucking God. It was something else, frankly. Viridian's really experienced some inner growth, or is maybe about to. It's kind of unclear, but it's coming along nicely. Drugs are good, apparently. Isn't that something? And then the team and the team as the winners of the Vital Festival and the second place runner-ups were sent to Mountain Glen for at the request of the King of Vale. I think that's where we ended it.
There are a few things that happened also.
Yeah, I know, but what pervades my mind is the drug trip. I'm sorry. What? I mentioned Clara talking to the... Oh my god. What do you want from me, huh?
Am I crazy? Was there not significant enough events on the... Okay, I mean...
No,
I finish this up?
Well, do you want me to make a 10-minute recap?
We went on the train and got to learn how cool village nobles are. Then we got to Mountain Glen.
You're right. I'm sorry.
And Mountain Glen is a very, very huge, exciting city. And we left off by meeting the good scientist, Dr. Monroe? Or Morlow, right. Sorry, I didn't play Grim Eclipse. I know, crucified me.
Yeah.
And a coven member, as we saw in the cutaways, Piper, that we do not currently know. She is a very nice lady as far as Team Supernova is aware.
She is a nice lady. How dare you? Thank you, Blake, for coming in with the save. It's
okay. Ben has me next time. I know it.
Yeah, that's how this works. Let me get right back to this then. Okay. Back in the clean, futuristic lab of Merlot Industries, as the most exciting event to have just happened was that Clara helped a pile of papers from being spilled downwards by a short, maybe like middle-aged woman, a rat faunus lady, two big flicking ears, and a small little tail lashing about behind her. She's wearing a white lab coat very similar to Montgomery's, with the identification and everything. You can see her name, Piper Hemlane. Underneath the lab coat, she has long, tight sort of pants that are these multicolored striped green, red, and yellow pants, and a short, blouse that's this red and yellow horizontal stripe under it, mostly covered by the lab coat, though. And she smiles, laughing a little bit, patting the back of her head happily. Oh, thank you!
Yeah.
As she kind of eyes you for a second, her eyes kind of looking confused for a second as she looks at you, pauses, and then smiles. All right! Miss Sora, yeah?
Nice to meet you.
Cheers,
Claire,
love. I really appreciate it.
Claire kind of looks at the stack she put down just to try and adjust it a bit so it doesn't fall.
Heavens no, I can't find good help around here sometimes.
Yeah, no problem. Just happy we were able to avoid an accident.
My legs fell asleep, sorry. Yeah, well, don't go ruining them. Excuse me, dear. She kind of leans forward a little bit and smiles at the rest of you. Oh, you didn't even clean the place up, Morty. I was, behind schedule. Behind schedule, he says. She nudges Viridian. It's odd.
Well,
I'll bet he was sleeping.
Yeah, I don't know, we just got here.
No need to be so defensive, chap. I wasn't blaming you.
Oh, well,
What's the
in that
matter?
case,
Something on my face?
Nah, he's just gonna kind of look away, down at... Mr. Merlot offered us, coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Down at his cup, and it'll be like... Yeah, just behind stuff, I guess. Yep, and he'll take a big drink. Can I get another?
Yeah. Morty, get on it. Yeah. He'll start rolling over and go, oh, it's alright, dear. I know a lot of people aren't expecting to see someone like little old me in a lab. Don't worry, I'm hygienic.
Claire will kind of nervously chuckle a bit. You don't gotta worry. We don't... Well, to be honest with you, I was kind of surprised. Well, sorry, I wouldn't have said surprised. I guess I've spent so long in shade that I kind of forgot how some places could be. Train ride here was certainly interesting.
Now, are you talking about how our place is clean or how our place is a little too clean? I can't tell which way you mean, dear, but thank you.
Definitely too clean, you know?
Ah, well. She kind of smiles a little bit and slaps you on the arm. Well, I ain't complaining, that's for sure. Here's your coffee, Mr. Amis. I, put a little more in.
Oh, thanks. No?
Yeah. Monty kind of looks a bit placid at the rest of you, and Piper crosses her arms over her chest and stares at him. Right, hold on. As he starts to wiggle his legs a little bit more, trying to get them to wake up more as he rolls back over here to fiddle with some papers and stuff, and Piper rolls her eyes. I swear, it's like working, with one arm behind my back sometimes with this one.
Is it always like this around here? As Claire kind of looks at all the files on the floor.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, Morty and me exactly have our own system and things, she says, as she starts to pick up some of these and to move them over to the cart. But, I suppose it doesn't work for everyone and all that. Excuse me, dear. Yeah. Well, 2 peas in a pod we are, and it's not like we gotta worry about too many people going around our own personal lab like this. So, you kids get on the bunker line? It was a long ride.
Yes, an eventful one as well.
Oh, eventful. I'm not used to train rides being that exciting. You never gone cross-country or something like that?
Not on a train.
Ooh, really? I suppose you just flap your little arms to get to Vacuo then, right? You're from Mistral, huh? She moves to sit down at the computer.
That is... Felix will kind of give her space as he backs up a little bit and be like, No, that's not how I arrived there.
She'll smile a little bit and look over at Gwen. Ooh, jumpy, isn't he? I'm not gonna bite or anything. No need to worry. I'm used to being crowded in this place. Hey, can you pull up some of those intel documents we had yesterday? She says, just kind of up, and this electronic voice clicks in from somewhere in the room, above. You don't really see speakers, and goes, certainly, Piper. Got it. Oh. Hey, Morty, you introduced them, right? Huh? He looks over, already spilled some things on the ground, and goes, oh, shoot. Yeah, I can handle it myself. Greetings, Team Supernova. I am Alpha, the assistant AI of the facility.
Claire
He's
kind
a
of
bit
looks.
like our secretary or something like that, but I'd say he's more useful than Morty half the time.
Claire just looks around, kind of confused.
Hey,
Yeah.
hi. Wow, I guess they weren't kidding about Merlot Industries. I didn't know you guys had anything to do with, like, programming, though. Oh, well, the company doesn't exactly. No, they just manufacture cars, medical supplies now, still a few scant weapons and all of that, but, well, like we said, this is our personal facility, after all. Not like the rest of the company's grimologists. Yeah. Certainly, the rest of the company has their hands full with more mundane procedures, and we let the two here deal with things. He pauses for a second, then goes, Dr. Merlot designed me himself. Yeah, I just, well, everyone's got their hobbies, right?
I mean, yeah, it's just, I guess, it's quite the accomplishment, you know? We have a friend back at the academy who I think would love to be able to look at stuff like this.
Just mount-wise, because, just because we stopped pretty late last time. You had already talked about burying the scene, so you don't have to act vague about it. You can probably be like,
Right,
I am
right.
married, probably. No, it's understandable. It's from the last session.
Sure.
Yeah. But he'll nod and go, oh, yeah. Bonnet's interested in following up on her dad's work then? Really? That's, kind of sweet to hear, he says, kind of surprised looking.
I mean, I can't say Lamb's as advanced as, you are, Alpha? Did you say?
I would say that you would have no idea how advanced I am so far. I could merely be replying with many pre-recorded sentences using qualification syntax. Why would you assume I am advanced?
Is that what you're doing?
No, I appreciate the compliment, Clara May Sora. And you can call me Al. Everyone else does. It sounds a lot better, doesn't it? And that's for you to decide, not me.
Yeah, alright, Al. You can call me whatever you like, either.
And no, Morty, she leans over from the computer spitting and looks squarely at him, kind of like glaring. Not everyone's got such an issue with their pops, you know? Lots of people like to follow in their footsteps. I didn't say it like that, I just mean, I don't know. I hadn't heard much from him in a while. Didn't know his kid was that interested in it. So, about those papers, I think I lost them. Yeah, I'm pulling up the digital ones. You got them for me, Al? Certainly, Miss Hamlin. He's getting all nervous now that he's in good company. He calls me Pipe sometimes on a good day.
Clara will just, like, walk over and kind of look at Viridian for a bit.
Viridian is just kind of, like, looking on, and when you walk over, is going to, like, look at you to see, like, what you're gonna say, I guess.
Yeah, she'll just, like, lean a bit, like, trying to not, like, whisper too much, but also just, like, trying to just not make conversation too heavily with, like, other people. Just, walking up while everyone else is having a conversation. That's kind of weird to just interrupt him, but we do kind of have a mission that I thought we were supposed to get briefed for. But they're almost in their own little world doing the work.
I'll be honest with you, Claire. I don't know what's going on. Are we getting the razzle-dazzle?
I mean, to be honest with you, walking into this place, the ceiling just started talking to us, so it's almost a bit overwhelming.
Viridian's just going to take another sip from his cup of coffee, and it's going to go, well, I don't mind if they want to get on with what they's doing. And he'll shrug and go, but we should probably hear about why we're here sometime.
Yeah, we do gotta go meet up with Team Iris, and probably that coffee's the only thing keeping us up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Clara will just, will look over at Gwen and Felix to be like, hey, we should probably try and get to the point of this.
Gwen's too absorbed looking at what Piper's flipping through on some of these computers to take notice of you.
Felix has been looking at Clara for a while now to get them out of the situation, so I think he'll recognize pretty quickly what she wants to do.
Right. And Clara will step up. Dr. Merlot,
Huh?
you go to see her for...
He's pulled up with like a yo-yo he's fiddling with and looks over at you confused.
You go to see her for, well, like a mission, right?
Well, technically I didn't. Oh my goodness! Don't even try with him. He's a fickly one. Technically we did, Monty. I said technically. You could argue either way that way. As he fiddles with the yo-yo and takes it apart, it turns out to be a more technologically advanced device as some electricity like arcs between the two halves. He starts trying to like adjust them with some difficulty as if they're like magnetic repelling each other. And Piper just sighs and wipes her forehead a little bit and clicks a few more times on the computer.
Clara's
And you will receive a little beep on your scrolls.
Clara's
Can you
very
give me permission to those?
Clara's very interested by his yo-yo and wants one internally. Then she will look at her scroll.
Huh? Gwen looks at hers. On all your scrolls, it's just like, it's the same sort of thing that's like someone wants to access for communication channels, like the school does for you and everything. Basically, to have you on a new network where they're able to access your scroll and get into direct communications, bypassing normal, like, you know, calls and shit. Like you could think of it as a more complicated group chat. Scrolls, things like this need procedures like this. Because they don't work off like cellular towers, things. They're more old, just like long form walkie-talkies that have been, you know, wired up.
Right. As Clara will just give her permission.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agree.
obviously.
All right, there we go. Now we'll be able to get in contact with y'all directly. So, you were told to stop by here then, yeah? She says, now fully turned to looking at all of you as well as she can from her spot. Kind of hands on behind her head, kicked up her feet, crossed one of her feet over the other.
Yep, we were told to meet all of y'all.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, and there's a little less trouble than having to flag you down or something. Though I suppose the governor's going to be on you at one point about this. So, She kind of, her ears twitch a few times, and she looks up like she's trying to think of stuff, and goes, well, has anyone clued you in on anything?
No.
Not a bit.
Right. So he didn't send those emails then, she says, kind of smiling a bit, like annoyed, staring over at Montgomery. You have to forgive him. The price of genius is being kind of a klutz about things, but he's well-intentioned enough. Monty, when you're done fiddling with that, get over here. I'll start you kids off for now. So, you are one of the requisition huntsman teams we've required for some long-term assistance. As she starts typing, you start receiving some connection, like loading screens on your scrolls. Basically, I could explain it in a few which ways. Do you want, like, a pretty simple one or a bit more details? It's a little late. I wouldn't blame you if you just want to get the fast, but, well, I can talk a man's ear off pretty fast, you know?
Clara gonna look between the team to see how they're feeling.
Well, you know Gwen. She loves taking notes.
Felix will speak up and say, I suppose we may as well hear the full details and do it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we basically heard nothing up to this point, so he's gonna finish up that glass of coffee, walk over and put the mug in this sink, I guess.
Yeah.
He'll be like, so if you want to rattle up, I've already got that high coming on.
Meridian lobs the cup across the room, I guess.
No, he walks over. I said that. I just didn't. Look,
Moved you
he's
to-
doing it.
There you
Shut
go.
up.
Thank you.
I didn't do it yet.
Oh, sorry. There's lag to its movements. My bad. I know Roll20 screens can be pretty intensive. Piper kind of lets out this little, like, exasperated sigh and go, really? Wow. They let your kids off on with nothing, huh? That's pretty,
Yeah, we're kind of out the door as soon as we heard we were even coming here.
So the headmistress is as flighty as she looks, huh? She's a bit of a funny-looking lady, how she acts on all the cameras and interviews and stuff.
Yeah, Headmistress Gale can, well, be a bit interesting.
I heard she's not even like a couple of years older than me, and they give her a job like that. That's something, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, scientists have to go through a lot of education and all that to get there, but for huntsmen, it's a bit more field work, isn't it? She just that accomplished then?
The Headmistress? I mean, I'd say. She's probably one of the best huntsmen there is.
Oh, but being a good huntsman does not really translate to being like an instructor.
Well, that's what Mr. Toto's for.
Ah, she says, eyes glossing over for a second, smirking. The old dog himself, then.
Clara gonna look at her and smile, but, you heard of him?
Of course I did. I mean, I may not be as bit of an eclectic as Monty is, but I still do key into a little bit of other subjects. Not much of a history buff in the long term, but if I didn't know what happened in the Great War, I would be a bit of a klutz, wouldn't I?
I guess
I'd
so.
like to be taught by a bloody butcher.
Surprisingly, he's a bit stern, but a good person. He's helped me out a lot.
Oh, well, she kind of surveys the rest of you. Not a much glowing praise from the rest of you, then?
I would concur with Clara.
I mean, I've never had a reason to dislike him. He's very practical in combat class. It's not like he's overbearing about things. What about you, Cabbage?
He's annoying and he likes to act straight-laced because he has to around Miss Gale, but he'll just kind of scratch his head as he's looking at what I presume is all the mess in the sink. He'll be like, but I mean, I guess he knows what he's talking about, so I can't fault him.
Oh, begrudging approval. Well, that's funny. I suppose for Huntsman, it's not that much to stomach having to work under someone like that. But still, you know what they say. You can't tell a sociopath from everyone else. A guy with that many body counts gotta be a bit raunchy on the inside.
Claire will just pause for a moment. And
she gets a bit imaginative. Don't worry, it's all the crime dramas and things like that. Oh, come on, let me have some fun. They looked scared for a second.
Clara's looking at her, about to like defend Mr. Toto, but after he says that, she just kind of smiles a bit.
Can you blame me for wanting a little fun? I've run out of ways to get the Monty's goat after so much time, and Al's too quick to shut himself up when I'm being a little cheeky. It's because it's the quickest way to deal with you. Pipes. Oh, see, now he's not as embarrassed. So what are we talking about again? Oh, right. I didn't forget, just wanted to drag you on a little bit. Night shifts keeps me extra bored, so a little social interaction's necessary. But right, so we've basically petitioned, thanks to the help of the governor, to get you and your teams on some retainer business for a while. See, let's just say that the Huntsman Union can be a bit reluctant to be giving us a fire team's worth of huntsmen on standby for issues that aren't pressing, considering the state of affairs most of the bloody world's in. I mean, after all, things are already tits up enough, and they need enough keeping the sea of people safe. I don't blame them exactly, but I mean, well, when you're asking for help dealing with grim and issues, even if they don't exactly mean your city's burning down, it's pretty important. So, since they were being a little tough on things, good old Monty figured that we might be able to get away with recruiting some kids for this sort of thing. Not that they let them sort of kids go on retainer this long that easily, especially at like a normal academy for the most part. But, well, figured I would be able to help convince the governor that considering y'all are a bit of minor celebrities now would be a good PR stunt as well as a practical one. Thus, it gets us around the Huntsman Union's interference.
Claire kind of looks at her team.
Interference.
Claire looks at her team very confused.
Interference?
I don't understand. Why can't you get huntsmen?
Yeah, they're not willing to really rent them out, especially if they knew that we were the ones asking for them directly. Merlot Industry is a traded company. We're not exactly private security for the city, after all. Sure, Monty and I have grimology degrees and things like that, but we're still not even the watchers, you know? And there's a bigger professional for this. It's not our direct position, but the cads in charge of it in this city are too busy with their own things, and considering all our readings, they're not really giving us a fair shake most of the time. So we have a few issues we'd like people to be investigating, but with no official clearance from them, and the Huntsman Union unwilling to really want to lend too much help right now, considering the state of the southern border, and, well, what's a polite way to say it? Is this really something we should be talking about? Oh, they're practically adults. They should know about the world themselves, Monty. She pauses as she taps her cheek. Well, you know the Glen's always bit of a sore spot in the side of the king, yeah?
Now?
Now? Oh, right. Well, surely you are Cabbage, right? You come from Vale, yeah? You're one of a country sprout, aren't you? I thought I knew that accent. Southern Verdant, yeah?
Oh, wow, you can place that, huh?
Well,
yeah.
Of course, I'm a local. I know every accent that comes in and out of this place. As you can tell, I'm a bit of a northern Sal myself.
Yeah, I was picking up on that. I mean, yeah, I don't really haven't heard much word from Vale proper, technically, I guess, about all that politics stuff.
Giving it politics would be probably correct, but I think it's a bit too much credit we're cutting for them, you know? I mean, it's more of a case of austerity, isn't it? Let me put it this way. If you're putting up a nice fancy house next to someone's, they're gonna get a bit jealous if you're getting more attention than they think they deserve. King doesn't like having such a nice big city that's not directly under his interference. After all, it's not like the palace and all his direct men work here. Just most of the government itself.
Right.
King's got a stern grip on Vale because of their own parlors, well, military strength there. But the actual army of Vale doesn't answer directly to the monarchy anymore. We've kind of moved past that in our history. That's what the houses are for now. To keep the king in balance. You mean the houses of commons and nobles? Yeah, exactly. So, since it's not exactly a one-stop shop for the king's orders, a place like this is able to have a bit more of independence than he'd like half the time. And I don't think the Union would like going messing in affairs with Valish politics. Sending too many huntsmen to assist in a place like this on a matter that doesn't seem too dire seems like they're just doing favors to us. And no one wants to be doing favors to the Glen too much, else they'll be getting the wrath of the rest of Vale on them. Plus, it's not like the Glen itself would want to go that public either, I think, she says as she kind of starts playing with a pencil and spinning in her fingers, looking a bit like devilish as she's smirking, talking about these political topics. I mean, Governor doesn't exactly want his expansionist project to look in bad lights, yeah? And you know it looks pretty bad when you're hunkering down with a bunch of huntsmen. Seems like something would be causing a lot of distress. And that brings some bad public relations to a project of something like that. The city's currently still undergoing a long-term expansion, I mean. We've got city permits for a lot more space than we actually take use of here, and, well, they're trying to expand in the face of the refugee crisis. Yeah, don't exactly want all the unsightlies where you can see him. The governor's a real charming man, isn't he? And she rolls her eyes. But still, you know, you have to understand where they're coming. If they shut down a project like that because they were worried it'd be too dangerous because of all the huntsmen gathering around being a red flag, then we'd just really be ruining the city by overpopulating it. I mean, it's a cave after all. There's already a tight squeeze for some of us. having more people with no homes around here is just going to make it more unfortunate. If more and more people trying to move back out to the countryside.
And there's definitely some complications when you live in such a tight city.
Oh, of course. Society comes with them all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of fights can break out along every corner when you live so cram-packed together. It's just like that back home.
Oh, I bet, dear. I mean, geez, Mantle's got it rough, don't they? You'd think maybe if we were lucky enough to not ever have to deal with Grim, we'd be able to sort ourselves out. But once you're too deep in these sorts of things, I start to wonder if the world would just be as bad without him sometimes. Ah, well. She shrugged. That's a bit of a pessimistic streak I got, though. Sorry. Wouldn't want to put you lot out of a job, after all.
Claire kind of smirks a bit, but also looks around at the team being like, I didn't understand what the fuck she said when it's actually what we're doing. I'm confused.
Meridian has a look of confusion on his face.
About Philo.
Felix, Felix doesn't look confused. He feels like he gets it.
Gwen seems pensive, but she's thinking about it, and Monty will wheel himself over. His legs finally look like they've woken up as he's moving with them, and he'll kind of straighten up in the chair a little bit. Yeah, so, like Dr. Hamlin's saying, just say Piper, Monty, for God's sake. Or for God's sake. Right. Yes, don't be impersonal, Montgomery. Very funny, Al. Right, he kind of scratches his back of his neck, clearly having lost his train of thought. There's dead silence for a few seconds as Piper lets it stay, and he sighs and goes, right. Well, yeah, like Piper said, it's basically, well, there are some issues we'd personally like to have some huntsmen, enough candidates, look into, and considering your performance so far, it's a blessing that we're able to have you on technical retainer. Though, in writing, you're assisting with the whims of the governor and the city council. And in practice, you'll probably also have to do some work for them also. Governor McDonald's not going to let you exactly stay around here without doing something. He's a pretty utilitarian man, so, I mean, expect at least a few photo shoots and some personal favors for them. It's not like anyone would complain about having huntsmen around to solve a few issues better than some of the normal city guard could do.
Right, we did get told about that possibility.
Yeah. He'll scratch the back of his head again and look up at the ceiling. Yeah, it's a pretty good cover story, I guess, basically. Yeah, well, don't let them fops kind of drag you around too much, though. They'll start getting you into anything. Remember, if they ask you for favors or to work along with them, always suspect there's something more to it. I mean, these people don't care about you kids that much.
Yeah, don't worry. I think we got a adequate first impression of them on the way here.
Oh, did you? Alpha speaks up. What were they like? I have small opportunities to observe them myself normally. So I'd love to hear about these people that Piper and Dr. Merlot say are so awful. Oh, come on, Al. It's not like we say they're that bad, right? No, you do. He's really trusting you kids don't go tattling on us, I guess.
Claire kind of looks towards Felix.
Say no more. Unless you'd like to. Get it off your chest if you need to, Philo.
He'll shoot his eyes at her, almost kind of glaring at her when she calls him that, and then he'll be like, yes, like I said on the way here, I feel as if I've been in shade for a bit too long, forgotten that, well, how other places can view me.
She smiles a bit, like, ruefully, and nods at you. And Montgomery kind of sighs and goes, yeah, it's, pretty awful, honestly. Yeah, not exactly a lot of places I'd find work, personally. Thank God I got good old Monty looking out for me, my guardian angel. Please stop. Right, is that enough information for now, or really feel free to ask as many questions as possible. The lab and us will be open to you the whole time for anything we could do to help with anything practical or just conversation. I mean, yeah, right. I asked you a question, alright, go ahead.
Claire will kind of look around the team to see like if they have anything to say.
Glenn might, but I'll wait for players.
Felix will speak up.
Alright.
He'll say, please stop me if I have something wrong. I just wish to understand this situation fully. But this is going behind the backs of many people. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, yeah, it'd be pretty accurate. Well, technically, it's more like working within technicalities. It's nothing illegal that would no, we wouldn't say illegal. It's nothing that would jeopardize your careers necessarily, that's for sure. It's using the opportunity that we've all been provided with. You all having the spotlight on you after the Vital Festival, being skilled enough that we'd recognize that it wouldn't be a danger to include you in any work we'd have, and, well, the governor finding use of having huntsmen like you around here for publicity and, well, not raising the suspicion of the union. Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty sketchy, but in reality it's about as normal as people undercutting their taxes. I mean, everybody does it.
Claire tries to think. Claire remembers taxes when she, it's like, oh, I'm out of shade.
It's in a normal society, yeah.
Oh, I'm outside of hell desert. People worry about that kind of thing.
I don't know why I thought you were gonna say when Clara did her tax return. Clara thinks about her tax return. But I did it right.
I would never sniff the government.
I would never sniff the government.
Felix, it's important.
Right.
They're gonna use it to better the community.
They gotta build roads, Philo. I wouldn't really put it past you if it still bothers you, though. Or hold it against you, I mean, yeah, it's kind of a weird request, honestly. But I figured, well, looking over your guys' footage and everything, and pulling up what was publicly available about Team Supernova and IRIS and all, I didn't think it'd be a trouble. Plus, it's not like the king's gonna get too uppity about it, all things considered. Oh, now who's talking like a rebel? Sorry. Don't say things like that, or say I do. I'm already enough of a pariah in some circles. I don't need to make more trouble for the governor.
Yeah, right. Well, we won't go tattling.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Corporate espionage is a pain. Did that answer your question? He looks over at Piper and squints like, Philo? And goes, Felix?
Yes, I think that adequately sums up what I was thinking. It's just... It does seem a bit strange, is all. But if it is all within the bounds and my team has no objections, then I would be willing to cooperate.
It's not that strange, all things considered. Many huntsmen perform work only a huntsman could do, but not as a huntsman requires. I suppose it would be a good experience for young kids to experience it. I'm getting a bit repetitive sounding, aren't you, Al? I only have so many words on this topic.
Right. Claire can look around a bit. Nothing real immediate then? Are we free to just go back and get some rest until, you or someone else calls us up?
Oh, heavens no. Of course nothing immediate. We'd have been ringing the bells a lot sooner than that. I mean, like I said, all of this stuff is information for research that we need. It might have some bad implications if it's as bad as we might suspect, but Well, it's not exactly a fire we need to put out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. The study that we perform on Grimology, it's not like we just go out in the field with binoculars and stare at them. There's a lot more that goes into it. I don't know if you kids are even taught this stuff yet at your age, in the academies at all even, but, well, I guess I can go more into detail on it if you ever want.
Claire kind of looks at Gwen, who's probably very excited to hear that she can go into detail about anything.
Oh, yeah, of course. Let me think what Gwen's question was, unless you guys...
I don't have anything immediate in terms of questions. I'm just gonna segue out of it. It's basically what I was thinking.
No, I didn't ask a question.
Okay.
I have a meta question real quick now.
Go for it.
Do we have a copy of like what sent the message that sent us here?
Yeah, you could have procured one of those.
Right. Okay. And it was signed by like
It was the king.
king, right?
It was, yes.
Right. Okay.
Alright. Gwen will look down at her feet for a second, sigh, and go, well, I mean, I hope you're right and that the union doesn't take this as some insult that we're doing this. I mean, I don't want my career to start off marred before I'm even a licensed huntsman. Oh, yeah, I promise this sort of thing is probably pretty common, and I mean, it's about helping with Brim in the end of the day, isn't it? Yeah, I guess some people would see it as corporate interference and assistance, which I know there's some weird laws on, he says, playing with a Rubik's Cube, now that he's procured from somewhere. But, I mean, well, if worse comes to worse, I could just disassociate from the company and continue the research, unabided by that. Oh, listen to this one. Ugh. He's serious, though, if it came to it. So, yeah, I mean, don't worry. Not like we'd let you get thrown under the bus for this. It's a big favor.
Sure. I mean, I guess we'll take your word for it. We're already here, after all.
Oh, yeah. Plus, if all things go well, maybe our readings will be wrong about this and we won't have to worry. But either way, you're helping save the city from a bit of a headache later on.
Well, that's pretty ominous.
Well, I mean, what's a good huntsman mission with a bit of ominous warnings about the place? Don't you kids love that sort of thing?
Yeah, I'll make sure to check that off our list.
You guys get into this for, like... I don't think they get into this for the frills, Pipe. I don't know. I'm sure some of them do.
It's... I don't exactly think the idea is to have an exciting, big... sorry, let me restart that. I got kind of thrown off. I don't think that's exactly the idea most people have when they go to be huntsmen.
Oh, no one's as exciting as I would be then if I were tough enough to be one.
Clara kind of smile and laugh a bit at her, just like, you know, obviously getting kind of animated, probably.
Shoo, the rest of you on as nocturnal as Monty and I get working here, so you all look dead on your feet. I want you to go sleep for a bit before we have to talk next time. I could chat off a bit about Shade and all that I'd like to hear, and plus, I mean, I bet you folks met a lot of cool, interesting folks at the Voitel Festival, so I might get a chat on that. But until then, you know where your lodgings are yet?
Yeah, Team Iris already went there, so we're just gonna end up meeting them there.
She'll kind of look over at her computer in front. Oh, Hog Street, huh? Bummer, put you in the slums. Not as slummy as the rest of it, I suppose, but, well, let's just say I could afford to maybe live there.
Claro kind of chuckle a bit. I'm sure compared to Shade, it's nothing we're not used to.
Oh yeah, it'll be ritzy then. Plus the food's better there. Monty's got good taste of street food. Go on, scram. The door will open up for you. It's always open if you need to. Don't let Jem be a brat at the reception desk. She's always antsy about something. Just come on in.
Well, I guess we'll take our way out then, as Claire kind of nod a bit.
Piper, no one gave them the cards for it. Ah, Monty! For God's sake! Piper will hop out of her chair and smack him upside the back of the head as she walks over and fiddles through the drawers and will make her way over tossing the key cards. Here you go. Access to facilities all on your own. Plus, even if they don't work, I'll let you in anyway. He's a real softy. Make sure to chat him up sometime. He gets bored.
Well, I'm sure we'll do that. It was real nice meeting you, Dr. Merlot, Dr. Piper, Al.
I said Piper's fine. Yeah, thanks. Oh, thank you for remembering me. Most people forget it. I really appreciate it.
So I kind of look a bit confused. How do people forget?
Well, I would say it'd be more accurate to say that they don't deem it appropriate to say to an AI.
I mean, you seem pretty normal to me.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We'll be ready to report as soon as possible. Don't be too worried about it. I'm sure it won't be necessarily anything crazy right away. From us, at least. Montgomery will say as he pulls his chair over, finally standing up to go lean over the desk and start organizing papers again now that Piper's here.
Yeah.
Free to leave if you'd like.
Yes, I have nothing more to do, so I'd be okay to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys can get going. You will make your way to Hog Street and head over to the Catfish, a 4-story motel, in between motel and bed and breakfast building. It's not the nicest, but you're also kind of shuffling in and tired, so you don't really take long to get a good look, and you just follow the directions you're given by asking for a cabbie or something to drive you over. So most of you are kind of dead on your feet at this point. It's been a long time on train ride. You're all pretty tired, so you get to your rooms and pass out pretty quickly. But let me move you all off of here. As you guys might have left a while ago, but still in the place after you will leave. Once you're cleared of the facility, it'll be a few minutes, and Piper will thump her head against the desk and groan, and Monty will look over and make his way over. Well, I mean, we didn't technically know who'd show up. Ugh! What are the odds, am I right? I mean, seriously? She kind of moves her face up a bit, still leaned against the desk. And I guess I'm lucky we got someone competent around the place, but it's still weird, isn't it? Strange odds, yes. Is there something we should do about them, Piper? No, Al, I mean, come on! I mean, maybe, but it's not like there's anyone from, like, well, I mean, boss doesn't want anything done with him yet. Monty kind of pales a little bit and goes, "You'd do it if she asked?" Well, Piper looks to the side. I mean, I don't know, really. I might argue it's a pretty bad time for it, after all. I mean, it's not like she's got any business with him. Yeah, the Sora girl might be a problem for her eventually, but, I mean, a kid like that's probably gonna get cut down by herself one day. Don't need much direct interference. It's just how they go, I think. Still, while they're here, it would be pretty simple. Al, don't be so stroppy about it. They're nice. Besides, we do need them for this. She kind of leans back up and looks at the computer and sighs. If the governor ain't gonna listen to us on the warnings, we're gonna need someone to interfere a little bit. Don't want this place going down in flames that fast. I mean, seriously. We're on the edge of a breakthrough, ain't we? Yeah. And if we get the intel we need, Yeah. You'd be proving her wrong a little bit. I know. Magic's not real. She's just tricking me. I got it, Monty. I got it. All I'm saying is, I'll be happy to help you disprove her, but if this goes the wrong way, I'll admit you were right. I got it. Haha. She kind of laughs to herself and smiles and leans over to tussle his hair a little bit and give him a kiss on the cheek. All right. Don't look so grumpy. We got work to get done. And I meant it. Get this place cleaned up a little bit. Al, get some of your bots up going. Sending in the vacuums now. As Montgomery and Piper and some of the floor vacuums will start to clean up the lab. As we will transition to the next day, as you guys will wake up at the Catfish Inn. Where's the music?
Guys, can they kiss like that? They're brother and sister.
Oh. No,
Why would you say that?
I'm just saying that because they have similar hair.
They do. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Alright, welcome to Hog Street in the Catfish Inn.
Married drunk.
Donuts, man. Yeah, I got it.
It's a supermarket.
Or the gifts.
Shut up.
Wait, I just realized, why is one of the signs...
Yeah.
Never mind.
Say it.
Nah.
Man, what the fuck?
What?
You started talking and stopped. Why is one of the signs and what? I don't even get what you were gonna say.
I just don't think it's funny anymore.
You're
Like,
insane.
I can't drop a joke in the middle of it?
Hello.
Was
Did
that
I
the
have a brain aneurysm or did Ben?
Was that the start of a joke?
Ben definitely did.
Awesome.
Look, guys, sometimes the joke doesn't come out right.
Yeah.
It didn't come out at all.
Yeah,
And yeah, it's called a... Oh no, it happened again. You better go, boys.
It's just
I'm
obstructive when
having-
you pull this.
I'm having a brain aneurysm.
Why? Look, no, I like your map, alright?
Thanks.
Is that what he was trying to say?
That's weird.
No.
That's not what I thought. he
I
was
do.
getting.
What do
like
you
your
mean?
map.
What do you mean? No.
What do you mean?
Ben? Hello?
Look, man, you guys are looking for hidden meanings. Fucking, I don't know what to say anymore.
No, I'm not looking for hidden ones. I'm looking for the normal ones.
I'm looking for the meaning you intentionally deny me.
Look, man,
But
I just thought it
bring
was
and
weird.
notice to.
God's sake,
What is it? He was about to say it. He's about to fucking say it. What is it?
Look, man, I just thought it would be funny to say, like, how come one of those signs has, like, bars on it, you know, like, as a
Yeah.
joke, but then I was like, well, no, that might not go over well.
That might not go over well. Ben expected
You
me to like
okay?
have like a bad reaction to that question.
Well, no, it was just like, it wasn't funny.
I mean, I think it was I think it's kind of funny. It's certainly more funny now.
Like, you alright?
No, I'm feeling what he's feeling. It's just so funny because it's just so mundane. But you held on to it like it was something much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, it's
don't laugh
fine.
too loud, Blake.
I mean, you did sound like you were having one of your
You're under
laughing
arrest.
fits. You did sound like you're having one of your infamous laughing fits.
No, that was entirely fake.
I love you, Kiko.
I can leave this in.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course you can. That was hilarious.
This is peak comedy.
Yeah. It was great. Okay. Well, as I said, you come down from the stairs in the Catfish Inn. It's like I said, it's somewhere in between a motel quality bed. It's like a motel quality bed and breakfast. So it's not the nicest place. Like comparatively to Veration affairs, Vacuo isn't like the nicest in its most of the time it's structural like design. Like it is a pretty trashy place in the sense that there's not a lot of people to take care of it. but there's a lot more personal affects and like comfort found within the strange locale in Vacuo. And there's also a noticeable thing that you guys are starting to pick up on after having woken up and being a bit more clear-minded as you look around. There's also a lot less people in Vacuo, which means despite it being kind of a sandy shithole, there's still this lack of debris and like excess travel of people and congestion that lends it a smaller sort of comforting affair. Where here, it's you're very clearly in a place that people check in and out often and leave messes around. People here don't look at you and nod. They look past you and go on to their business. It's the big city. There's cars going in the distance as you can hear the roads from far away. And you make your way down to the busy main floor where there's a dining area and stuff. You can see Team Iris has sat down on one of the larger tables and has got some food already.
Clara will go and take a seat.
Nebu's picking suspiciously at the normal fried eggs, sausage, and blood sausage and black beans, toast. It's all very foreign to her.
Okay, I'll be the weird one.
Clara will sit down and kind of get some food and kind of look at it. Huh. That sounds pretty good. I
guess. It's also... Nebu pauses, staring at it, like tapping her fork in between each parts, and Jose looks at her and rolls her eyes. Yeah, Nebu, a lot of the food's actually served separately. It's not all in one disgusting mash. Yeah, I know! What the fuck?
Anyway, we had pancakes back where I'm from, so
it's like you took a fucking... She just cuts Clara off. It's like you took a fucking person apart and laid them on the tray! It's called eating like a normal person instead of condensing it all into a curry. Ew! But, like, how do you know these things go well with each other if they're not put together? I have to say, they are missing some appeal here.
Clara will, like, take her fork and try and take some eggs, a piece of pancake, and, like, a piece of sausage and just, like, shovel into her mouth in one go.
Don't eat like an animal, Clara.
It goes pretty good together.
No, I know, but you're not supposed to do that in front of other people, only when they're not looking.
And some things don't actually go well together, Radiant says as he is, since the Vale has particularly strong English roots, I assume there are beans involved in breakfast.
As I described, the black beans, yes.
Yeah. Radiant says as he is scooping up beans and putting it on his toast.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're supposed to keep those things separate.
Is that right? This Clarice is eating some beans.
Rose is eating some of the blood sausage and toast. Alright, Jose and Rose are used to this food happily, and they seem pretty cheery. Hagios is skeptical, but not as reticent as Nebu is, who's just now shoveling some eggs onto her plate and just eating those. I do have a lot of eggs here. God, I wish we had more chickens back home. You and me both. Is there no rice? No, Gwen, there's no rice. You would never eat rice with breakfast. That's a ridiculous thing your people do. You're freaks. Jeez, Rose. God. Gwen just kind of quiets down a little bit and picks at her toast anxiously.
Yeah, gotta say, she's not wrong. I do enjoy me some flavor with my breakfast.
Rice is flavorful, Viridian.
Yeah, it just tastes like rice, though.
Oh.
Claire kind of looks
You are just a dullard.
Do you guys have any fish in any of your breakfast stuff here?
Well, I mean, if this was a nicer place, probably some smoked salmon or something, yeah. Cod can be pretty good, too. It's definitely not out of the arrangement, just normally a bit higher crust. But, like, for lunches and stuff, yeah, fish and chips is a staple. A bunch of our chowders are really good. Or he wouldn't say ours. A bunch of the chowders are really good like that, too. Baked fish fillets, things like that.
I could go for something fishy. I mean, I'd like to try Vale fish.
Yeah, I bet you could.
I'd like to see how Valish fish dishes compare to back home, because ones from, you know, Mistral are pretty wacky in comparison.
Oh, the best fish is served in Vale. Okay, that's bullshit, Rose. You're just trying to antagonize me. Succeeding. If you're that easy to get agitated, I think you know it's because there's a grain of truth in it.
Claire will kind of smirk. Well, you might think that, but the fish we got back home are one of a kind.
Yeah, one of a kind. That's why no one wants to eat them, because they're weird. Don't you guys have, like, monkfish and stuff?
At least we don't have to make our meals look all pretty to convince someone to try them.
Yeah, you just eat them because it's the only thing you got on your frozen rock.
Claire will kind of look taken back.
Gwen huffs, taking her food very seriously, already on the defensive because of Rose.
Hey, where's the maple syrup?
It's in that. No, that's the creamer. No, that's the pepper. Freddie, have you ever sat at a dining table before?
Yeah? Maybe. I think.
When you were a child, right?
Yeah.
I suppose they didn't have too many in the boats.
No, not really.
Yes, that's the syrup.
Alright, cool. People saying sprinkle some syrup over his bacon.
Hagios will look incredulous at that and take it and do it himself and bite it and look surprised and then quietly keep eating it, not wishing to give any ground to Valish cuisine.
Okay.
As Claire's chewing, I guess we, can kind of take our time to relax until we, find something more pressing to do.
Can we?
I mean, they just said they didn't need us right away, right?
Well, you guys haven't told Team Iris at all yet.
What? What do you mean? I would have immediately told them as we got back to the hotel.
They were asleep.
Well,
It was nighttime, remember?
yeah, okay, I guess I'll just... Okay, I just
that's what
explained
the
it to
scene's
them right
for.
now.
Okay, you want to off-screen explain it then?
What do you guys want to do?
I mean, I think an off-screen explanation would probably be better, right? I mean, it's kind of a...
I don't mind either way if Ben is going to cut off in the middle of the sentence again.
I just think that it's probably better to do that for the sake of time, right? I mean,
Well, yeah,
it was only literally last scene that we had this explained anyway.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess he'll finish your explanation. And Nebu will look disappointed that her actual reason wasn't the main one. And Hagios looks like he's been thinking about things, and he's been asking questions about specifics and all of that. Rose just seems to be mostly focused on eating. And Jose seems kind of pensive about this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta imagine we weren't... I mean, it's kind of going out of your way to call us all the way from Shade, right?
Well, yeah, okay, I mean, that's partially it, but, I mean, it doesn't make complete sense is what I mean. Well, what do you mean? Well, I mean, he kind of looks around, kind of almost incredulously. I mean, if it's a problem with the king, why was his name on the letter? That's kind of one of the holdups, isn't it? That they wouldn't want to agitate him, so why would he let people get sent here? Wouldn't he still raise the same stink, especially if they were trying to get around with what he would be worried about? Oh, right. I see what you're saying, Jose.
Isn't this...
Never nuts.
Isn't this like one of those complex political things?
Well, yeah, I guess, but I don't know why that would happen in the first place. He's not even the one who wanted this, right?
I guess you're right.
So what? I mean, you're saying they were lying to us?
I mean, wouldn't that get found out pretty quick? I mean, yeah, say they used the king, like, I mean, how would they really think they'd get away with that so easily?
Well, yeah, that'd be pretty stupid if it was like an actual falsified document.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, us being able to piece it together so quickly, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the headmistress isn't exactly trained in this sort of communications or anything, Jose says politely, but I still don't think she'd be fooled by just some copy that says "From the King of Vale" on it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the letter had the seal still, right? So that's
Yeah.
really weird.
And I mean, it's not like they would have. It's not like something like that would get by Mr. Toto, and it's only a matter of time till he ends up back at school.
Yeah, maybe they. Well, I mean, it wouldn't make sense if it was something like that. Then, well, I mean, they're not exactly sending us out on anything urgent. So if it was something they needed done right away before anyone noticed, there'd be no sense in letting us relax now. They'd want it done before anyone picked up on what was happening, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
I don't know what stink y'all getting funked up about here. Miss Gale said herself, sometimes the king has to do stuff he might not wanna because some trumped up lord owes him something or whatnot, and it doesn't sound like these guys are even the ones who actually called us. They're just the ones who had the idea and convinced someone else it'd be a good idea. Gradian says, shrugging.
Isn't that simplifying things a bit too much? I mean, how much do you have over the king to get him to agree to something? He's kind of the guy in charge, isn't he?
I mean, you got me there.
Well, his power is divided by the other two houses that have to be moderating all his decisions, but there is a certain few affairs that he can be pretty domineering on the control over. So, I suppose he could owe someone something. I'd have to assume it'd be the governor, but Rose plays a bit with her blood sausage and mixes it in with some eggs and stuff, and some beans and bites on it, grossing Gwen out. But it'd have to be something pretty serious. The governor and him, I hear, are pretty staunch opponents. After all, Governor McDonald's not part of that populist movement.
Populist?
Oh, well, you know what happened to Mantle and Atlas and all of that. You wish to move away from the monarchical system. There's plenty of people in Vale who still have that same inclination, wishing to have a bit less power invested solely in the king, more so in the parts of government that are elected upon, like ignoring the House of Nobles and all of that, and centering power within the House of Commons. Essentially getting rid of the hierarchy set by anything that would be inherited by anyone. It's not as if it's become popular enough to affect anything severely, but still, every day it feels like more and more people are getting closer to it. I mean, I suppose I could see some reason in it after living in Vacuo for a bit.
Claire will be looking at her a bit more like, neutrally or like seriously. Huh.
Yeah.
Before taking like a bite of her food. Well, I hope whatever happens it ends up being for the best and doesn't, lead to anything bad.
I'll say. So the governor here is a bit of a political shit stirrer, is what you're saying? Well, like I said, I don't think the king and him get along perfectly. He is still on the House of Nobles, though. A bit of a firebrand in that regard, but it's not like he's the only one who holds this opinion. After all, there's plenty of them that are still confident they'd retain power after things. They've been running it well for a while. It's some of the more lackadaisical, the fair-weather nobles that would have to worry about it. The ones riding by on their lives that they inherited rather than, well, their continued political careers. Unfortunately, I can't exactly say Miss Lord Ganymede would be one of those. That asshole is an upstart? Well, yes, he may be a noble, but he started his political career pretty early, all things considered. So, he seems invested in it, more so than others.
Is that right?
I believe... It does make me wonder if he had any reason to be traveling the line from Vacuo. I don't know what kind of business he'd be getting up to there. And, well, I didn't want to say anything at the time, just in case it would be more trouble than it's worth, but he did leave at the same place with us. He must be in the city still with his attendant. So he seemed to have come here for some reason.
Well, Claire kind of looks around at just a big building they're currently in and like out at the busy street. Well, I mean, I gotta imagine most people might have a reason to come by here.
Yeah, I guess.
Attendant, that's a not a light way to put it. He's up to something big if he's got a knot with him.
True, exactly. I don't know what the manner of their relationship is, but, well, unless the Sir is exactly giving out favors, I don't think it'd be easy to request the presence of someone like Sir Beaumains just on anything, flippant. It'd have to be a serious enough affair. All the more reason I wish I could have known what he was up to in Vacuo. Oh well. Maybe I'll find him and ask him at some point. Not that I think I've endeared myself too heavily, but... Oh, don't give me that look, Nebu. What? He's an asshole! Why would you want to ask him anything? Well, he might be an asshole, but he's still important enough to matter. I'm sorry if I'm a bit interested in what's going on. A man like that traveling with a knight is a very interesting situation, and considering we're apparently staying here for a month at least, I'd like to know what interesting things are happening in the city. Ugh, I can't believe we have to stay in this place for a month. I mean, yeah, it's cool seeming. God. I swear, if people give me shit for trying to drink here, oh, you're not the legal age. Fuck that! This place is hell! Oh my god!
Claire will kind of also look a bit discomforted as she like looks towards Nebu. Wow.
Hagios looks shocked. We can't drink here?
That's... Claire kind of pauses for a moment.
Oh my god. Because he just groans at his teammate's reaction. Nebu and Hagio sharing this horrified look of companionship they barely ever have, realizing they're on the same side on an issue they're both fucked with.
And Claire will look towards Felix. Oh, maybe Anna's right. Maybe I do have a problem.
You definitely have a problem. Gwen speaks up.
Felix will, his mouth will close just as quick when Gwen speaks up.
Man,
So,
it'd be a lot harder not getting caught out here than out in the country. Shame.
What are we gonna do? It just starts crying into her eggs. I hate this place. Ah!
so, guess we should probably, you know, what should we do?
Gwen sighs, putting down her fork. Well, we should get to know the city at least, right? We're gonna be staying here for a while. Don't remind me!
Yeah, it'd be good to get the lay of the place.
I must agree.
Not that I imagine it'd be easy within one day, but, well...
I mean, gotta start somewhere, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, well, I'm not gonna lie, the city's fascinating. There's gotta be some interesting enough spots to keep you alcoholics busy long enough.
I'm sure Nebu can find something fun.
You make it sound like I have a problem. You do.
Could she have gotten, like, punished on that train if it wants to pass a certain point?
Nebu pauses and Jose speaks up. Huh? No. Rail car lines follow different sorts of laws. They get some qualifications within their nations, but, well, they're still allowed to serve whatever they want. It's kind of like being on a boat sometimes.
Right. Well,
Wait, does that mean I could have gotten away with beating that guy's ass? I said some laws. Ugh!
I don't think he'd be
This
so
is
confident.
bullshit.
I don't think he'd be so confident if he could do that.
I don't know. He might have been lying.
Wow, he'd have a great poker face.
No, he didn't have that great of a face. Shut up.
Huh? Chloe gonna look at her inquisitively, just being like, that's not exactly what I said.
Well, he's kind of handsome.
Yeah.
Nebu, are you fucking serious? I was kidding, mostly Rose. Better have been.
Chloe will kind of put her fork down and kind of, like, start getting ready to, like, take her plate to... Well, by instinct, she's like, well, I'm going to take my plate to the sink and then be like, wait a minute, I'm in a restaurant.
Yeah.
All
Alright. Anything else, guys, or no?
No, Richard's still not here, though. He'd be a
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Here, can you make a cut here? I'm gonna go see about, how my...
A few moments later.
Okay. Do you want me to ease it in, Richard, or,
No, I'm good to cold open.
Based, awesome. And you're good.
Durian's just gonna kind of like clang his knife and forks down on his plate that's pretty cleaned by now. It's just got some sauce left in on it and like slide it away. He doesn't like make the stand up immediately, as probably, you know, he's a big eater and he can do it kind of fast, so he probably finishes a bit before everyone else, but, you know, probably still while they're near the end. And after he slides it away and they've been discussing this stuff for a while, he's just going to be like, I don't know why y'all harping on that bit particularly. I mean, we knew the call to this mission was weird the second we got it. Like, the only part about their explanation that really turned itself over was the bit about the council.
Gwen kind of chews a little bit on her, some of the greens she's trying to focus on in the meal. They're a little less greasy than the rest of them. Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got a point. That is probably the weirdest part, isn't it?
I mean, we all guessed it was for publicity anyway, and that's already pretty out there in terms of what a mission would be. So, I mean, if it's more serious work, isn't that just better?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Viridian.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe because you weren't there to hear them, like, say it themselves, explain it the whole way, but they, like, flat out lied about a part of it. Or at least that's the way it came out sounding. Like, I'm sure they might have had a reason, but they started off telling us that the council wouldn't send huntsmen at their request. And then they told us that even if they did, huntsmen showing up wouldn't be too good because people get nervous. That's why they went with us. Like, those two don't fit together. You see what I'm saying? That's the only part that rubs me the wrong way.
It is a bit peculiar. I suppose maybe it is closer. They're hoping it would be taken closer to what Nebu hoped we were, being celebrities rather than practical hired hands, but still... It does bother me that they would think they'd be so concerned about public relations at a time like this. Do we know exactly what project they're talking about?
No, I don't think we didn't get the details from that. We were already you know, pooped out. So, I think
Yeah,
we're just
so-
gonna head back later to get them.
Yeah, we're pretty tired at the time, so they didn't have to give us too much of the runaround, but they didn't explain exactly what they were wanting us to do. Just said it was something that, you know, you'd probably do in the line of huntsman work anyways.
I mean,
Well, added in that they're also going to have us running missions for the governor and all of that if he needs anything. I don't know what a guy like that would do. And
I said he wanted to take pictures, probably.
my specialty then. I mean, did you say Merlot mentioned he's like studies grimology?
Yeah, he kept dropping that one.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of the field of science about it, right? The kind of stuff that, you know, Mr. Bush kind of gets into, or Mr. Grouse kind of gets into, with less of the field stuff we worry about and more like what Grim Wardens and stuff look out for. They did mention that the actual public safety team of the city seemed pretty ambivalent to whatever they were telling them. So maybe Merlot's readings and stuff aren't being taken seriously because he's not exactly in the right position. Or maybe they're just not actually important enough to justify any sort of serious response yet. I mean, there's certain work that I understand in the Grimology field that can go pretty wide into migration patterns, but I know the further out you get with predictions and stuff, it's the same with weather. You can get rough estimations, but they can change really suddenly depending on how wind currents or something go. With Grim, it'd be something like, well, something horrible happening, or maybe just... Gwen kind of pauses and leans down to stop chewing our food. Or maybe they would accelerate, like if something like a migration was happening. Like it is.
So, they might be having us perform like a checkup, yeah? Like, figuring something out that has to do with the Grim that maybe is not something the standard team around here would be wasting their time on, at least from their point of view.
As I nod slowly. So, we're kind of like emergency weather balloons?
I guess I can see why they wouldn't go for normal issue Huntsman for that. They're already having trouble convincing the ones around here to do anything.
Well, they mentioned that they were overbooked because of the refugee crisis, weren't they? I guess there's probably tons that are set up on patrols to guard the areas people are traveling through. I mean, you guys remember that, what we saw from it, even before what happened. There was still enough trail of people going through that valley that we had to keep a watch on them in case Grim got nearby.
Well, look, the only thing I can figure is that if they's worried a bunch of huntsmen showing up to look into the thing they want them to look into would cause a panic, is that they ain't too sure about there is being something to look into. So, in that case, I can understand them being a bit nervous and giving us the runaround instead of telling us exactly what they do think might be happening on the first visit.
Like, they'd basically be worried about overreacting?
Dradine will shrug and go, I'd give them that. I'd give them that much of the benefit of the doubt.
It would be quite a troublesome issue if it came out like that. After all, if I'm correct, Dr. Merlot is already on the city council, but it's not as if he's in charge of any of the warden duties for the city itself. It might be seen as an issue for him to be investing time into this rather than his own duties. That's certainly a valid enough theory.
And Claire will kind of look around. And I guess they could probably have us do things without attracting too much attention. I mean, we're kind of well known enough with the Vital Festival and everything, but there's plenty of there's plenty of easy excuses to cover why we'd actually be here. So
Plus, no matter how much some of us have been through already, at the end of the day, to most, we're still just students, aren't we?
Yeah, not much reason to think we're doing anything, not expected.
Yeah, basically. So I really can't... I ain't saying that there ain't no point to it, but, trying to figure out, how they got us called here with the king and governor and whatever, it's not striking me as too much important as to rather why they wanted huntsmen at the moment. Even so much that their story got a bit fluffled there in the middle.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, isn't it?
And Claire will sip her drink. Well, if it does have to do with the migration and everything, and, even the off chance that it might lead to some bigger problem with the Grim, I wouldn't mind helping them out if we can identify it and, stop it before it happens.
And they were just hoping we'd actually get to sit around more often. I guess you're saying it'd be good to, like, take this as seriously as possible?
I mean, yeah, right? Besides, didn't you say you didn't want to just sit around here?
Well, I didn't, but if the alternative's, like, going around the woods or whatever, looking for Grimm, I mean, yeah, I like to do my job too, but for a whole month? Listen, I'll help, like, take the photo shoot angle as much as possible, thank you.
Claire will just kind of look at Rose.
She's getting really stroppy in the morning these days.
Ah, that's okay, Nabu. As Claire will, like, pat her on the back.
Just a grumble as she dejectedly eats a gross sausage because it's not got beetles in it.
Well, I was thinking of, heading to the CT tower. Probably send on, check in with Gail on everything that, our first encounter here in the city and check in to make sure, she knows we actually got here on time.
Good. We need someone to relay what we've learned to her anyway. And perhaps maybe she uncovered more about some contact with the king on anything specific.
Yeah,
As much as the mystery of his letter is, if anything were to come up, I'm sure she'd be hearing about it before we did here.
Claire will kind of nod. So, what do you guys think about us heading to the CT tower and then you guys, scouting out the city a bit before we meet back up?
That sounds alright, I think. Do you agree, Hagios? Oh, yes! Thank you for diverting the decision to me. Yes, that sounds fine.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, but, I mean, we're gonna have to make some time today to see that governor fella, right? I mean, he's the one who officially pulled whatever strings got us here, according to Mr. Marlowe, and, snuffing him the night of our arrival might make sense, because, we got pretty late, but, the next day, definitely gonna have to check in on that photo shoot stuff, right?
Viridian's right. Even if we're not exactly summoned immediately, it's more prudent for us as future professionals and current acting professionals to go there right away. So we can handle that after heading to the CT tower.
Yeah. So how about we handle the more, official business where you guys get
Yes, the busy work. Perfect. We will explore the city, Hagios excitedly swipes up over you.
Yeah. I think that will work out fine.
Excellent. I am hoping they have good food somewhere in this place, because this is awful. Can you not say it so loud? I don't want them to, put stuff in our food. Besides, it's not that bad. It's good. Homely. It's gross. It's delicious. And you two will learn that eventually.
So just look at her eggs and imagine, a beetle and just be like, what has my life become?
Viridian's just gonna...
Why do I miss that?
Viridian's just gonna, stand up, push his chair out, and go, alright, sounds like we got a plan. I'm gonna go grab myself a hot dog for the road.
Sounds good. I could actually go for one. I kind of missed them since the Vital Festival salesman left.
So we'll just get up and stretch. Alright, well, I'm looking forward to at least walking through the city a bit while we make our way there. But the governor's place is at least a bit fancy looking, given all the buildings here.
The mansion? Yeah, it's real nice. I've seen pictures.
Is that where we should go, or to see if, a place he does business out of that's not that?
Oh, definitely the office. That's how Valish people are, aren't they? Oh yes, we normally like to work at our places of employment, unlike out of our houses, like your father does, Nebu. It's very strange to do that. No, it's comfortable. Rose and her start to bicker as they're getting out of their chairs.
I gotta say I'm with you, Nebu.
I don't want people who want me to do business expecting they can just come into my house whenever they want. All I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the only reasonable position. See, basically all of Team Supernova agrees with me.
I gotta say,
yeah, they would.
I gotta say I'm with you, Nebu, but my house is, right on top of my family's bakery.
Thank you! I don't think that's their choice, Nebu. And, we can cut there.
A few moments later.
So, as Team Supernova is heading out of the Catfish Inn, they are around the door and leaving. Team Iris is kind of behind them, moving forwards, And as you guys are getting out of the building, there's a bit of a crowd outside gathered around there that you kind of got pushed through. It doesn't look like they're staring at the inn necessarily. And there's some murmuring and all of that. And in the crowd, a few of them kind of start moving as you guys are exiting. And you see a few people notice you as well. And as the crowd starts apart, you see a couple of figures in there, and one turns away from some of the people and waves to you all. And it's Team Grail.
Wow.
They're all out of their beacon uniforms again, in their casual clothing and all of that. Wayne seems to have been trying to chat with some of the people who were also clamoring around because the prince is here in a night and everything. They're all nobles and stuff. And Team Grail's already pretty famous for outside of their popularity of being Valish noble. They did well in the festival and all that. And Artorias nudges Wayne, who turns to see you guys, and they both smile over. Moritz has kind of stood off a bit near the side, idly kind of nodding towards you guys as you exit the place, and Lance seems just as kind of bored with this. And Artorias waves over. Ah, good to see you guys! Glad we caught up with you.
Clara will smile and run up and try and give Wayne and Artorias a hug by, putting an arm around each of them.
Yeah, Wayne's happy to indulge this. Already politely pats you on the back and breaks some room after a second and smiles.
I didn't know you guys were gonna be here. I thought you'd still be back at Beacon.
Well, that would normally be the case, as Iris kind of is milling out also. Some of them moving out to say hello. Wait a second. Agios walks up and pats him on the back. Already laughs a little bit as he's saying hello to everyone. He goes, that would normally be the case, but I believe we're to be working together in this case. Mm-hmm. Rose kind of tilts her head a bit.
Clara also
working together? Really? No, that's news to us.
Is it? Lance looks up for a second, confused. Huh. Interesting. Well, I figured you would have been caught up on the case for now. We were requested as well as you two. Wayne kind of laughs a little bit. Yeah, I guess they got the, top 3 of the Vital Festival on here.
Claire will think for a second. The case, huh? We really didn't know anything until we even got here. Gale kind of rushed us out the door.
You just hear Moore's loudly sigh somewhere behind the main part of the group hearing that, and Artie kind of chuckles politely and smiles. Well, I suppose there must have been some ground to cover to get you here. Your headmistress is very excitable after all.
Claire just kind of smile a bit. That's a word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not exactly just a jaunt away for us.
I
Well,
do find it strange that this was not spoken of to us, though.
Well, I suppose we only truly found out about it when we arrived in the city as well and were informed on it by the governor. He said he requested the 3 of us as the, finalists in the Vital Festival. Yeah, the fat guy's a real enterprising sort of guy, so I guess he snapped at the opportunity. Wayne says, throws his hands back casually. That's one way to put it, Lance says, gritting his teeth a little bit.
Claire will kind of look towards Wayne. What type of guy is the governor besides, fat?
Wayne chuckles to himself a little bit. Well, I mean, he's, decadent? Yeah, that's a good way to put it, he says, kind of smiling again as he looked put off for a second thinking about it and points upwards a little bit. He does everything in extremes, that's for sure. I mean, look at this place. You kind of gotta have a bit of a vision if you're running a place like this. And you can't exactly be normal either. Sir MacDonald, or Lord MacDonald, is quite the man. I don't think, as Wayne said, there could be anyone else who would be in charge of a city like this outside of the king himself.
Claire kind of looks like the winding streets and like the high buildings and everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, well, can't wait to meet him.
Lance scoffs to the side. I'd wait as long as you could, personally.
Ah, wow. Well, with that glowing recommendation, I guess I don't care.
He is fat, huh? I suppose Valish leaders are allowed to get that lazy. Hagios, please. There's a crowd of people who can hear you. What? Ugh. He rolls his eyes. I am just saying things earnestly. You should still be careful of that, Moore says. And he looks over and goes, "Oh, good, you still can speak, Morse."
Claire will kind of think. Well, I mean, I guess lucky you, Hachias, that we're the one on meeting him duty.
Huh? Oh, yes, I despise people of that way. Artorius laughs politely, filling in the immediate silence as a couple people in the crowd are murmuring a bit more about this. And Wayne scratches the back of his head. Oh yeah, I guess we're kind of making a bit of a scene here. We wanted to catch up with you guys first, after all. I mean, you guys are gonna be here for a while, right?
Maybe more than a while. Well, we haven't heard that bit either yet.
Wow. You don't read the contract much, do you? Or your headmistress doesn't. I think it speaks to say their sense of honor that they would come at a moment's notice. Or responsibility.
Well, the King of Vale comes asking, I don't think he can turn down for no reason, right?
Yeah, the king. Wayne laughs a little bit to himself and already sighs. Right. Well, I suppose there'd be no point to refuse that invitation. If you're not too busy, we could perhaps meet for lunch or something later. I suppose you still have a few things to do while you've just arrived.
Oh, well, we just got here. What could possibly be making us busy already?
Reporting back to Gale and meeting the governor, Viridian. The thing we were just leaving to do.
We can get that done by lunch.
Yes, well, then we should make haste.
Do be careful. The city is quite overwhelming on a first-time visit.
Claire kind of looks around at, like, the vast, expansive city. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, that's the spirit, May! If you need help, we can wine and dine the crowd a little bit to make sure they don't keep on you.
That'd be good. Make a scene.
Yeah, Wayne's perfect at that. Don't worry, he can handle it. Hey, shut up, Lance! I mean, I'm more like a spotlight stealer, not a scene maker. That's got worse connotations, man!
Claire will kind of smile a bit and pat him on the back.
He looks dejected. Anything you guys want to talk about, Team Grail, before you continue on? Or save it for later?
I think I'm fine since we're going to be talking to them later today.
Yeah, you can have one-on-one moments if you want, obviously. Yeah.
It's nice to know they're here, but I think I'm good.
Yeah. Alright. This Team Supernova can move off. Team Iris will also chat with them a little bit, but also be freed from the crowd by them. As more and more of the people come up closer to them and all of that.
Can I touch
Lance,
you?
can I touch your golden hair? Lance walks his way up towards Artie, and Morris goes to break up some of the people. And Lance kind of leans over to Artorius and goes, "From the king, huh?" And Artie looks concerned for a second and sighs. Well, I would suppose that would explain a few things. It's probably not a problem for now. And we'll fade out on that scene, as you guys will head out. So, you'll make your way to the comm tower. Let me see. Map. I have a building for it on here. No, yeah, okay. Correct music playing.
It's okay. I can fill the time with this small talk.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Oh, it's nice to know that Artie and them are here. That's kind of a surprise, right?
It's a pretty big surprise, yeah.
Really?
Yes, I feel as if we keep getting more and more surprises as we make our way.
Maybe we should ask them if we can see this contract or whatever it is.
I think what the headmistress received was our contract, quote unquote.
Yeah, but don't like
there weren't a lot in that.
Don't like both sides have a copy of it? I don't really know how business works, but I kind of assume, right?
I mean, technically, if we're talking about a normal contract, but if it's just a huntsman missive like that, well, I guess I wouldn't imagine it to be more complicated. Plus, if we're looking for the exact one, we need to, well, the king would have it, wouldn't he?
Don't see how we're gonna be looking at that.
Yeah.
Either way, I guess the governor should know if there's any more surprises on this mission for us.
They really don't care to inform the people doing their jobs much about anything, do they?
Claire will kind of laugh and rub her head a bit. Yeah, it's kind of like getting a mission from Gale.
Maybe that's just preparing us for what being a huntsman's like.
Don't you think that's giving her too much credit?
I mean, yeah, but it may be more of a systematic issue that's affected her. Maybe she doesn't realize how helpful she's being.
Claire will just think on that as we're walking.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys can make it to the comms tower. Unless you were saying something, Richard.
No.
Alright. Alright. So, CT Tower is a very large building. This is part of it that you were just in now. CT Tower, these similar design, honestly, to the Vratian one that you know in Shade. Not as large, since Shade has one of the 4 large-term CCT tower communication beacons, which is a very important part of the 4 beacon and then extended beacon system that, calling them beacons is pain. There's probably a better word. Don't be confused. I blame the writers. We'll just call them radio towers, even though there's technically a different term for them. Basically, it's a smaller form building of that. It's a circular, very nice metal and like some big glass windows and things, wired towers up at the top of it. And the inside is pretty formulaic, or not formulaic, but pretty similar, like to the one in Shade, which is one of the nicest kept buildings in Shade. There are these futuristic, well kept, not futuristic necessarily, but like nice metal, clean, modern interiors. Elevators and things that are for the upper floors and things. Depending on there's floors, some of the higher floors are used for longer term communications and more private and fancier rooms. You basically pay for them like fucking karaoke rooms. You buy rooms with some time to use the communication network for private calls and things. And there's public ones for those who aren't doing anything that important, or maybe just sending like email communication, equivalent communications. But then there are these personal rooms for use with little lights on the doors to show which ones are operable and stuff. You go, you pay for some time, and you open and the room opens and gives you the exact amount of communication time. They normally charge by distance and specification on like where you're sending it and stuff like that. So you guys open the door, come into the large cylindrical building, and come into one of these smaller, like, personal communication and branch areas. Like, you could go off here and here to the other variants of this. This is like a cylindrical building, even though we're on a fucking square frame in Roll20. And then the elevators are here and all that. There's some people milling about, and you can go find yourselves an empty room. This one is currently not in use, so you can go here.
It's okay.
So the employee will lead you guys over, and you can squeeze into the communication room.
Right. Well, we should call Gail and tell her that we at least got here, alright?
Yeah. Jeez. Is there anything we should go over before we call her?
Like what?
Well, I don't know. Aren't you supposed to, like, plan out what you're gonna say?
I think that we should mention how strange things have been.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess.
that's really all we've seen so far.
I mean, we have to figure out if she found out anything else on her end, right? Like, that we're not being told for some reason. I mean, we still haven't technically seen the guy who's working for halfway. It sounded like the governor's as much, well, sway over what we're supposed to be doing as one guy squeezes and makes more room for himself. Dr. Merlot was, but I guess it'd be good to know in case the two of them, for some reason, have opposing requests, which one we should listen to first, right?
Yeah, alright, that's good thinking.
Yeah, that's just what I figured.
Yeah,
Might come up.
that does make sense. I didn't really think about that.
Yeah, it's a weird part of the thing. Dr. Merlot made it sound like the governor, like, was kind of the middleman for the two of them, or for him to get contact with us, but it still meant that he's got just as much, well, technical, as the requester, he seems basically like he would be the one we'd actually have to defer to if it came down to it. By a technicality, that is, but still. I mean, we're basically doing real huntsman work this time. It's not like we're answering to the school.
Claire kind of thinks. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I guess we can just see what Gail says on it.
Yeah, hopefully something helpful.
I'm sure she's got something by now.
Claire
Yeah.
kind of looks to Felix and Viridian if they have any last comments before she calls.
No last comments.
No.
Okay.
And get Dorothy on the line.
Yeah, you will key in the communication network and begin to ring them. The schools, of course, are one of the buildings that have people with direct communication lines. There are devices and stuff, but the degree that they cost and to maintain and run are on those ends of like high-end things reserved for like either governmental or like military communications. So they're not really available for civilian purchase normally, unless you have like someone who's a middleman. Like you imagine maybe someone like I'm losing my train of thought here. Basically what I'm saying is the reason you're able to contact Gail is because she has the authority and ability to purchase and run one of these emergency communication lines that allows you to key in directly to the school. After all, this is all lore shit I have to explain because these towers are more complicated than just having a phone line. So, as the communication line goes on, you buzz it, and you have to wait like a few minutes for them to notice there's an ongoing call there. And eventually, the line will click, and you'll get a green reception. And kind of clicking onto the line as the screen lights up, you see Dorothea in the office room with the large computer setup now fully opened on the wall panel. for communications, and she stood up in front of it and going, "Hello? Is this thing working? Can you hear me?
Yeah! Can you hear us?
Oh, goodness!" She grabs her ears. "Oh, God. Hold on. Don't say anything." Oh, it's so loud. She's fiddling with, like, one of the panels. "Okay, I think I have an appropriate volume," she's echoing.
Say that again?
You hear yourself echo back through it. What?
I think there's some type of problem.
Oh! Wait a minute. She fiddles with it and pulls out a pair of headphones. Okay, now yes, there we go. Can you say something?
Something?
Very funny, Clara, but yes, I can hear you now. Goodness, I forgot how on the fritz this thing is. You know, you don't call a repair person for a year and it suddenly is, like, broken. I swear, Mr. Herazade really skimped out on every important detail necessary for this school to run. Do you know how much work I have to put into modernizing this place?
No?
Nah.
Well, good! Okay, well, I'm glad your train didn't crash or something horrible.
Yeah, we didn't have too many problems on the way here.
Right. So, what did what were you supposed to get? The governor! What did the governor say?
Oh, we haven't seen him yet.
What?
Yeah, no. I haven't seen him yet.
Why not?
I got in kinda late.
I guess, right. That's fine.
Yeah, we were told to go meet with Dr. Merlot first.
Who? Why?
Oh. Claire kind of like thinks.
Gwen looks over like, what the fuck?
Dr. Merlot? That's that Merlot company? With the mouth?
I always thought it was Merlot!
No, I think it's pronounced Merlot.
Why is there a T in it?
I don't know.
Okay, right. Dr. Merlot. Right. Gale nods. Okay, right. I heard that he was possibly involved with this. Is that true then? Wait, is he the middleman for the governor?
Seems to be.
I see. That's funny.
Like haha funny or worry funny?
Well, not really worry funny. I'm just saying I wasn't able to get much more than we already had before. I did affirm that this is a royal missive. Seppo confirmed the authenticity of the seal to me. Why did Mr. Seppo do it? Oh, he used to do forgeries and things like that. He's very good at identifying these things.
Oh, that makes sense.
I mean, criminal is a bit judgy, Gwen. But that's besides the point.
Alright, so it's real royal who's what's it then?
Yes, and it's definitely from the king. I received confirmation that it is at least a missive from them also. It was sent from them. But no one really seemed to wish to, well, spare more time to get into it with me. Which is very rude. I am a headmistress. I should be someone who's willing to be put on more of a line than just some communication nitwit at the royal palace.
As she's saying, it's very rude. I am a headmistress. Viridian's just gonna kind of like lean forward and turn her volume down a bit.
Yes, it's because she's just yelling. Screaming. Yeah. Yell continually screaming, but now quieter. And I suppose that's very frustrating to me, but I imagine it's frustrating to you all. I mean, did you get the runaround while you were there?
I suppose that is one way to describe it. Felix said looking up to the other three.
I guess. I kind of feel like we got the tell around, honestly. They were pretty upfront about it. It's just they didn't have a lot to say on specifics.
They said we're gonna be doing things and to just get comfortable in the city.
Listen, I hope you kids are just telling the truth and you're not as bad as remembering details as I am. Because that's my worst trait as a huntsman.
Oh, don't worry, Miss Gale. There ain't no details to remember.
Yeah.
They were real spouse on that.
Yeah.
We're to be helping with Dr. Merlot and Dr. What was her last name? Hamlin?
Yeah.
Dr. Hamlin and Dr. Merlot's research. Grimology stuff, like readings and things like that? Oh! Well, I don't know who Dr. Hamlin is, but I suppose that makes sense. I heard Merlot was interested in grimology. From... she says something, but it doesn't come through in the speaker. She's clearly talking, but no sound is coming out.
Hello?
Oh, dang.
She says hello, clearly. Pauses, says it again. Looks mad and starts banging something, and there's a clicking, screeching sound before the sound starts coming through again. Hello, is it working now? Is it working now?
No.
Yes.
Ow.
Oh, good, it did the screeching thing. That means it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying, I had spoken to Dr. Fuchsia a bit about Dr. Merlot. Apparently they had worked together at one point on things, and she said he was a bit of an eclectic, but seemed interested in the field of grimology last she knew about him. So, I mean, it's strange that you're not working for the wardens in the city on this issue.
I think they said something about it not being too important. Or,
Not too important.
or they kind of wanted to keep it low-key, which is why they didn't use, like, fully fledged huntsmen.
No, Clara, there's more to it than that.
They actually said they couldn't get any fully fledged huntsmen from the council.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, like
Kinda.
their city council?
Not a huntsman one.
The union, you mean?
Yeah, that.
No, they
Or
also
who's
said
not.
the city council wouldn't get them.
Hmm.
Is
Yeah.
it both?
Yeah, so it seems like we're like a last resort.
No, we're the loophole, Clara.
Yeah, they had to jump through hoops to get someone out here.
Aren't those,
Oh!
aren't those the same thing?
No, Clara, what the fuck? Loophole's like a benefit. Last resort means you don't even want to use it.
But they did try to use someone else first.
No, they couldn't. They weren't allowed to. Can you two not do this? They charge you for this time.
Oh,
I'm not paying for this.
I'm sorry.
This is not a collect call. Alright. So the union refused their mission. Missive. Both of those. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. I wish Toto was here. It's very strange.
He's still not back?
No, he's on a very important vacation.
I hope he's enjoying.
She kind of looked like she changed her mind halfway through that sentence and tried to play it off very coolly.
Well, I hope he's enjoying himself.
I'm sure he is. He loves vacations.
Like more than.
No, I need him.
Oh.
Shut up.
Oh, also, Team Grail is here too. Apparently, they also.
That I
have
did
signed.
know. Yes.
Why didn't you tell us?
As in, I just found out after you left.
Oh, well, so did we.
Okay. Well, now I feel less helpful. Right. What I did learn as well as I could is that I have assessed from the descriptions that I was given from the assistants I spoke to at the Royal Palace and reaffirmations. God, I hate this connection. You're all choppy for me. Anyway, I presume it would be good to run through the governor's office. I believe the details are there. They said it was to be relayed to you personally on the official schedule you'll be having. But assuming I'm making the correct assessment, I believe if it is Dr. Merlot who you were speaking to, it may be that from my gut instinct, hearing that they wished the Union to get involved or not involved, they wouldn't do it, but they said they also didn't want to do it, kind of. It was really confusing. Okay. Gil's gonna stare down and think for a second. Well, this seems dangerously suspicious to you all?
No.
I mean, no. Not really. It's not like there's, like, the city's on fire or anything.
Yeah, they haven't really asked us to anything, well, strange.
They said they'd also answer all our questions when we had them. Felix, Viridian?
Yeah, it just seemed kind of short about whatever's going on at the moment.
I honestly do not know what to make of it at the current moment.
Alright. What I'm going to assume, then, is this is a simple matter of dealing with bureaucracy. Which means this is a very good mission for you all to understand. Do you know how much of a pain it is to work for some people? Like, I don't mean, like, you want to work for them and you're, like, not meeting standards. I mean, people make it difficult to, like, hire huntsmen. They get all these regulations and laws and things. Why do you think Vacuo's the best? We don't worry about that for the most part down here. Right. So what I'm presuming is the work that they wish you to be involved with runs in some counter-interest to either some politician or something the Union would have a regulation sort of dispute over. Which is probably why they were interested in hiring all of you. That or Nebu was right, and this is really just a bit of a publicity scheme.
I think they are going to have us do actual work. So go ahead.
What are you saying?
I wouldn't put money on Nebu being right.
No, maybe not, but we must remember, this is probably closer to her field of expertise than we'd all feel comfortable admitting. Also, on the subject of why you would be depicted, after speaking more with Grouse, they've even continued to request assistant huntsman work from those on staff we have here. It seems like the migratory march has really put us in a jam with huntsmen. I mean, a lot of them are required on this sort of thing. And, well, as you'd imagine, a lot of them are interested in it no matter what kind of pay they're getting. A lot of people's families are being moved and affected by this thing. So the shortage on huntsmen in the area of Sanis might have something to do with why you were requested for something like this. They're pressed rather thin right now. Even I'm considering taking some time off to assist with some matters.
Yeah,
That makes sense. I think they actually said something about grim migrations and shorts and stuff.
Yeah, they mentioned that too. Oh, good, they're not idiots then. Good. Right. So, for that matter, it would make the most sense that you've basically been requested to fulfill a huntsman's position, which is a good sign, and if the work doesn't seem over your capabilities, I would encourage you all to continue. However, if this really is work for fully trained huntsmen, and you recognize it's any elements that would put you in more jeopardy than necessary, I mean, listen, you've all faced some very troublesome things already. I would be willing to admit that you're perhaps quite above your current grading in proficiency. I mean, I've met huntsmen who are worse than all of you. But that doesn't mean we should throw you into the thick of it if unnecessary. I'd like you all to keep your heads about you and make sure you're not punching above your weight class too long. I don't want to lose some of my best students because someone wanted to get around the huntsman shortage and was being short-sighted in their concerns.
It's okay, Mr. Scale. You don't have to worry too much. We can look after ourselves.
Why should I not worry too much? You're terrible at not getting into more dangerous situations. Have you seen your mission reports?
1 moment.
There's at least 3 each semester, it seems like, that go poorly for you all. That's an obtusely large number. Now, as huntsmen, you should expect things like that to happen. But as students, I wish for you to wait till your career starts normally to find out. The fact of the matter is that huntsman missions normally go differently than told.
Yeah, but it's not like we just picking our missions at school, Miss Gale.
Yes, I know, exactly. It only gets worse when you pick your own missions, is my main point.
Ah, well, thank you for the wisdom.
Ah, that's something I don't hear every day. Ah,
Puts his hand over the camera.
what'd you say?
Meridian puts his hand over the camera.
Yeah.
You know, just hold it there for a bit.
Well, for what reason?
Just to fuck with her.
Fuck with Gale.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
Just... Ah! Something wrong?
Meridian, take your hand off the camera!
You'll laugh and take it off.
Okay, great. I mean, that's, you know... Make sure he pays for this. I mean, come on. We're wasting money.
I will admit that was... I'll just look at Viridian like... Viridian, perhaps now is not the greatest time.
Oh, that's what makes it the best time.
At least it's not too serious for you to be joking.
Right.
Were you B?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you didn't hear me?
No, I didn't.
I had to get up suddenly because my dad was knocking on my door.
Awesome. So, is there anything else we should go over?
No, I think I got it.
Right. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Gwen, did they say I'm allowed to make, like, personal calls, or is that too expensive?
What? Yeah, I mean, it's a CT tower. That's what they're for, Clara.
Alright, Gail, could you tell Ross that I'm gonna give her a call in, like, a minute?
Huh? Oh! Right. What am I, your secretary?
I mean, I can't really tell her myself, that's the whole point.
Ugh. I guess.
What? Just send her, like, a message. I don't know, you see, like... you have ways, I think. It's really putting that much.
None of my students respect me. Yes, fine, I'll tell her.
Alright.
I'm sure she'll have to take some time to go down to the CT tower.
Yeah, it'll just be in a few minutes, it's fine.
Ugh, so unprofessional. Fine.
So we're just gonna nod.
Alright, well if that's all... Like I said, be careful out there.
We will, and we will keep ourselves out of trouble.
Very good. Gale fiddles with the control pad and goes, okay, bye! And it hangs up.
Goodbye.
Clicks off.
I'm impressed you managed to turn it off.
Yeah, without Toto there, she's really batting above her weight class, isn't she?
Yeah, I feel kind of bad. What a weird time for him to take a vacation with all the trouble going on.
Yeah, I'll say.
I do not think he's actually on vacation, Clara.
Oh,
Really?
what's he doing?
How
Oh,
do
like,
you know?
like some type of
I-
secret mission, you know? Is that it? Claire
That's
looks
stupid.
excited.
I have no clue, but I did see him before he left, and I would not pack what he did if I was going on vacation.
Well,
What
that?
does that mean? What'd he pack?
Like,
Well,
flip-flops?
No, you would pack that if you're going on vacation, Clara.
Well, maybe
I
it's
suppose-
like cover for secret
no,
mission.
I suppose you're right. It is the lack of what he was packing.
Gwen, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, not a change of clothes. I mean, yeah, that's kind of gross, but, like, maybe he just doesn't change his clothes that much.
Oh, come on. Mr. Turtle's better than Viridian. He doesn't just wear the same thing.
I mean, we don't know that.
Hmm.
It's not like we live with him. It's easier to tell Viridian.
Well, Claire will kind of look towards Viridian. They start packing an extra change of clothes when we go on missions.
Y'all can't make me do that.
Well, I mean, at least you're doing it out of courtesy, Dan. Claire,
Huh? Courtesy. Yeah, that's it.
Claire will kind of sigh. Well, leaving that aside, I still have to make a quick call if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, sure, whatever. It's going on your charge, though.
Yes,
Pushes
have
out
fun.
of the room. Alright. Clara will wait a while for either to give time for Rosalind to get there, or wait for Rosalind to contact her. Because, you know, you're assuming Gail told her that. Jilix and Brian want to talk with Gwen about anything or no? Just checking, for posterity's sake.
I'm gonna go grab a drink, but I don't really think so.
Cool.
Maybe,
Cool.
but
You can
no.
You can decide when you come back.
Yeah, I can't think of anything, but obviously if Richard has something to do, then obviously I'll participate. I'm gonna get a drink as well.
Sure. Okay. Right, so Clara. Well, after those, it's like probably like 10-15 minutes that takes for someone to get to the CT tower in Shade. It won't be long. You'll receive a communication line request from the Shade CT tower from Rosalind's communication address.
I will obviously accept.
Yeah. And she'll click on. Rosalind's, of course, obviously in one of the rooms at the Shade Tower, and she'll smile nod. Ah, hey, May. Good to see you.
Huh? Good to see you too.
Well, they really do make all these buildings look the same, don't they? She says, as she's like peering around, seeing your screen area in the room you're in.
Isn't this really like the point? And giving people, maybe it's like to make you feel like you're closer to people because everywhere looks the same when you're talking.
That's a... Sorry. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I presumed it was because they just followed a planner, but maybe I'll go with your opinion. It's nicer. So the trip wasn't too bad on the line, was it? Train travel can be a little rough after too long.
Well, the train was all nice. Like, the place we were staying in was fine.
Excellent.
I don't get to go on a train too often besides, you know, when I'm getting ready to go home and stuff like that.
Right. It's not like there's too many missions where they send us on the trains now. Though, well, we're on City Watch, but a lot of the teams are actually being forced to use other forms of travel right now. Lots of the bullheads and things have been requisitioned by the VRA to deal with the migratory situation and just troop movements. So the school is actually down a lot of its mobility or travel options that it had before. Apparently we had been renting them from the VRA. I suppose in that way we're lucky we're on a local job right now. On the other hand, City Patrol's never been as... She pauses, looking contemplative as she taps like her chin a little bit. Quite as morose as it is this time.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot more to do with moving people in and checking the new communities popping up and looking to see at some of the migrants.
Yeah.
Though it also comes with some troubling features of having to deal with a bit more... It's not outright violence yet, she says, kind of looking less pensive and trying to look reassuring. But there is certainly some problems forming already.
Claire will kind of laugh a bit. Well, I'm sure there's no one better than you guys to handle it. Besides, you could always put on your costume if you want to make people calm down a bit.
Now you sound like Kit. Right, well, it is certainly showing that Irene has a talent for this sort of thing. She's in her element. Oliver as well. And yes, it's not like I haven't dealt with this. Honestly, you're right. I would take it as, well, not wishing to be too egotistical normally, but I suppose we've all endeared ourselves to this place long enough that it's not strange to deal with. Still, I do miss when City Patrol was boring. At least then it felt like there was less disarray in the city.
Claire will kind of hum a bit. Yeah, well, I mean, either way, as long as job's getting done, I'm just happy to know that, you know, at least you guys are around to make sure the city doesn't blow up while we're gone.
I'll keep it safe for you, don't worry.
Oh, speaking of the train ride, we ran into some Valish noble while we were on it that was really mean to Felix. Almost made me forgot how different Shade is from most places.
Oh, well, the Valish people have no reservations for showing their ugly side, it's true. The nobles themselves are quite spiteful. There's no sort of decent structure to things there. It goes off land and, well, wealth for most of the nobles and how they see themselves in society, so even the higher class ones are quite spiteful and determined to keep the lower ones from pulling out from under them and climbing above them. They're all like crabs in a bucket, snapping and crawling and trying to climb on each other's backs.
That guy almost made me want to boil him, you know? The way he was talking.
Laughs at your at the joke and kind of shakes her head. Well, I'm glad you didn't. They're quite spiteful, and well, I'm quite sure the land has many laws to protect them from any sort of recompensation for their actions.
Oh,
You'll all have to be very careful with that.
yeah, Rose already gave me a real long talking to after me and Nebu tried to hit him.
Well, I'm glad to see you and Nebu have the right mind about it, but yes, unfortunately, there's no use in starting something like that for now. I wouldn't want them to take advantage of you.
Oh, Well, we also ran into Artie and his team. They're here helping us out, too.
Really? Oh. How lucky, she smiles. I suppose there is more use than more use needed in the city than I expected. Well, I suppose than any of us could have. Do you have any better idea what the plan of your action or your mission's request actually is?
Chloe's kind of thinking for a bit. She's been confused the entire time, even though it's been explained multiple times. I mean, we're gonna be helping. A lot of the Grim migration stuff has been causing, problems and, things that worry, Dr. Merlot.
So, I'm not familiar with him.
He seems to be a real smart guy running that big industry.
Oh, right, of course, Merlot Industries.
Yeah.
Right, she says, and kind of scowls a little bit. The warmongers.
It's a lot more funny than I think you'd expect. Kind of
Be
scattered.
careful around them, May.
Well, they didn't give me a bad impression.
Well, the Merlot family were the ones who produced most of Vale's military. Sorry, let me think about how to say that. Military armaments and things like that over this last century. They were instrumental in the last war for the production of their vehicles and things like that. Tanks, mobility, even sort of some of the aerial vehicles as well. Bombs and things like that.
Right. Well, I'll try and be careful. But speaking on what we're going to be doing, I think what we were mentioned to is stuff related to studying Grimm, because he has some type of hunch that there might be something funny going on. And then I think the governor wants to take pictures.
That seems fitting of the sort of man who would run a Valish city, yes.
But
They're probably going to use your popularity and celebrity status while it lasts, which I suppose is a less endangering thing than most missions, though the kinds of threats you'll face may have their own level of treachery to them that you'll have to be wary of. They might not be as obvious as the Grim, but people like this will eat you all alive for what you're worth.
Claire will put like a finger on her cheek. Right. It does make me feel better having Artie and Lance and everyone here, because they're probably a lot more comfortable dealing with this type of thing.
Yes, I suppose I can trust them to help guide you in the right direction well enough. Artorias seems quite different than his father. Earnest enough about his huntsman work and the things like that, and unerringly friendly. As off-putting as that can be in its own way, I don't distrust their intentions, so that does put me a bit at ease that there's someone so influential there to perhaps deal with some of the sniping nobles that would come after you all.
Claire will
But like I said, just be careful.
Claire will puff out her chest and try and look like more confident. You don't gotta worry. I'm not gonna let any haughty Valish noble get the better of me.
It's not so much about getting the better of you, May. None of them can do that. I can guarantee that. It's about getting under you. Tripping you up and making you do something that benefits them.
Yeah, I'll be careful. Other than that, I think it's mostly just going around the city, and we'll probably just have to do odd jobs around here, like help out with more things. Things back in Shade are getting chaotic, so I have to imagine things here with the migration are also the same.
Most likely, that makes the most sense, so I suppose you've basically been granted the foreign city patrol mission. How illustrious.
I can guarantee you it's, this place is insane, Rosalind.
I've heard much about the city of Glen.
It's on a different scale even to back home.
She kind of clicks her tongue a few times. Yes, and at quite the cost. Be sure to be careful around most of the neighborhoods there. The Valish people are cutthroats, after all. You should be careful of your grandfather's necklace.
Claire will kind of lift her shirt a bit to look down. Right, I'll make sure not to pull it out.
Look to the side and smile a little bit. Right, be careful.
And Clara will pound one of her fists in her hand. You don't gotta worry so much. I'm feeling fit as always, and I think I'm gonna be fine. Besides,
I know your recovery has been going well, but still, it's a different kind of danger you've experienced so far.
Clara will kind of, almost like not even listening as deeply, lift up one of her arms and kind of look like her injured arm and kind of look at it. You don't gotta worry too much. What didn't get me just made me stronger, right? And I thought of a couple flashy ways to make a comeback once I'm dealing with more heavy stuff.
I didn't mean it didn't, May. You know what I mean.
Yeah, come on.
You promised you'd be more careful about this sort of thing, so I trust you on that.
I will, honey. And I can promise you that it doesn't seem like this mission will be, anything too... it doesn't seem too dangerous right now. And Gail made sure to tell us if we ever got an inkling it might end up being something like that, we're supposed to just back out of it.
For once, the headmistress is making sense. Thank goodness.
So...
I suppose after everything at Delatoto, she's become more sensitive to this after all.
So Claire will, nod, and then, look to the monitor fairly seriously. You don't gotta worry. We'll make sure to keep an eye open, be real good about this whole thing. And, you'll hear from me pretty soon. I'll try and give you a call, every week, like we said.
Right. That sounds good to me. I'll be sure not to miss them. And we'll do the same to make sure Shade is as safe as it can be until you return.
Right. Well, I guess till then.
I'll be thinking of you.
Claire will just smile and nod. Same here.
She'll sign off.
Claire,
Go out. Your boy. Oh, yeah? Go ahead.
Claire will reach into her bag and take out a little piece of tape and then tape the necklace to her neck to cover like the gem part. Or like tape the necklace to her chest to cover the gem part.
Keep it safe.
It's okay, I got my tape.
I'm gonna gorilla glue my necklace.
It's okay, it's on my shower or something, I think, maybe.
Yeah, so you can head out of the communications room.
Alright, I'm done.
Oh, good. I'm glad that didn't take too long.
Well, yeah, it was the same, huh?
I know how you two get. It can go on for hours.
How did you know that?
Because I hear you.
Oh, I thought you would say you were sleeping.
It's hard to sleep sometimes.
Does anyone else need to make a call before we get going?
I am good. We should get to the governor's office.
Yeah. I got nothing to report back right now, so let's get that over with.
Alright. The clerk kind of looks towards Gwen if she has anyone she has to call.
No, I'm good. Not yet, at least. We just got here.
Right, well, let's get going then.
Alright.
Claire,
Supernova. Oh, yeah?
well, yeah, Claire will start walking on as she enters the door and, like, look kind of excited. Man, I can't wait to get this up and over with so we can actually start walking around the city.
Well, I enjoy the work aspect of it, and I'm quite keen on meeting this governor since he has the reputation he does. But, I mean, I guess I suppose it'd be pretty cool to, like, survey the place.
Claire will kind of pat Felix on the back and then look back towards Verdigan. How fat do you think he actually is?
I don't think we can hazard a guess.
Maybe you
Take a neutral
can't.
stance.
Maybe you can't. I will. Let's see, he runs this place. I'm gonna go about this much. Brennan says, like, gesturing his hands out, like, in front of his belly.
Remember, the McDonald's are famous for their agricultural and artisan good production. It's what their noble lineage was based off, how much land they had originally. I did some research.
You're probably gonna test some of those goods a lot, right? Oh, maybe that's how he got so fat.
That's what I'm saying. He probably's fatter.
I'm not supposed to remember something I ain't ever heard before.
Verdigan,
It's your fucking home. I figured you'd hear about this sort of thing.
Verdigan, how fat do Vale nobles typically get?
Pretty fat, honestly. They don't get a lot of exercise.
We have some funny jokes about them back home, but I didn't know how true they would be. As Claire's kind of looking around a bit, maybe I shouldn't repeat them like out loud like that.
Oh, no. Put a target on your back. I'm sure no one here would mind.
No, I think I could save it till later.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Now I'm
Yep. You guys can go off towards the government building. Let's see. Actually, yeah, I'll probably use the same music for the government building. Okay. Make your way to the governor's building. It's a, it's not the governor's mansion, obviously. It's the governor's, it's like a government building. It's not just for him, it's for where the not student council, fucking Christ, anime's rot in my brain. Where the city council has meetings and things like that. It's an open hall. There's an open hall area that they have for like events and things like that. Also, it's this old, the Victorian style, obviously in RWBY falls under the Valish influence. So it's like that So it's like that old sort of spindly. It's not quite marble building like structures everywhere, but it has that sort of gilding on parts of like windows and little jutting out parts within walls, so they're segmented back and forth a little bit, so there's space for fancy designs and things like that. It's a large building with a bit of a lawn in front of it, kind of spread out and then opened backwards. So it's like a square, it's like rectangular in the front and then kind of circles near the back. And there's an open area in the center that has an inside garden in it. And you guys will step up these long, like, front steps that go up, like, a bit, and there's some people, like, sat around there with their benches in here. It's like the front yard is this little open garden area people can sit, and there's some benches. A couple of people are playing Frisbee on one of the lawns and things. It's like a little public park area in the city, you know, so people generally gravitate towards it because it's not like there's a huge amount of parks in the Glen. You're inside a fucking mountain. These are all pretty artificial. And you guys will make your way into the building and see a small waiting, opening front area with some doors off to the side to other parts of the governmental offices and things like that, and some receptionists and everything. There's nice marble floors, paintings on the wall, old Valish style of kings and like meetings of old parliamentary meetings and things like that. Some of the royal palace themselves. There's one of Beacon on the wall, some nice plants, and a bunch of government workers and other people who are here either for meetings or just to explore the building. They do like tours and stuff, since this is like a slightly historical place. It's not exactly historical now. It doesn't have like a huge history behind it, but it's obviously place to become one. So they do tours of the architecture and things like that. It's been designed by probably fucking Valish artisans and everything. This whole place screams a sort of artistic deliberation. Nothing about the Glen itself isn't planned out. Like, this doesn't have the effects of being an old city where they was once built a long time ago practically and then rebuilt over. So lots of places like this have this sort of artist touch to them that makes it feel so deliberate. You can practically see it like in the planning stages, in some like genius like architect's like internal brain being like, ah yes, I have a slice of land I get to perfectly build. Yeah, it's quite fancy. There's a bunch of the government workers walking around in nice suits of varying colors and things. And there's a bit of a line to the receptionist that's clearing up now as you guys make your way in. And instantly feel like, whew, wow, we really feel like children in this place.
Yeah.
Had Claire kind of sniff a bit. This place smells weird.
Yeah. I think that's like how clean it is.
Yeah, you can say that again.
It's like people don't even, stay here.
Well, it's an office building, so I guess it's not like anyone lives here or anything, but jeez. Whew. So they don't believe in austerity here.
It is quite impressive.
That's one word for it, I guess.
You know, there's a thing in Mistral, one of the sort of like things we're supposed to follow is to keep your home from over-decadence and wastefulness, and did you guys just, like, go the opposite way with that? She says towards Viridian.
Hey, this ain't my kind of place.
It's your country. I'm gagging.
Yeah, okay, sure. My country, that, huh?
Wow! Yeah, the Sunrise Vale. Everything's not yours, but the Sunrise Vale.
I went and I planned the whole damn place my whole self, huh?
Can
Guys,
we please not do this?
Guys,
I've had
There we
so
are.
many times. So, Mistral's weird. Gwen's like off on a tangent, and we get here, and suddenly Viridian doesn't want to answer for it. Bullshit.
Claire just walk away. Hello? We're Team Supernova here to meet the governor.
He kind of looks up. He's got like monocle and stuff. He readjusts it a little bit and kind of taps onto the scroll. What did I start saying? Scroll laptops would be called? Did I come up with a dumb name for them? Fuck me.
Did you?
I think I said it as a joke and went, fuck, that's probably the name they called them.
It wasn't.
Did I call them tomes?
Yeah, it was Tome. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, it is.
Yeah. on his tome screen and kind of pause and go, "Oh, right, Team Supernova from the Vital Festival. Very nice to meet you, Miss Sora, right?"
Yeah, nice to meet you
Like-
too.
My kids were entranced by the show you put on there. Very excellent work, all of you. He says, surveying you all a bit with a little kind of scans over Felix just for a second too fast. Right. Well, actually, I'm sorry, but the governor had an emergency. Nothing serious, but a meeting came up. He had to entertain some sudden guests, so he's not actually in today. I was told that, one moment, if you would all take a second, I hope it's not wasting too much of your time, says as he turns to, like, pick up, another scroll area and go, yes, that's right, can I get Mr. Irving? Team Supernova's here. Yes? He'll be out, right. Alright, Mr. Irving will be out with you in a moment.
Alright, well, that sounds fine.
Please, go take a seat if you wish.
Alright, thank you very much.
Yes, anytime.
Well, it looks like he's not here.
Really?
Disappointing.
Well, I guess we can just talk to this Mr. Irvin.
Ain't like we got much of a choice.
As you're kind of walked back and being like, oh, well, that's weird. Is this thing right? Nah. We'll just go back to the normal. Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay. One of the doors to the back room will open up, and a man will step out in a very nice cut suit. What?
I was just making a joke at what he said in the car.
Oh, right, yeah. Like a charcoal black suit, a white, sharp, dress shirt under it, and this green, emerald green tie. That kind of goes with his, darker green eyes a little bit of white and gray in his hair. But he looks young enough. That probably is just from stress, and he styled it back, so it looks good. Very clean-cut, striking figure, well put together. He's got a small tome under one of his shoulders, kind of carried there, and in his armpit. And he smiles at all of you as he makes his way across the way to meet you. And let me go get his page. Here we go. Team Supernova! Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too, sir. Are you Mr. Irvin?
That's right, Enoch Irving. Pleasure to meet you all. Miss Sora?
Claire will extend her hand.
Take your hand. He's got some black gloves on. He gives you a nice firm handshake and a well-trained professional smile as he goes up and introduces himself to everyone. No, if you want, you can give me some report checks if you care about things.
Oh, thank you, I do.
Yeah, feel free to always ask for those also.
Yeah, I didn't feel it was necessary in the receptionist.
No, you missed out. You fucked that quest up.
Shit. Everyone has a side quest. We're playing an actual, Frobber
this is a
RPG.
mod.
Yeah, we're in Bob's game.
This is a module now.
Bob's game, fuck off.
I just adopted it.
Oh, sorry for the deep cut.
I don't think Noah's running an ARG.
I am. This whole game's an ARG.
Your records are Remnant's an ARG.
Alright. Clara and Viridian pick up on that he doesn't seem very uncomfortable with Felix at all. Felix isn't very self-aware of racial discrimination in the first place, so he's not even thinking about it as this guy smiles and gives him a firm handshake and looks normal to him. But you guys dodged a bullet of, okay, well, at least he's not giving those weird side looks that people give Felix once in a while. He'll make his way back over here and go, well, I'm sorry about this. I know you were expecting the governor, but Otto had kind of looks around a little bit. He's just speaking to you guys here, and no one's really too close. He's like, well, Otto had a guest show up who demanded his attention first, and, well, you know how the blue bloods can get, so he's just doing his best to entertain him without causing too much offense up the chain of command. even as the governor, you still have to kowtow to some people, unfortunately. Not that Otto ever kowtows, but, well, he scratches the back of his head and smiles reassuringly. But he left me with the introductions I have to make for all of you. So, thanks for making it all the way to our kind city. How are you liking it so far?
It's honestly not like anything I've ever seen. I mean, I come from Mantle, and even that's not this big.
Well, we did look northwards towards some advancements in architectural design from the original Mantlish expansions and Mantlian expansion work, and a bit at the structural designs in some of the Atlesian buildings to kind of make sure it had its own sort of feeling here. Didn't want to end up copying anyone by accident, you know. But I have to say, the city planners there did work with some pretty rough material and managed to make something pretty incredible. We didn't want to be as claustrophobic as Mantle, though. After all, we have all this land we can make use of. Had to mine it, but, well, the Glen itself has been a real protector for the city, so we made sure to call it the same thing.
Well, I can certainly say that you didn't fail on either front. This place isn't as claustrophobic as home, and it's quite its own thing from the looks of it.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, Hog Street's a bit out of the way of things. That's where you're staying, right?
Claire will nod.
Well, it's not the worst place, but make sure you make it down to the crossing at some point. Classic part of the city. You'll be amazed. Storefronts everywhere, the nicest places. Restaurants, food from all across Remnant prepared by the people who invented it.
Yeah, we'll make sure to do that. Maybe we can go there for lunch.
Great. I hope everything's gone well with Team Iris as well. I figured you all didn't want to have to cram your way in here, so if you're able to relay the information we go over to them, that'd be great for all of us, I think. I know you kids probably don't want to have to deal with too many stuffy politicians and all of that. Oh, that's right, I'm never introduced who I am. I'm on the city council. I'm the financial director of the entire city. Not to brag, he says, throws up a hand. I'm also a member of the House of Commons and all of that. Basically, I'm one of the guys who makes sure Otto doesn't have to run this place by himself. Which he would, but that would put him in an early enough grave, and none of us want that happening to him. You already met with the doc, yeah?
Oh yeah, we've already seen him.
Oh, Merlot's a hell of a guy. We kind of had to twist his arm to keep him on the city council, though, but, well, Otto's right. Ever since he met Montgomery a long time ago when he was a kid, he knew he'd really be a help to society, and we've relied a lot on Merlot Industries to help expand and keep the city going, and as eccentric as he can be, he's got a bright mind and is looking out for everyone. I mean, the guy turned his weapon manufacturing company towards the medical design and things like that. He's a real bleeding heart, you know?
Oh, I'm sure we'll catch that the next time we talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Well, he can talk at a mile a minute about a bunch of other things, and he'll get off track real fast, but that's enthusiasm for you. You can't really keep talent contained, can you?
Rita's just gonna kind of like look at Felix for a second, like enthusiasm.
Felix will just have
The
a
guy
little
was half
shrug.
asleep.
What'd you say, Ben?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I cut out?
No, I just didn't hear you since Richard was talking. Well, you started talking.
I'm sorry. Felix just kind of like looked at Viridian and like gave a little shrug, like he doesn't really know what the guy's talking about.
Gotcha.
Alright, at least we're both lost.
Gotcha. Alright, Enoch will smile a little bit and he'll kind of clap his hands together. Well, enough about side matters. I don't want to become as scatterbrained as Montgomery. Basically, what Otto wished to relay, the governor, of course, McDonald himself, wanted me to relay to you all is that we'll be keeping you on retainer for the entirety of at least the next month. And, well, after the end of the month, we can negotiate at the current state of affairs to make sure there's nothing we're leaving undone and send you back to Shade. Essentially, though, we have some plans in the future for one of the upcoming galas we'll want you to attend, a few photo shoots and things like that, and then some more actual Huntsman work I'm sure you'll be happy to hear. The city's in a particular spot right now. We're really focused on the expansion process. After all, the Glen isn't fully mined out, and we still have got a quarter of the city to finish.
Right.
A quarter? Wait, it's gonna get bigger? Well, we have the whole range of the Glen, don't we? We plan to mine out the rest of it and reinforce it and get a new industrial district finished. The edge of it's already finished right now in the current production line, but, well, we've got big plans for it, and we want to get a lot more jobs in the city, so we're going to need more safe land. After all, there's still a few communities in this area that are in our land that haven't been moved into the Glen, so they need homes. But during that process, of course, we've got a lot of people working, and we want to make sure everything's going well for them. So we need to take care of some work from the outside communities that haven't been transferred into the Glen yet. Basically, we're going to need to be assisting on some sort of production transports and jobs for the communities nearby. He'll start saying as he flicks through the scroll and starts pushing out, like, pulling out from a actual, like, briefcase thing he has also with his tome and fiddling through some papers and handing them out. Here's some maps of the area and some centered locations. Over in this quarter, he says, pointing towards one side of the mountain. The map is of the Valish landscape nearby, and you see, like, the mountain range, the Glen and stuff, and then you see the circled land of what Mountain Glen's territory technically is. Because obviously, the Mountain Glen's territory isn't literally just in the rock side. It's got supporting land around it. And there's some details of, like, farmland and things like that, and there's some X's over these previous locations that were townships and things that moved into the Glen, and then there's circled areas over the townships that are still nearby, active within the territory that haven't moved into the Glen yet. Basically, these locales are still cities that are not, or still settlements that are part of the Glen but haven't moved into the mountain range yet, and still have issues with the Grim and the surrounding area, like we've now avoided with the security functions we have in the Glen. We're at an all-time high on trying to move production speeds fast so we can get them inside. And with the current migratory crisis, it's brought a lot more heat to the nearby areas. Things they're not able to really deal with themselves fully. Now, we've got plenty of huntsmen working on the migratory crisis as a whole, but as for the Glen itself, well, we have plenty of huntsmen that were allowed, but well, there's been some dispute over our right to request them. Without getting into too much of the boring details for you kids, unless you wish them later, Governor McDonald's been requesting more huntsmen than the king thinks is necessary for the area. After all, the whole of Vale is suffering from the current migratory crisis, and while we do have the population to request it, there's been a lot of touchiness on who's able to go directly to the Union and ask for demands. The king's worried the governor is undermining his authority as the leader of the Valish nation, and, well, we can't exactly go behind his back on that matter. The Union's not willing to anger him. He's a leader of the free world, after all. So, it's a touchy location. We have plenty of soldiers and things like that, but, well, it's different for huntsmen, isn't it? From what I understand.
Right. I guess that makes sense why you come to people like us, Team Iris and Team Grow.
Yeah, we're essentially dipping into the reserves as many huntsmen as we can get. Sanus hasn't ever faced a crisis on this level that actually required them to realize that they might not have as many huntsmen as they need in the area. After all, plenty of people born and raised here go to Beacon, come out huntsmen, they still leave the nation to go do work on a freelancing. And it's not like they're all easy to track down. Lots of huntsmen end up going off on, lower profile work than you'd expect and don't stay up to date on things like that. Plenty are coming to the gold rush of the migration crisis expecting high pay, and finding out there's not a lot of people who are carrying their wealth on their back, more focused about their families, and, well, some people are a lot less selfless than you'd like them to be, so it's difficult enough to get as many huntsmen willing to work for the cheap prices that are necessary to help the migrants get across the nation safely and find new homes and all of that. And with construction and uncertainty of building a new settlement for them to live, a lot of Grim get attracted, and you're going to need huntsmen there. So, it's put a strain on us, which is why we've requested all of you. Also, well, we'd like to put a good image going forward. Get some of the new uprising stars in the Huntsman world working early on something that'll matter, you know? Put your names together with ours, hear about your careers starting here, and, well, I mean, we're hoping this will give you a lot of good for the future. It would be pretty impressive to put on your resume that you started doing more important work than most huntsmen do after graduation. So we're hoping this is enough of a benefit for all of you to see the point of taking such a long time out of your school career for. After all, a month's nothing to sneeze at. I hear you have some pretty nasty tests, even at Shade.
They can be, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't study. It says sturdily,
Right.
glaring at you two.
I mean, this is just, another trial of being a huntsman, right? Sometimes you have to put things off to do missions and such.
Huh. He smiles, looking at you like caught off guard with putting it that way, and he'll beam. Wow, well, I can see why the governor was so confident in picking your team then. That's the idea. Currently, on the schedule for anything we'd need you for, he says, looking back to his tome. In the next 2 days, there's going to be a transport convoy going out towards one of the settlements nearby. We're hoping to go to Wishing Well, and then maybe make a stop back at Vale and do some trade there and move some goods that we've purchased there for the construction work. The convoy is going to require a little bit of extra protection, considering that Merlot's readings are showing some migratory movements in that northern section between Vale and us, he says, pointing at the map. So we'll be going with you there as a safety precaution to, one, give the workers and transport jockeys a little more reassurance that they don't have to worry about a nightmare of Grim pouring out on them, which hopefully will be enough deterrence to cause no Grim to show up, but in the case they do, we'll have you to deal with them there.
Right.
Pretty simple escort mission stuff. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. I've heard you've dealt with worse, but still, we'll give you all the details necessary on the cargo, the men you'll be working with, and things like that. And of course, also, while you're all here, you'll be working with your chaperone. We'll pause. Look at you guys. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Chaperone? Also, I'd like to say, you were talking pretty fast, so I couldn't cut in.
Yeah, that's how you know it goes, sorry.
When he was mentioning, huntsmen who would, show up to the migration and be like, what the fuck, these people won't pay me? And then being really, belligerent, Claire would obviously, scowl.
What the fuck? What the saints like me?
But yeah, please continue.
Yeah. I can see by your faces a lot of details were skimped out on. That's what happens when you have to go through a bunch of different people to get things done. I swear, it feels like sometimes the monarchy's trying to make things difficult for us. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said something like that. I'm just joking around, he says quickly. Right. He'll kind of click on the tome and go, and kind of look over towards the door and knock on it and lean in and say something to someone. And coming out with him, walking out, is a man in a very with black and purple sort of striped pant legs and a black and gold gloves, a white kind of poofy dress shirt with a black and gold vest over it that looks a bit armored. He has a sort of white glow towards his hair and everything as he steps out, and these nice purplish eyes and a nice tied back white hair that falls somewhere past his shoulders. He stands maybe 6'2", and he strides out confidently with a smile as I'll reveal Varric. This here, Team Supernova, let me introduce you. This is Sir Bors, Varric Bors of the Knights of the Round Table. The king has so kindly allowed us to have some extra assistance in this time, so he sent some knights. As Sir Varric, or Sir Bors, will straighten up and smile at all of you, and pound his chest once and let out a hearty, "Ha-ha! Welcome, Team Supernova!" With a shout and a smile as he strides up to you.
Yes, Claire will kind of adjust her back and stand up as straight as she can.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you, Sir Boris. I'm Claire Maysora, leader of Team Supernova.
A pleasure, he says as he claps your arm in a fat as a hard and like furious handshake as he smiles. Viridian, of course, is allowed to be as knowledgeable as he wants on knights, basically, at this point, unless I ask for it. Yeah. As Varric turns to go introduce himself to Gwen, who winces as he shouts as he shakes her hand. A pleasure, Miss Aranea! Excellent web work in the festival. And my boy, Mr. Prince!
Felix will just kind of look over to Viridian for a second and put out his hand to shake.
He'll clap you on the shoulder instead and go, for a young lad of your age, you're quite the shining example of what talent can do for someone who refines it.
Thank you.
Of
That
course.
is high praise.
Oh, of course. Only what you all deserve. And Mr. Amit, correct? Wow. You really share your father's stature.
When Felix looked at Viridian, and like still now, Viridian looks like starstruck, and it's gonna be like when Sir Boris comes up to him, kind of just go slackjaw for a second, shake his head as he catches himself, and upon receiving that, it's gonna be like, "Holy crap! Sorry." You're the Pegasus.
Oh, and you're Viridian Amis. Nice to meet you, lad.
Holy
I have
cow,
to
this
say,
is
you
an
have to be
honor,
quick.
sir.
Oh, don't think of it as anything special. After all, you're a Valish man who's managed to survive vacuo. It runs entirely against our nature to be gone from such green for so long.
Gwen, I don't see any.
Oh,
I don't see any.
you can
hooves
say
on
that
him.
again.
Clara, he's called the Pegasus because of his semblance.
What's he do?
Lets him, kind of float, I guess.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he did to his horse or something, and that's why. As Varric shouting over to Viridian, this is easy for you guys to whisper, as his voice carries very loudly. Mr. Irving smiling as he's, watching you guys meet him and seeing Viridian look so excited to meet him. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I don't get the opportunity to work with young huntsmen too often, but I find they're always the most spirited in all of that. I hope you can match as well as the prince promises you can. He says you're all on the level of his expectations.
Oh,
Fucking hell, we can.
Clara
Excellent!
Says with a hearty nod.
Clara will rub the back of her head. Well, I mean, us and Iris did come out ahead of him.
Oh, it's true. And considering that Sir Moores had no... Sorry, what was it? Would not contradict it, I imagine it must be true.
And Clara will internally be pretty happy. She didn't shit talk us when she got back.
Yeah. And we'll smile a little bit. So, we'll be working together over the course of this month as well, so you'll have my personal contact details for any assistance you need on the mission and managing the city affairs. I know this place must be quite strange to all of you, but as Vale's new pride and glory, the city of Glen will be at your service at my behest, as much as I can make it.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, sir. I can't wait to finally see it, actually.
Haha! That's right! You must have just arrived. Well then, I'll keep this brief as possible. I'll be joining you on the first transport mission, and from there you'll have my assistance on these matters as they come. Obviously, I have some of my own matters to attend to in the city as well, and should they call upon me, I'll have to follow the blue-blooded routes and requests first and foremost, but you'll have my guidance whenever it's possible. So feel free to come to me on any issues, severe or not.
Alright. Well,
For now, for this next month, we're brothers and sisters in arms, he says as he pounds his chest.
Clara will try and look pretty excited and pound her chest a bit. Trying to match part of Viridian's excitement, and then look towards him.
You can.
Viridian
pounds his
I know. But Claire's trying to get in the spirit of the excitement that's filling the room from both of them, from Varric and Viridian.
When he says that, Felix will nod. He's not. I mean, he'll never get to Viridian's level. But
Gwen will grumble in agreement as stays her hands over her head to keep it from being too overwhelming volume. Right-ho! Good spirit, then!
Well, I mean, our next step is probably to go get lunch with Artie and everyone else. Do you want to come, Sir Boris?
As much as I would like to attend, I still have some matters to deal with in the city themselves for now. But like I said, as long as I am free, I will be there to assist you in the future.
Right.
So if any of you require my attention, I should be free by the afternoon.
Alright. Well, okay. I guess we'll see you soon then.
Right, you will. And with that, I will be off then. Tally-ho, Team Supernova!
That tally-ho!
Tally-ho?
I think it sounds pretty cool.
Claire, come on.
As he...
Yeah, we'll see you, Mr. Boss.
He'll let out a salute to you all and grin widely as he strides out of the place. Thank you, Sir Irving! I will see you on the morrow! As he shouts, and every governmental worker lets out a sigh that he's finally gone, and Mr. Irving cracks a smile and go, well, if your eardrums aren't blasted out, that's Sir Boris for you.
I think we went through training right before we got here.
Oh, glad to hear it. He takes out some earplugs he had. I like to keep these in, though, just in case. Well, I think that summarizes as much as I expected to need to tell you, but considering that it seems like you've gotten here in quite a hurry, if there's any other questions, feel free. I can't promise the availability of Sir Boris's chivalry, but I'll be around if you need me, and you have my contact details, and I still have a few more moments of your time now, if there's anything else.
Claire will put her hand on her chin while she's thinking. Do you guys have anything to say?
I'm sorry, I think I cut out. What was the last thing he said?
He asked if we have any questions, basically.
Oh, okay. I don't think I do.
What were you saying, Richard?
Yeah, I was gonna cut in with saying something there at the end. Then.
Alright, go for it.
Is he like... I don't know if it's a question per se, but Ferdinand says, like, looking down at, like, the schedule he sent them, and be like, seems like you got everything real ironed out. Just needed some extra stuff put on there, that right?
That's the idea.
By stuff, I mean us.
That's the idea. We have some plans on everything, and we're going to need your assistance. And of course, if any emergencies come up, we'll be calling you immediately. In the meantime, between those, on those free times, you're free to relax in the city, but I suspect the doctor will request some missions as well from you.
Right. Claire will kind of look towards, like, everyone else while she's thinking.
He'll scratch his chin. Sorry.
Right.
And Richard said something else?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And he'll be like, yeah, I mean, like, seems like you got a lot of work through expanding the city, and I understand how you's gonna be needing a lot of help to be keeping that safe, but, well, I mean, forgive me for thinking this, but you didn't call so many teams here just because we ain't proper huntsmen yet, right? Yeah, he was like, you didn't call so many teams here just because we ain't proper huntsmen, like, right? And wants to let me continue, he'll be like, I mean, calling all top 3 of the Battle Festival, that's real something.
Well, you don't want us to be understaffed, do you?
I mean, absolutely not. He's just gonna be like, he's looking down and be like, I mean, it's already such a big city, and you're making it even bigger. It's gonna be enough, right?
Oh, absolutely. We planned for the excess. It's why we called in so much help for this matter, and why we made sure to get someone like Sir Boris to assist as well. We're not letting any sort of fault slip through our plans. We might be on an expedited process currently to make sure the work gets done before any restrictions are placed on us, and so we're making sure we can get it done in time without anything going wrong.
Alright, well, I mean, that's all I was thinking. It'll be good to be working on a skillet rather than a bonfire this time.
He'll nod, pretending he knows what you mean, and say,
He doesn't.
yeah, exactly. And he'll say, yeah. And luckily the doctor, like I said, can be a bit scatterbrained, but he's got some good insights we're going to need to make sure to take note of. I hope Monty made sure to explain everything well enough, he'll say as he thinks. And if he didn't, I think Pipes would. She's basically his handler.
Yeah, they're explaining a whole lot, but I think it started to blend together in a way.
Well, it's not like they're never hard to get a hand on. They're always in that lab, after all.
Well, Claire will think for a bit, and then look towards the team, thinking back on what was talked about with Team Iris. Is the person the governor was meeting with? She looks towards like everyone else, trying to remember how to pronounce it. Mr. Ganymede?
Enoch will raise an eyebrow, like surprised that you would know that, and go, Well, public and private affairs can be quite difficult to distinguish between the two of them, but yes, Lord Ganymede did arrive in the city around the same time you all did, so I suppose you would be able to make quite an accurate assessment.
Yeah.
I can't confirm or deny something like that currently, but, well, he says, kind of playing with his cufflink, letting it be obvious that he's basically confirming it without saying it. One would assume something like that may be the case.
Right. Well, it's no trouble. I was just wondering is all.
Ha! After all, idle speculation's fine. Don't worry about it. He gives you, like, a friendly smile. Like, oh, good. Okay, cool. You get it.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't think I have any more questions.
Right.
I'm pretty excited to actually get to walk around a bit and see what the city's all about.
Yeah, we'll get in contact with you if there's anything that doesn't make sense later, I guess. Oh, yeah. Feel free. After all, I might have plenty of work to do, but I'll also have plenty of time off the clock once in a while. You can find me at the green light most days.
Green light?
It's on the crossing. You can't miss it, don't worry.
Alright. Well, we'll make sure to come find you there just to say hi or at least report in sometimes.
Absolutely. Well then, I suppose you're free for the rest of the day and the next coming days before the first transport job, so make sure to get your fill of the city, kids.
Alright,
If you don't take that offensively. Kids, young adults, what do you like to be called these days?
Claire will kind of think, being like,
It doesn't bother me, sir.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. I don't usually, fret over names very much.
How I'd like to live somewhere else in Vale sometimes, he sighs. Well, enjoy your time in the city then, he says as he claps his hands and smiles at all of you and waves you off. I'm back off to do some more work.
Thank you. Well, I guess we'll be seeing you later then.
Absolutely. Make this way, I have to go talk with the receptionist about something.
Claire will kind of, Claire will walk a bit so, like, they're not in the middle of, like, the room speaking.
Yeah.
Well, at least we have a better idea of what we're doing now that he gave us such a detailed itinerary.
It is comforting.
This is great. Len says, flipping through it.
Does make us feel like we have a bit more time to actually, burn without feeling too bad since we actually know what we're doing when we're doing it.
You think this is how missions work at Beacon? Like, you get actual itineraries? Or like any other school?
Maybe? I mean, I have to assume it's probably better than what we're used to.
Oh yeah! This is great.
But I think I'm getting more used to the chaotic nature of what we've been doing.
That's not a good thing.
But doesn't train you better for the trials of being a huntsman?
I mean, you could say that, sure. I say that to help myself cope with it.
Well, I guess I'll fully cope then.
Guess so.
So, what do you guys think we should do, after, we go meet up for lunch? Oh, we still have a bit of time, it looks like.
Oh yeah. We should check the crossing out, I guess.
Yes,
Emerald Crossing is, I think, what they said.
I was about to suggest the same thing. He turns over and looks back at Irving at the receptionist. It seemed to say that it was quite magnificent to look at.
You have any suggestions for reading? I have to assume you've heard of this place more than we have, so you might have some, I don't know, rumors or places you might want to go first.
No, I wasn't really planning on taking a trip here, so I didn't have everything all set up, Claire. I'm fine to just go with the flow of the place.
Right, well, I guess we should get going then, huh?
All right, Team Supernova can get going. I'll make a cut here because I want to go use the bathroom.
A few moments later.
Go.
Okay, so you guys are making your way to the Emerald Crossing as advised to explore the city proper for today. You know your caravan work is not for today at least, so you have some time to finally stretch your wings in the City of Wonders, Mountain Glen.
I believe our caravan work was explicitly said to be in a week.
Not in was it really? I don't think I said a week. I thought
It was
I
a
said,
week.
I thought he said a week.
I don't think it was a week.
No, I'm pretty sure he said it was just like the next day or something.
Damn, we forgot this
Or
in like
2
5 minutes of
days.
saying it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's basically the next day.
Okay.
If not
I mean-
2 days. It was a short time. It was not a week.
I mean, you control the clocks, dude.
Right, sorry.
Thanks.
It was a Variation week. Okay, I got it.
Shut the fuck up, Blake. Yeah, so you guys will, after leaving the governmental building, start walking as directed with using some, maps on your scrolls and stuff to get around the highly congested city, as I'm sure Clara can at least be a little bit more familiar with actually living in a practical city, but you still have to actually learn it. The construction is a lot more clear than Mantle also, which is pretty helpful, as this place was methodically well crafted to at least be a little less of a congested hellhole as the continuously built upon expanded ghettos of Mantle. You will make your way to the very populated Emerald Crossing area. This is just one of the parts of the crossing. There's many streets leading up to this place, and it's a lot more of a commercial district with shops for a variety of things, ranging from things to go into here, like clothing stores and stuff, to restaurants and such. Some more interesting bars and places to hang out. There's some larger buildings nearby for some of the museums and art displays. There's the luxurious hotel. There's the chapel nearby and everything. The Emerald Crossing is pretty packed. It's where a lot of commuting passes through, and it's a well-known tourist attraction.
Uh-huh. Okay.
By the fucking rose. I had never seen so much. Brittany just kind of looks around, like dazzled. Stuff before.
Wow. It certainly does strike different from back home. I mean, the streets are like double the size. Usually things are more compact where I'm from.
It's so much more congested than Argus.
Really?
Well, yeah, Argus was built to be a bit more artistically inclined. I don't know. It's a lot more scenic than this place. This place feels busy. Gwen kind of shudders as you have to squeeze past people, and a car drives by honking loudly. She winces. Too many cars, too. They should have more regulations.
The air is definitely clean, which is, pretty nice.
Guess it comes with those giant ventilation systems.
Yeah, guess they have to have. Brittany just looks up something like that, considering.
Yeah, I mean, living inside of the ground like this definitely does need you to take some new innovations and such. I mean, it's a wonder they got this place to look as nice as it did, considering.
I do find it to be interesting. This is... Felix will kind of push past somebody, looking a bit uncomfortable, but
Hey, watch it! He shouts at you as he walks by.
Felix would just. I was losing his train of thought.
Radian will yell back at him.
Hey, fuck you!
Radian, let's not start anything.
Wait, Felix, it might be like common courtesy and Vale to do that, right?
And he'll just kind of look at you like you're talking crazy. He'll be like, "That ain't no courtesy we got around here. Just don't want no stepping on your toes, man."
Yeah, as you say that, a guy bumps into you and shoves past you.
God. How do people?
What? This place looks mighty big, and it seems kind of congested if we walk around as a pack. Well, I mean, if we have some free time, I guess I'll just go take a stroll. Don't really know what I'm looking for, but I'm sure I can find something fun out there.
You're gonna get lost.
Yeah. You wanna come? You wanna come with to make sure I don't?
Like I know this place any better. I mean, I guess. Whatever. We said we'd meet Grail at a restaurant at, like, lunchtime, right?
Yeah, that still leaves us a bit of time.
Okay.
Well, I guess we'll see you boys later.
Yes, I guess we'll take this opportunity to explore the city as well.
Oh yeah, sure. Guess we'll meet up with you there. I mean, when you're just kind of looking around as we're heading off, and we'll say to Felix, "I don't even think with my bird I'll be able to find them in this mess."
Wow.
A lot
Let's
of
just make
people
sure
on-
we don't get too lost.
Right, yeah. That'd be a good idea.
Alright. So, you guys can head anywhere around here. There's various NPCs scattered about, or you can ask about places you want to go to. Feel free to move yourselves wherever you'd like and tell me who you want to go talk to. Just run into them.
Yes, of course.
I've already picked my
yeah.
first target.
I'll say I'll run into Jose. That's cool.
Jesus Christ, that car is obscenely purple.
Yeah.
Felix?
No, dude. He's in
Yeah.
there.
That car looks cool. Alright,
Car behind the slaughter, man.
Felix wanted to run into Jose's. I mean, you want to try and bring Freddie in along?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
As long as Richard wants to, obviously.
yeah, I'll join seeing Jose.
Cool.
I like him.
Why don't we start there?
Alright.
Move your tokens.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, man, give us a second.
My bad, dude. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, after wandering around the city for a while, kind of getting semi-lost on the way, just immersing yourselves in it, you make your way over towards one of this unloading bay in one of this buildings. They're putting some stuff in a pickup. Not pickup. It's like I use this model, but I obviously don't have like specific models. It's more just like a what do they call it? 18-wheeler or whatever. You know, it's just like a loading bay for this.
Yeah.
And nearby, Jose's just kind of stood around, not really trying to interfere with the like workers who are loading and stuff, but just kind of peering around the area. There's a bunch of course, in the city, there's a bunch of local art, quote unquote, of vandalized things like in this part of the neighborhood, at least, where there's some street art, wall art. It's not like horrible. It's rather interesting stuff. Cool spray paint pieces and things like that. So it's not like the city's in a rush to get shit like that erased, but it's definitely a more colorful part of the neighborhood. And as you're walking down this place, you see some of these longer down spiraling alleyways that open up into some seedier looking parts of the city if you can spy the way down them. Like, it's not like this is literally right up in here. This is like a longer alleyway thing, just an approximation of stuff. And Jose's kind of stood here watching these guys out of the corner of his eye kind of load some boxes and things in there. It looks like either it's a little more secure than just like cardboard boxes of shit. It looks like metal crates and things with like a label neither of you recognize specifically on it. And he's also stood here kind of examining one of these alleyways, kind of warily looking at it. just taking a moment to take in the city.
Okay.
Well, we'll obviously walk up to him, and Felix will like, "Hello, Jose." Or Jose.
Hey, Frozo!
I bit my own tongue mid-name, dude.
Hey,
Gotta get
Horace.
this.
Felix hits the fire hydrant, falls over.
Jose turns around. He has a Fortnite sweater on. Oh no!
Oh no!
I thought
Oh no! That's based.
I thought the joke was it was Viridian but couldn't pronounce Jose correctly.
Gozo.
That's what I
Hey,
get.
Jose.
Yeah.
Some
Like for not
Jose.
water in the pipes.
Yeah.
Felix will be, walk up to Jose.
Yeah.
I just want to say Viridian is just like every once in a while like taking pictures of the city.
Nice. Hell yeah. Add to his collection. Personal or for others?
Oh, he'll share them.
Yeah.
Maybe an album or something. I mean, he said he'd send Kit some.
Yeah. Glad he's mastered the picture function on his scroll. I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose will kind of look back over at you guys, hearing you over some of the honking and talking in the city, and he nods and he goes, and walks up a bit closer so he's out of the way of these guys a bit more and goes, "Oh, hey guys. How's the concrete treating you?"
Well, I say I'm a bit disoriented myself.
Oh, it's pretty fair, but yeah, if we're staying here this long, I might need to get some new shoes by the time we're done.
Oh yeah, it's not exactly the cleanest everywhere, and it certainly is busier than Shade is, and just equally as dangerous in the right places, I hear. I never got to check out every little corner of this place, really. Sometimes Dad and I would be here, but wouldn't normally be in more, he kind of looks around. Is it right to call this part a rural part? I mean, we're close enough to the crossing, but still. I don't know. He shrugs.
I mean, it's colorful enough. Really, I'll say, looking at some of the graffiti on the wall.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Figured we'd have more stuff like this back in Shade, but I guess it's less of a Federation thing. Not congested enough to drive people to this. They got their own cultural, pieces. Guess they like doing a lot more sculpting and stuff. I kind of prefer this stuff. The Valen Wall's got like a ton of this on the inside of it, at the corner, or near the edges. Not so much near the main city, though. Get cleaned up too often.
Really, will just kind of nod.
So it's like a little touch of home.
Well, that's weird, but Really will just kind of like nod along still and be like, I mean, I'm a city boy, so I guess it's common, right?
Yeah, kind of. That's how I've gathered, basically, from seeing it. Nice to get up close, though. Here's some of these guys try and mix in dust with these, and that normally doesn't end up well for them. A lot of idiots blow up walls or something worse with them.
Yes, I don't imagine that is smart.
You know, Veracians do that shit where they put it under their skin and stuff for tattoos, so I don't think it's the craziest idea, but I think you're supposed to know what you're doing before you get it.
Yeah, but Thracians get dust all up in their head from all the water they drink. It's crazy about that stuff.
Yeah, I always did wonder if that was gonna have a negative effect after a while. I mean, they kind of let it float a little too concentrated in their drinks.
Yeah.
Kind of shivers. Feel like I gotta put everything I drink through a strainer there.
Well, as long as the local art ain't catching fire around here.
Yeah, not yet.
Sweet cow, that is the biggest truck I've ever seen. Gideon says as he's snapping a picture of the truck with the guys unloading it.
Oh, one of these? Yeah, I mean, I guess they wouldn't really... Yeah, no, Vacuo doesn't employ anything like this, really. I think it's because a lot of the roads aren't reliable enough. I mean, kind of hard to keep one sustainable in the desert outside of the hardtack roads that work basically as guidelines less than structured roads.
Yeah, it
Trains
looks
have
like
some.
it just sink in.
Yeah, exactly. Or just get lost. I know the trains have some system for keeping the tracks a bit more secure, but I don't think they can really afford it on anything as common as just a normal road, so they rely on skippers and things like that. But here, yeah, these guys are really the back of all industry and trade across Sanus. Well, the northern end. You get used to them a lot more. Seeing a lot of these come from my own company. Guess I was just thinking how many stores we'd need to set up in a place like this to really make a dent. I mean, for all their moaning about the adhesions, looks like they're pretty ready to have a bunch of Schnee dust shops set up here. Smaller businesses like this are kind of getting rarer and rarer.
Brina just kind of like, not grimace, but like has just a moment of a thoughtful expression at that. Like, oh, I like small businesses, they're nice people. And then it's gonna be like, yeah, well, I guess this kind of place must be some kind of giant pie for big old companies like y'all's and theirs, huh?
Yeah, basically.
You could like put a shop on every corner. I wouldn't even notice if I was walking along.
That's the dream of owning large-scale business, basically. And right now, it's like a turf war. Just no outright knives, right? Kind of makes me a little sad, but I guess smaller businesses aren't exactly fit to survive in an ecosystem like this. And besides, I mean, not that I'd want to insult these guys, but it looks a little inefficient. Could use some more automation or something. This carrier's seen better days. Whatever.
Vin will just kind of like look pensive for a moment, but be like, well, I can't really say anything against what Jose's saying. I don't know enough.
Yeah.
He's pretty knowledgeable about this stuff.
Yeah. What about feeling?
Yeah, he's just been kind of taking in all this, and he'll note in his head like, I think that Jose is a bit more involved in his dad's business than he lets on. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, totally. That's the vibe you're getting.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Yeah. What are you saying?
No, nothing.
Yeah. As you guys are just having this sort of chat about this, there's like a few kind of in the distance like popping sounds that you guys know is like the sound of gunfire. It's just a bit ways away. And I assume as Huntsman, your reaction is a little more animated to just not ambivalent, right? Like Jose perks up and whips his head over in that direction.
Yeah. Felix will also like kind of let's go a bit wide-eyed and turn eyes. It's coming from the alley, I assume. So
yeah, exactly.
he'll turn to look at it.
Gideon will just kind of tilt his head, and he doesn't look in the direction, but a bird forms on his shoulder, looking.
Yeah. Can you guys give me a quick wit roll?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I just wit. Okay.
Cool. All right, yeah, you guys have the wherewithal as you're kind of checking that out and thinking about this. Like, you notice with however you wish to feel about this, that a lot of people kind of crane their necks over towards that direction and then just go back to what they're doing. Like, oh, I guess gunshots aren't the craziest thing to hear in the city sometimes, or at least from an alleyway. Cool. Awesome.
Okay. Felix will, after getting the, reading everyone else's reaction to that, he'll like look at Jose and be like, should we
I mean,
perhaps
yeah, right? It's not like we're some bumfucks who can't get involved. A couple bullets aren't going to put any of us down. We might as well go see what's happening. And just bail if it's bad.
And it don't look like no one else around here is going to do something.
Yeah, I mean...
May as well be us.
Yeah, we're supposed to be off duty, but I don't think a cop would mind if we get involved in something at first. Come on. And Jose will hurriedly start to move towards the fun alleyway.
The fun alleyway.
Yes. Okay. As you guys make your way into the alleyway, it's a bit long and it's not necessarily super dark because it's quote unquote day out, but in more congested areas like this, considering there's only artificial light, there are some weird bits of areas that can get pretty dark at first. And you guys kind of push your way in, and there's some group of people nearby, some looking a little more concerned than others. The area back here seems to be a dump area for a couple of local either businesses and things where there's some dumpsters and trash piled up. There's a couple of vending machines and things here, so this is probably where, like, either you expect some trash collectors to come by, at least in the northern part, but kind of down south, in this opened back congestion of back alleys. Like, you can imagine there's a couple more alleys that lead towards this area. There's this sort of setup of some looking like overhung, like, sheets and stuff, like a sort of semi-homeless encampment setup. You know, some beds, a little like impromptu housing structured things. But currently, though, there's a bit of a tension in the area as everyone's kind of spread out near towards the walls. As you notice, there's a large group of gruffer, little surly-looking faunists with red bands on their arm. No particular symbol, just like a wrapped red band. No, beside that, nothing more uniform or anything about them. They go from like coats to one of them's just not even wearing a shirt or anything, and just has some tattoos or something, and like a big like pair of like they're either something more sinister like or like impressive like a tiger's fangs or something, like a saber tooth's, or maybe like a walrus fangs. It's hard to tell. They're pretty long and unfortunate looking. You know, or they're just weird attributes like that, but they all look rough enough, ready for a fight. They're kind of pushing around, like shoving people and like searching the area. And as you look to where you think the gun might have been, as you see there's some things splayed out on the ground. There's a group of, I mean, they look injured, but the more noticeably they look more like homeless and desperate. And there's a man standing over them, kind of differentiating him from some of the other thugs, because he looks a little more put together. He's got like a shirt with like a dress shirt with like a big long collar that's kind of like unbuttoned halfway down, so you see like his open chest. It's like a purplish and like not teal, a purplish darker sort of shirt with like a white collar. He's got this long black mane of hair with a white stripe on it and a pair of like big fluffy ears that he's got set up, and these mean sort of red eyes, and a couple scars on his face as he's tilted over talking to this thug next to him. And you see that he's got like a small little bleeding part on his open chest that's slowly healing up because of aura. So you're presuming this is the man who probably got shot, as he is currently combing with a little comb he has his fro, his sort of like pompadour style front hair, and kind of gesturing angrily with it, like tilt of his head towards these thugs. He's going, "Yeah, clean these guys up already. Searching for anything good." A couple of the people slightly notice your guys' intrusion, as you don't exactly look like the crowd who would be in here, but most of the people who look are some of the more worried looking, like trashier people in the area who don't look like they're part of the faunest thug squad in here, and the rest don't really seem very apathetic to you, if that even noticing you at all.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So, you guys'
Yeah.
thoughts?
Sorry, I'm just deciding if
I was just reading lore.
No, understandable. Please take your time.
it's pretty base semblance.
Thanks.
Alright, well, now that I've read that, let me just think of how I want
Yeah.
to do anything.
How I want to approach, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what are you thinking,
Alright.
Ben?
I think I'll have Felix like walk into the. He'll kind of like walk into the middle, you know, realizing there's a bunch of thugs around him, but he'll not get too close to the guy, but he'll just say, "I'm sorry, but are you in need of any assistance?"
Yeah, a couple of the thugs will take note as you step forward, but none of them, like, aggro, you could say. Like, none of them get up towards you. They're just, like, gazing over at you, like, curiously. And the thug next to him was kind of swiping off the little blood on his chest and something, and he looks up at you. He's pretty tall now that you're stepping a bit closer. He's, like, 6'3", and he's, like, built like he's ready to fight. Like, his exposed chest is, you know, he seems, like, muscular and stuff. He seems, like, a bit wiry. Like, he's not, like, built like a brick shithouse or anything, but he seems like he's got that sort of lighter fighter build where it's, like, you seem really muscular and, like, tight, like, muscles and stuff where it's like, okay, he's thin, but he's really built like he's a bowstring or something. Like, you could snap forward with something harsh. And he kind of cranes his head over, keeping up this sort of, like, I'm, like, ready to leap at you if I need to attitude he has, as he's got some pomp to him, as he shakes his hair forward and shags in the air a bit, and goes, who are you?
I'm Felix, and I'm just wish to make sure you are alright.
Oh, ain't that sweet? Yeah, I'm fine, alright. Nothing that would hurt old me. Don't really know you, though. You just wandering here for fun, buddy?
Well, me and my friends heard gunshots, so we decided to come aid whoever was the target, but I can see that you obviously need none.
He combs back his hair another time to perk it up a bit before he flicks the blade in his hand. It's like a switchblade comb knife. So you see the knife come out for a second as he folds it back and tucks it into his shirt, and he goes, "Oh yeah, we're just peachy here. Nobody needs help if that's still standing, that's for sure. Oh, but your friends over there," and he says as he cranes his neck there, and he gets like a sour look on his face as he sees them. "Oh, that's a bit of a queer set of friends, ain't it?"
Felix will kind of look back at them, thinking that they're doing something to look weird, but obviously they're standing there, so
he'll make his way up as you turn back. He's like walking past you a little bit, and he's doing that sort of like peacocking shit where he's like stood up, puffing his chest out a little bit as he strides up, staring down at Jose and Viridian. Jose's kind of like was looking over at this guy who this thug is pushed towards a corner and is like checking to see if this is like a mugging or whatever. And Jose kind of and he shouts out, catching Jose's attention, and Viridian can decide if he cares at all. He goes, "Hey, yo, apes! What are you doing here?"
Yeah, of course he cares.
Yeah. As I looks over at Viridian like, fuck. Yeah, I'm talking to yous two.
Ah, yeah, sure you is. Well, we was just here having a look around, I guess. Viridian will look back at Jose and return the what the fuck look he had got earlier.
Oh, well, don't break anything. Looks like it takes a lot for a big sack of shit like you to look around, doesn't it?
Felix will, now that he's next to him, will kind of stop and be like, "Hold on a moment. He's...
Huh?
You should not say such things."
Kind of like sniffs a little bit. And you catch wind now that you're next to him that he smells very fragrant. It's like you walked into a boutique store. And he sniffs at you and you're like, is he smelling his own perfume? Because I fucking can't stop. And he looks like he kind of smells shit and sneers at you a little bit and goes, "Oh, what are you, housebroken or something?"
Hey, Felix will kind of go to put his head in his hands, but he'll stop halfway and be like, no, that is my friend, and
Oh, that's
I would
your
really
friend.
appreciate.
I'm sorry, I can't really tell from here. Is he a real gorilla, or does he just look like one?
I see.
You see
And
now.
Felix will just turn to Viridian to see how he's reacting to this.
I mean, yeah, so Viridian is... One sec, coughing.
Yeah, nice. First Blake, now Richard. It's just spreading. Can't wait for Clara to get a fist fight with a police officer.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Look at
Viridian,
my T-pose!
Viridian is getting that, you know, like, glare, like, oh, okay, you're saying some shit. And that's making me mad. You know, that's where you can, like, get off it. But he's not like, oh, I'm ready to fucking punch you. It's just like, oh, I'm getting angry. And he's gonna look at Jose and go, another one of those, like, incredulous looks and be like, hey, Charmy over there is trying to get to me, right?
I mean, yeah, you're the taller one. I'm guessing these guys are some kind of local gang or something by the bands.
Oh yeah, holy cow. Everything will say is he just kind of like claps his hands together like he's, and then proceeds to like act like he's dusting them. He's just going to kind of look back at Felix and this guy, and the glare continues a bit, and he's going to be like, hey, you having any trouble over there, Felix?
Oh, look at that, princess. He's looking out for you. What a nice master.
Felix will just kind of stare at him, deadpan a bit, and be like, let's just leave Viridian. Clearly our good intentions are wasted.
Yeah, tuck your tail and get out of here. I don't deal with any housebroken mutts like you. Why don't you run back to your two boyfriends and get the hell out of here?
Felix will kind of, right here, like kind of turn around and give him a glare, but then he'll just walk back a little bit closer to this two.
He'll crane his neck back around a little bit as he puts like a hand up the cuffing. Take a look, boys! This is what I'm talking about! The modern faunus in action! And some of the faunus folks turn over and jeer and like laugh. Back to his masters, cute as a button. Does he do any tricks?
Viridian takes in like a breath, and is like almost letting out like a whistly breath after the deep inhale. And it's just gonna be like, yo, sure, Felix, these are the kind of assholes who really deserve it.
Felix will kind of have a small grimace, but he'll be like, no, we shouldn't cause trouble over here.
I mean, he's got a point. Jose says kind of quietly as he looks sullen with his hands in one of his coat pockets. He's getting one of his puffy coats he wears, like a gray one with a big turtleneck collar thing. You know, wearing the normal stuff that covers most of his body. I mean, it's probably not good to really start anything, at least before we get a lay of the land, and I don't want to make a bad impression with the governor first. Not that I think he'd really care if anything happened to them, but... Jose just lets out an uncomfortable sigh a little bit and kind of fiddles with his foot. He seems like kowtowing a little bit.
Yeah, Felix will just say, yes, as easy as it would be to take care of them. I do think we should... Well, not right now, anyway. Felix will kind of just motion for them to go back down the alley.
Viridian's just gonna kind of like look down at the ground for a second, let out a frustrated breath, and go, You boys sure that I couldn't just stick around and get a few? He'll like do some like small little jabs in the air.
It wouldn't exactly be right to just leave you if you're gonna start a fight, but I mean... is that really what you want to do here? I mean, there's no trouble. That means we're fine, right? I mean... He kind of looks towards, like, all the homeless guys on the ground. I don't think any of them are dead. Cops should show up soon, right? I mean, We're not the only ones who heard anything.
Well, we seem to be the only ones that cared, but perhaps I will. Felix will kind of be hesitant to say this. Like, Verdian, if you choose to do anything, of course I will aid you, but I don't think that would be the best course of action.
And Verdian will think about that for a second and go, fine, whatever.
As they kind of nod sullenly. As the jeering from some of the Faunus thugs continue a little bit. As there's some like shaking from like the dumpster over here as the scared homeless guy is like peeking his head out. And Yusef's like laughing towards one of the other thugs, and he spies him and he walks over to him and goes, "Oh, I missed you!" As the guy kind of freezes for a little bit, and Yusef grabs him like by his hair, and he goes, "Why were you hiding, buddy? Come on, the party's out here. Is it really that comfy in there?" Says as he's like craning his neck to look in the dumpster. And as he's like reaching over and looking at the homeless guy's just like standing there like, "Oh, I don't want to fucking die," and he's just gonna like reach up to the lid and like bash the lid against the guy's head while he's like trapped in between the rim and the head a few times before like the guy like goes limp and falls back into the dumpster. And Yusef's like, "Oh, well, that's convenient," and he just closes the lid on him. "Ah, it's like you came in a package for me." Nice one, boss. Yeah.
Okay, well.
Alright, changed my mind.
Felix will. You just like grab onto his gun and be like, "Yes, I see that. Let's just do this."
Oh! Wait, guys, Jose says as, Yusef turns his head over a little bit as he sees you guys approaching and goes, "Oh, Barry, look, they're coming back! Maybe he dropped his earring!" He pulls out his, switch comb and starts fanning and, like, preening his hair a little bit more. "Oh, what's the matter, princess? You lost something?"
Sorry, I just need a second.
Yeah, sure did.
A few moments later.
Viridian stepping up is going to be like, "Yeah, definitely lost something in there." As he cracks his neck and is like starting to crack his knuckles, he's going to be like, "Lost my fucking patience."
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it, Barry? I mean, this is a pretty smart ape. Yeah. Barry chuckles. He's got a big fat belly and walrus tusks.
I'm afraid you've gone a bit too far.
Huh? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to speak up a little bit. Ask him for permission before you speak, he points to Maria. I don't want you talking out of turn.
Well, Felix will just look at Viridian. They're like, "I suppose this is going to happen, so we might as well make the first move."
Okay, yeah, I guess that was your momentum. Yeah, Viridian finishes cracking his knuckles and is going to be like, yeah. Well, you're going to go around calling someone an ape, you better be sure he ain't backing that up himself.
Huh?
He's going to be like,
What was that? I was too fast. That wasn't very smart. Are you saying I gotta be an ape to call you an ape? Because, one, I'm not an ape, and two, I don't
Okay.
follow. Gary, what's he fucking talking
Felix
about?
is just gonna go for a space cutter on him. Maybe hit the hair a little bit at the top.
Maybe
Felix has had enough. Yeah, what a dishonorable attack I've done, but
That's
enough.
fucked up. Enough!
Enough!
Alright. Okay, so Felix will put a hand on his katana, I guess, to do just like, just like, how's he doing the space cutter? Paint the picture for me. I know it's a very simple motion, but
I mean, he kind of, does the thing where like the regular samurai, like he pulls it out just a little bit and space cutter happens.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Yeah, Yusuf bristles a little bit when he sees a hand go towards her sword, but he obviously has no idea the speed at which a space cutter comes out. And as the space cutter comes out, so you said you were kind of like going for the hair a little bit, or you actually like hitting him? I'm sorry, just clarify. Number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Felix is gonna kind of. I mean, yeah, he's gonna go for the hair a little bit.
All right, yeah.
I mean, he's not trying to kill this guy, obviously, but
yeah, okay, yeah. The space above like him will like do that sort of like whistling, sort of like distortion effect as then the slash happens from the phantasmal sword, and a bit of like Yusuf's. He like ducks down, but like a bit of the tips of his hair like shaves, and his eyes go like narrow. Or dilate, kind of the opposite. Yeah, dilate kind of as he jumps down to the ground really quick. Very like stumbles backwards as he's like terrified of like that you just threw a fucking grenade or something as the air like exploded above you. And Yusuf, as he hits the ground, instantly like throws a broken bottle towards like Felix really fast, like fastball, fucking pitching it from the ground as it like flies at your head. And I mean, you have enough time to react.
yeah, Felix will just,
if he wants to cut in.
I mean, Felix will just. I mean, honestly, he'll just like catch it, like just by the handle.
Yeah.
The neck. I'm sorry, on the neck of the bottle.
Yeah. So you can kind of catch it, and as Yusuf is going to run forward towards you, as the bottle starts to kind of fizz a little bit. It feels like it's not fizzing. There's no water or anything in it, but you feel this like you're getting sprayed with fizzy water in it for a second, and you start to like see a little bit of red as you touch the bottle, and Yusuf charges at you, and Felix feels a little foam coming out of like the side of his mouth for a second as he loses a bit of like like moment to moment restraint, and Yusuf is going to like go for his knife, but Felix obviously is a trained huntsman training. I'm pretty sure I can tell you right now that Felix is stronger than Yusuf Puzola, and in a moment of agitation and anger, what would Felix do without any restraint?
I mean, Felix would just pull out his sword and like cut this guy down, like going for like a chest shot, potentially through him.
Yeah, exactly. So in a quick movement, Felix has already like brandished the Sword Saint's Legacy, and is that his name?
It's Sword Saint's Legacy.
I always doubt Felix's names because they're a bit long, and I always think like I must have fucked something up. And is stabbing forward at Yusuf like towards his gut. As Brain's probably like, whoa, that fucking escalated quickly! As Felix literally is like foaming just like a little bit. It's not like a rabies like insane, but there's a little bit of like anger. And Felix looks more pissed. It looks just as pissed probably as that one time he confronted Viridian, called him a bitch at an alleyway, and just was like done with him. Like he looks fucking fuming all of a sudden. And Yusuf manages not to get like skewered by his sword, but it runs up the side of him and cuts into him, and his white and kind of like blackish whitish tinged aura like starts trying to heal himself. Yusuf has that same angry expression as he whips out his switchblade Fabi and slices across Felix's cheek, cutting into him. And normally Felix would have enough collected sort of focus to be able to be like, obviously I'm going to aura protect my own face. I'm not going to just like regenerate. But Felix is not thinking about that right now. So like Felix's side gets like cut on his cheek, gets like sliced open with a mean slice and like explodes with like blood because it's, you know, it's a messy face shot. It trails down the side of his cheek. It's mostly superficial, but it looks pretty bad. And some of the other Faunus Fugs let out like a roar as a couple of them like go for some guns and things and knives and start to like run forward towards you two.
Okay.
Very, very particular lets out a fucking howl and he rips off the top of the dumpster's lid and starts to swing it down towards Viridian. In the background, you see Jose let out like a what the fuck as this Faunus Fug comes at him with like a wrench really suddenly, and he has to like kick him in the chest and send him flying backwards into the wall, incapacitating him and probably doing more damage than he needed to, but the guy left himself completely open.
Okay. I will have Felix. I know. I assume he's still pissed, right?
Yeah, Felix now play Felix with his tinged with anger, but you can perform a zeal or like wit if you'd like to try and collect yourself. But you have the option of just being like Felix is caught off guard by his semblance.
Right. I
embrace monkey.
Monkey.
Forgo modernity, embrace monkey.
Yeah, I'll do a zeal roll. Yeah.
Got it, buddy. Okay. Yeah, Felix can regain some of his composure and awareness as you see fit now.
Okay. Then Felix will, he'll still holding the bottle. He'll just throw it to his side to hit one of the Faunus thugs rushing at him.
Yeah.
And then draw his fan and then like throw it behind him to hit the Faunus thug.
Yeah, this guy goes flying, smashes into him, and he hits this wall and drops his gun as it fires wildly and nicks this whore in the leg. She lets out a scream.
Oof.
The nonchalant dealer kicks her in the chest as he is foaming at the mouth, red-eyed.
What? Oh, Jesus. Okay, thank you. I was like, Christ, Noah. I was like, Jesus, is Noah really getting into like these fucking he's getting into these like horrible things. Anyway,
Jose also is caught off guard as this Veilishman slams him with a broken bottle, and he just like stumbles forward, not really too injured, but like he didn't have his aura ready enough, and he's caught off completely off guard, so he's just like dazed for a second, like, what the fuck? Buddy, I literally was just trying to help you. What the fuck? Ah!
Okay.
Yeah. As this is happening, Barry comes down on Viridian swinging a giant dumpster lid made of metal onto, down onto him.
Yes, of course.
Thoughts?
Viridian is a very capable fighter in the technician class. Clearly, the thing to do is to create a counterclockwise circle around Barry.
Yeah.
And, like, hit him in the shins.
Yeah. Yeah. So he just, like, falls over and stumbles.
Yeah.
Comes crashing down.
So that he moves forward as Viridian's moving out of the way, hit him in the shins. He's like, loses his footing, loses balance, so the center of gravity just kind of goes forward as he's swinging. It would be a very good move to do.
Yeah, of course.
The natural one.
Yeah, Barry hits the ground running, screams as he impacts it, and like starts flailing towards Ray and trying to like hit at his legs with his big meaty fucking arms.
Yeah, and so that was immediately pressing, but also, what the fuck just happened everywhere?
Yeah. Brian sees quite clearly the Veilsman just like attack Jose.
Yeah.
Up in this close quarter combat, Yusef is like wild-eye and is like doing a quick series of slices towards Felix that aren't untrained, so they're actually quite troublesome. And fast at swinging, so Felix has to
Okay.
keep careful of himself, be like, well, I don't want him to, like, just actually cut me. He does have aura.
Okay. I would like to have Felix. While he's dodging this, he's just going to try to wait from do like a long, like like kind of a long lunge where he extends his arm out.
Yeah.
It's like a switchblade, right? A switchblade. Yeah. He's gonna wait for that, and then he's gonna try to catch his arm, and like where you catch him and try to get him in like right past their elbow.
Yeah.
He's just gonna try to break his arm.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, Felix catches him and tries to do the arm break in the catch, with his arm exposed. And Yusuf is going to grit his teeth as you see his as you see him flashes, his aura clenches to resist against you as he flexes his arm. And as Yusuf is going to throw out his 2 fingers towards from his other arm that's free towards your face to try and poke you in the eyes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think about that. I think Felix will just. I do think Felix will just try to he'll when he goes for that, Felix will let go of that, and he'll kind of try to spin around to his back and kick out his knee from
the back. I know what you mean. Yeah, so you can get behind him kind of as you turn quickly with your motion, condensing his movement, and getting to the side of him as you knock out his knees. And he's very fast right now and seems very aggressive, but his technical moves are not super clear because he's clearly enraged himself somehow. And he'll stumble forward as you knock out his legs, and he's going to try and throw himself forward into a tucking roll as he flops on the ground over here and ends up over here. Barry, meanwhile, is going to push himself off the ground, grabbing it for his waist and shoving him into the wall here really hard as he's pushing him into the wall, trying to punch at him.
Okay. Where is he punching at? The head or the body?
The body.
Yeah, okay. I guess in that case, of them being pushed against the wall, Brittany is just I assume he's capable of mounting a very competent defense, but doing it with his arms, just being okay, catching, deflecting the blows, as he's honestly looking at what happened to Felix more at the moment, and just after he's caught up, if alright, I am in a... How did I let myself get into this situation? It's just gonna kind of yeah, it's a very technical way. Just going to kind of take the moment to let him get big blows and try to bounce off the momentum to the side. And it's just gonna kind of try to draw a cocky woodsman in the center of his punches to extend it to break his form and make him take a step back before letting a flurry of basically polearm jabs out with it on him.
Yeah. So you shoot open cocky woodsman to knock him back and start quickly whirling it and stabbing with the stick and beating up at Barry the Belly Roberts.
Yeah.
As he throws his arms up a little bit, foaming and screaming as you're battering him. He has a little bit of aura. Off to the side, you see Jose has this Veilus, but he just looks like a normal guy, swinging at him with a broken bottle as a knife now. And Jose's trying to figure out what to do, and so Jose does a quick step around him and puts him into a submission lock to hold his arms, because he's trying not to hurt the guy, because he just looked like a normal guy. He's clearly something's wrong with him. And he yells over Felix, I think that guy's gonna kill her, as he points to the nonchalant dealer who's just kicking at this woman on the ground's chest repeatedly. As Yusuf is going to roll up off the ground now and is going to once again run towards Felix, brandishing RWBY. and getting ready to get back into another close or Fabby, not Rabby, into another close combat with him.
Okay. I think I will have Felix like kind of dodge. He's just gonna be trying to avoid this guy for right now, and then he'll just kind of he'll run over to this, not run over, but keeping himself safe. He'll get over to this guy,
yeah,
if he can, and just like
go ahead.
He'll get to him, or not like there, but like here, and then just he'll basically just try to knock this guy out in like one hit, like just going straight for like just straight up punch and knock this guy out. Nice,
yeah. You can just deck him, and you hit him in the face, and he bounces against the wall and falls down unconscious. And he doesn't have much to defend himself. In those moments, Yusuf ran over, grabbed the gun off the ground, and fires off 2 shots that like catch Felix in the shoulder. He can, or if that like helping with it, but still like, ow, fuck, asshole! As he now has a gun in one hand and Fabby in the other. Barry is howling as Viridian's battering him with a stick, as Jose's like figuring out if he needs to like choke this guy out or not. Barry is going to let out a furious howl as he's going to start moving back and forth and start trying to do a fucking Dempsey roll on Viridian, basically, as he's swaying back and forth with these big fucking meaty arms just bashing into Viridian, like no care for himself, as his eyes look whited out as he's foaming in the mouth. And as Viridian feels the swings coming, he's like, hey, wait a minute, this is much harder than before, as Barry seems to be just completely in fight mode, as his like I said, his eyes are literally white. He looks like he's unconscious, and he's swinging his arms, so they're carrying a lot of fucking weight, like a scary amount of weight.
I see. That's an interesting, So you just made everyone a berserker.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, okay. Like 1 sec, let me think about this.
Sure.
Yeah. It's a scary amount of weight. But like the Dempsey roll relies on blind spots. That's not gonna work too well here.
Yeah. Not if he swings really fast.
I mean, I guess that would help.
Yeah. One of Barry's blows goes wide as you duck, and it carves into the wall.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's what we're talking.
Oh, he really got an upgrade, man.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, Viridian is going to, while he's still dodging and capable of dodging these blows that are carving through walls, is going to quickly and slickly pull out a dust crystal and toss it to the ground so that it falls in between this guy's legs going behind him, and it is a gravity dust crystal. It is meant to burst out so that it will catch him from behind, send him forward, so that, he's not doing a punch, he's going to fly at Viridian, who is going to catch him and with the momentum try to get him in a hold.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he'll fly, and you can... What kind of hold? Like a behind the back, or like a choke, or...
Yeah, getting behind the back.
Okay, yeah, you can hold both of his arms. It feels like you're wrestling against a gorilla, as he is, like, breaking free, almost, of your grip. You're shocked, and you realize, like, he is foaming at the mouth a lot, and, like, all his muscles are bulging insanely. And he's going to start, like, flailing his head back, trying to, like, as he pushes you and him back towards the wall, trying to bash you with his head into the wall. And you're like, it's easy to be a little caught off guard by it, because he's fighting very, like, mindlessly, but it still seems like he has this instinctual drive to do it. It's more reminiscent of fighting a Grimm than a person. It feels like you're wrestling with, like, a Beowulf. Or a Baringle, but you've never fought one before, so you have no idea that there's more of a monkey Grimm out there.
Yeah, I got it.
Or whatever they're fucking called. Yeah?
Yeah. That is definitely something, and after that, the whole barely fucking able to hold this guy down, with the oh jeez, that thunder.
Nice.
Yeah, barely able to hold this guy down and go careening at the wall. Viridian is going to quickly extend Cocky Woodsman again and convert it to the bow mode, where he is then still like in a position where this guy is like pretty reckless, going to try to slip. I mean, you know, basically try to get a little brutal here. Not going to kill, but you know, a little brutal. Slip and twist the bowstring around his neck to assist in a choke.
Okay, yeah. Viridian can catch him with the bowstring and like pivot around him. As I said, he's, you know, just kind of flailing, so it's a little dangerous. But you're, you know, smart enough to maneuver around it. As you see, Jose has kind of had to resort to the same thing, just with his arm on this guy. As they are both trying to like choke out and incapacitate their foes. As Felix is once again getting shot at by Yusuf from this little. It's just like a handgun he's firing at. But
right.
Now that it's at attention, you have more ease of being able to block it.
Right. I just want to make sure because Felix would try to keep. These people are like laying on the ground. He's not aiming there, right?
No, he's aiming at you.
Okay. Then Felix will be. I mean, he'll just be deflecting these bullets, but away from the people. He does not want anyone to get shot.
Yeah.
These people are much more fragile than he is.
Oh, yeah.
So Felix will just go ahead and just after like maybe, you know, after he's firing in like a rhythm or whatever, he'll just like throw his fan to like cut the gun in half.
Yeah.
And then he'll just using that opportunity will do like a jumping strike at him, like sword above his head.
Okay, yeah. As you jump towards him, Yusuf, the second the gun gets cut, he like abandons it quickly and runs low towards Felix. And as you're like jumping towards him to like swing down on him, Yusuf is going to jab upwards with Fabi. Catching you in the chest, kind of stabbing you in the chest, as you swing down on him and hit him in like the head or something. Like, what are you doing with like your sword, or just like with the butt? What are you doing, and how are you hitting him from?
I don't think Felix would try to obviously kill this guy, so you know he's
he's
not
gained
going.
control
He's not going
now.
to fucking put a. He's not trying to carve the guy's skull. So he's going for the knockout here.
All right, yeah. Felix can bring down the butt of his sword down hard on Yusuf's head, who takes it, and Felix feels like the sting of the blade in his side. And there's a moment there where like Felix stumbles back trying to get himself, and Yusuf's still holding the blade. He takes it out of Felix, and Felix is swaying a little bit because he's like, "Ow! I've been fucking stabbed! Ow!"
Yeah.
As he looks for it, he sees Yusuf is standing there, breathing heavily, his hair kind of in his face, more of some blood down his face, and he looks like he's ready to go again. But as he tilts his eyes, head up forward a bit, you see his eyes are kind of like paled and whited out a little bit. And after he breathes a few more times, he like tries to take a foot forward as he goes, "Fucking house broken," and he like stumbles to the side, like passing out. As you realize he was just kind of walking forward unconscious.
Okay, Felix will Felix will catch the guy. Even he'll catch him and just not put him down gently, but he just doesn't want him to fucking break his face off the concrete.
Yeah, his sword is definitely broken by now, obviously. Yeah, it smells nice.
Yeah, fuck. I didn't think about that, but oh well.
Yeah. Felix's wound in his chest can heal pretty fast, as you've just tapped out some of your war. It's not... You're fine, but...
Yeah.
But there is that warm feel of blood on your chest, and you realize your cheek has kind of been covered in it by now. As you realize the wound in your cheek still wasn't healed, you'd just kind of forgotten about it in the heat of it.
Yeah.
And, you kind of got blood all over your face. Jose lets down the guy he let choked out, and Viridian finally fells the belly himself. So, thoughts, gentlemen?
Oh, Rose, I was not expecting that guy to be that tough.
What the fuck?
He says as he drops the guy like carefully down onto the ground.
What was that about?
Felix will be over here. You'll see him like kick the switchblade out into like the middle away from Yusuf.
Yeah.
He'll just walk into the middle and he'll be like kind of, holding his cheek a bit with the blood and be like, that could have gone better.
Yeah, I'll say. Well, you got your fight.
Felix will look at Jose and like, I'm sorry, but you saw what he did. And then he'll kind of look to Viridian for a little vindication.
Hey, look, I didn't need no reason. He was spouting his mouth off enough to justify a beatdown, but oh boy, things did get a bit out of hand with that. What happened?
I don't know. Everyone just started going crazy there.
Jose looks over towards the wall a little bit and winces.
And that guy seemed intense too. Felix, maybe he could have gone a little less heavy.
Yes.
I mean, you did try and skewer him.
Well, when he tossed that bottle at me, he did something to me. I imagine it's something to do with his semblance, though I'm not sure how it works necessarily. But I felt very angry.
Well, he did kind of seem like a bit rabid. So did everyone else, so I'm guessing that's what happened to them.
Oh, hold on, pause.
A few moments later.
Hey, was like, you went a little too hard there, Felix. Felix was like, well, I actually threw this bottle at me, and that's probably a semblance. It makes you angry or whatever.
Yeah, okay. Whatever, you didn't have any comments on that, or should we just keep talking, wait for that to come up?
Oh, yeah, let me,
Yeah, I know, we just gotta find a way to start this conversation again. No worries, bro.
Yeah, Viridian's gonna look at the wall that got carved up by Barry and go, angry, huh? That's all it do?
No, maybe a little more than that.
Yes, it would seem that it isn't just emotion.
They make you do some pretty crazy things, I guess. Well, we should probably get out of here before, like, cops show up, right?
Yes, I think that would be for the best to avoid any more trouble.
Oh, yeah. Let's not get caught up in this.
Yeah. So you guys can head out of the alleyway as you're kind of hanging out through it. Jose's just gonna be like, so, we never really found out what was happening, did we?
No,
I suppose not.
I'm sure the police can sort it out.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes, I'm quite sorry, Jose. I feel as if we may have... Well, maybe there was a different way. No need to dwell on it now, though.
I mean, he was clearly trying to start a fight. I don't know if it was the fight he wanted, but I don't know.
Jose just kind of looks dejected for a second and sighs and turns away so you can't really see his face again.
Well, we should probably get out of here just in general.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's go get some of that other part of the city air to get this bitter taste out, huh?
Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry. Continue.
that place did not smell that great. Perhaps a change of scenery is in order.
Yeah. I'll catch up with you guys. How about that? Gotta go find a bathroom somewhere.
Yeah, alright.
He'll nod and kind of walk off. Slump down a little bit. Froze his hood up. Anything else from you two? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Felix will kind of. Yeah, he's looking at Jose walking away, and Felix is kind of like. By now, I'm sure he's like, ripped a piece of cloth off like an unimportant thing, and just like kind of trying to hold it to his cheek.
Yeah,
like,
with enough aura and focus, it can stop bleeding for now. But you're just wiping yourself off.
I think we did not make the right choice there, Viridian.
Well, I don't see what other choice you expected us to make. We're wrong about it.
I like to think that I do not get so rattled by someone calling me mean names and such, but and Felix will kind of like look to the way Jose was walking off and will be like, I do not think we should let him go off by himself. I think he's clearly troubling him.
Okay.
As you guys are starting to head off that direction, Jose kind of like folded into the crowd after like words, and as you guys are starting to walk off in that direction, here, this truck's probably moved by now. I'll move it out of the way. Coming down the street that past where you had seen Jose, you see a pair of police officers hurriedly moving. Would you like to continue down this way or not?
Aha. Nah.
Yeah, Felix still has some blood on him.
I don't want to continue down that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Here. Can you give me
dive out into traffic.
Can you give me some creativity rolls real quick to make sure you're covering up well and heading the other way? I'll do creativity or chance, actually. You know what? Give me some options, Ben.
Oh my god, thank you, dude.
This is a pretty good dumb luck one also, Richard, I thought.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Fuck, I'll do that one. Just because I love it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fine, I still love dumb luck anyways.
Yeah. Alright. With that, Viridian's just like, I got this. And he throws his coat over Felix. Just to be like, because Felix is covered in blood, and the police officers just ignore what the fuck's going on with you two. And they'll start moving down the street, and you guys can make your way away down the other way so they don't look as suspiciously towards you as they start to ask these people nearby if they've seen anyone suspicious nearby. And you guys can hurry off before they point at you.
Yeah, man. Lose us in the crowd.
Anything else, or you guys want to talk a little more? Are you good?
I think I'm good off this.
All right. As you guys are heading off back in the alleyway, before the cops are going, and as you guys are just kind of leaving, pattering across some tiles with some cracking, or not some cracking, more like clacking of someone like walking with thick, sort of heavy boots across tiles. These green and black sort of, not like super futuristic-y, but very colorful and defined boots that trail up to this woman's, like, past this woman's knees and up into, like, high-heeled boots. She's wearing, like, green and white short shorts under a larger black open-faced, like, coat with a cloak in it, or cloak. So it kind of trails down past the boots, or past her knees a little bit. Covers her main body, and she just has like a green and white shirt with like a happy cat face on the front. And over her hood, she has a similar sort of black hood with this two little spots for ears to pop out of. As this woman peers down from the rooftop and smiles a little bit. as she goes towards her belt at her side, where there's this small little bar that's kind of like fastened to it. And as she takes it, she extends the little rod thing, and it turns into a longer whip that she whips down to grab Yusuf and yank him up to the rooftop, and kind of survey the area and go, "Yeah, I don't think I can carry Barry. Oh well." As Yusuf kind of stirs a little bit and looks up and goes, "Oh, he's my guardian angel." "Yeah, nice to see you too, kiddo." As she's going to like pull him up as some of the cops start to like make their way in as they wander towards the rooftop a little bit as he's stumbling. And she smiles over his shoulder towards him a little teasingly and going, "Wow, trying to impress the higher-ups by beating up some homeless guys, Yusuf." Yusuf kind of goes red in the face and goes, They was talking bad about like us and stuff. I'm not gonna let my boys get besmirched like that, Miss Cat's Eye. I told you can call me Boots." "Boots? Yes, Boots. That's cute," he says, like stumbling over his words and red-faced, kind of shouting it. And she kind of smiles a little cutely and goes, "Aw, thanks. Now, if you're really looking to improve and kind of, look a little more respectable than the hoodlums who are, down there." As he kind of looks back and goes, "My boys!" And he, like, goes to run back down towards the alley and just, like, grab him by the arm and be like, you'll get arrested. Come on. We can deal with them later, maybe, if you do something a little more constructive for us." "Wait, you's telling me?" He kind of, like, brightens up and smiles at her, like, getting close. "You's telling me they got a job for me?" "Well," she says, like, putting a hand down, pressing his chest a little bit to push him back, but pat him lightly, is, like, reassuring and smiling. "I might have something you can do that'll make their way towards the king if you want." "You serious, Boots?" "Serious as ever. Come on, I'll tell you the details on the way, but afterwards you probably should go home. Want to lay low a little bit." "Ah, shoot, I don't want to go home." He kind of mutters a little bit to himself, wiping at his chest and kind of looking instantly recovered now that he's in the presence of Boots, as he's happy as a clam following her, giving one last nervous look towards his boys and taking her word for it. We'll fade out on that. All right. Clara, May, Sora. You went off a little while ago. Let's go back to you.
Alright.
So, Clara and Gwenmer head down the street to explore the Emerald Crossing. Kind of carefully peering around the place, trying not to get caught up in any of the foot traffic and things like that. And as you're making your way down the street, you notice a portly looking man manning the corner, surveying the area like he's a lifeguard almost, with his hands on his hips, a bit of sprinkling of frosting from a donut still in his mustache as he's peering around the place, his large policeman's cap shining with polish. He looks like an older guy. Like I said, a bit portly. He's got the uniform on all spick and span, and it looks a bit tight on him, but he's wearing it properly. And he seems to be, despite his, stature, still holding a very, very good, posture. He doesn't look like tired or anything like that. He's kind of furrowing his brows. He's staring at people nearby, sussing them out. And as he spies you two, his eyes narrow. As you see that, like, he's trying to scrutinize you, like he recognizes you or doesn't recognize you or something. But he's very, very seriously staring. He makes his way up to you and goes, "What's this?"
Claire will get a big smile across her face as she was just telling Gwen she liked his hat.
Gwen just groans a little bit, like, "No, Claire, that's..."
Hello, sir.
"Oh, hello to you too then, madam. Well, I shouldn't be. You seem like someone I should be recognizing a little bit. Where do I know you from? You ain't been causing trouble, have I? You?"
No, I don't think we've been causing trouble.
No, sir.
We're new in town, but you might have seen us, during the Vital Festival.
New in town, oh, that's right. You're one of them teams from the Vital Festi. I remember that.
Yes,
Oh, it was a
we're actually the ones that ended up winning the whole thing, sir.
blimey. Are you serious?
Yep, Claire Mesora and Gwen Arnett of Team Supernova.
Nice to meet you, sir. Oh, I'm Constable Bert Brandy, miss. This is, he says, addressing Gwen. I didn't know you was allowed in there at that such an age. What? What? How old are you, Sprat?
Claire's gonna snicker.
I'm not a kid!
Hey, Claire's gonna put a hand on her head. We have a really good, junior program.
One's gonna fucking kick Claire in the shin. He'll look nervous. He'll go, "Oh, watch that! That's a bit of an assault, you know."
What? She touched me first! That was self-defense!
Man, that hurt.
Well, I suppose if it is a bit of in self-defense, a young lady needs to do what she must, I suppose. Sorry, ma'am, I thought calling women by their younger would make it a compliment. I guess it's got a bit of a backhand, doesn't it? Oh, so what are you fine huntsmen in training doing in our good city? He says as he puts his arms on his hips more like officially as he spreads out his elbows a little bit.
Claire's gonna look to Gwen and then look back to him. The mayor asked us to come by and, help out in some ways.
The governor.
Or the governor.
Oh, governor, did he now? He says, going a little eyes wide. Oh, well, that's something. I've been not hearing about this sort of, invitation. What could be going so awry that they need students in this, place? Something sounds suspicious if you ask me, especially if it didn't make it to Constable Brandy here.
I don't think it's anything to a rock constable, but...
No, my eyes must have been going dull from staring at the traffic report too long. Oi! He whistles. Stand on the crossing! He says as he pulls out his whistle and jabs at this Availish woman who is tottering off a bit to the side, and she yelps and stands back on the... That's right! You could get killed doing that, laddie! Lassie? Oh, what was you saying?
We're mostly just here, I think, to do, photo shoots and such.
Photo shoots? Blimey! What the point of that?
I think...
They're taking you out of school to do something like that? That's so mighty irresponsible. Not that I know the governor to be so irresponsible as that. But it must have been someone else who forced his hand then, yeah? I wouldn't know, sir. Blimey, you didn't know? This is a serious mystery then, I'd say.
Claire is getting more ecstatic the more she talks to this man. Well, if it's a mystery, we gotta get to the bottom of it, right, Constable?
I'd say so. I've been trying to keep this city as spotless as I can, but it's a bit hard these days, especially when they put old Brandy on officer watching the street duty. It's a little boring compared to my usual beat, but I suppose the chief doesn't like it exactly how much I've been outshining everyone else these days.
Well, I mean, even the most simplest work can benefit from having great people there.
Yes. I would not be saying it would not be a bad thing to have someone here. After all, the most dangerous place in the city can be the crossing sometimes. Especially when everyone's all lollying around and not really taking good care of themselves. People are at their most vulnerable when they're in the boundaries of a city so safe like this. They'll have a car be driving over them in a second if they don't be careful about it, and we can't be having any of that.
Right.
But I still think my expertise could be put elsewhere, as I'm sure two young, strapping hunchmen in training as yourselves can tell from just looking at me.
Right. Was there anything, Constable, that you think we could do for you?
He blushes. I've never been asked to delegate work before, only to not do it. Give me a moment, he says as he pulls out a little paper book, like a little notebook, which is very straight, a pocket book. It's a bit old-fashioned, but I like to keep me thoughts in a nice sketchbook thing like this so I can draw little lines between them. Keeps me sharp and all that.
That sounds real smart. I have a friend who really likes drawing like that, too.
Well, that's right, fine. Drawing's a good thing for a young person to be getting into now. It only gets harder the older you get. You gotta get your creative juices sprouting early so you can draw nice things later in life. See, I drew myself a nice lolly in here.
Oh,
It's just a truck. It's pretty well detailed, though. He's right. I mean, you didn't know what a lorry is, but you presume it's a car, or else it's very hilarious that he went to such extent to draw something wrong.
Oh,
Gwen
wow.
kind of hums a little bit like, yeah, that's nice.
That looks pretty good. Claire heard lolly and thought it was a lollipop. Well, thought it was going to be one.
Right you are! It's the Model 9! Very nice stuff! Not to be driven by this suspicious punk, though. He points to the car, the driver, which is a very undetailed stick figure with what looks like big tusks coming out of his mouth and, like, smell lines coming off of him. It's shockingly noticeable how it's this is a cool, like, sketch of a car. You know, it's not fully filled in, but this is pretty detailed, and then there's just, like, a stick figure driving it.
Oh, it does look suspicious.
That's right. That's Barry Belly Roberts. He's a local tough in these parts. One of the White Stripe gang.
Someone we should watch out for? And
Absolutely. His punches are lethal. Lethal. I've seen him carve through a Model 5.
Lethal, huh? Wow.
Maybe not to trained huntresses like you so much, but still I wouldn't want to be caught on the cross end of his hook.
I mean, we'll still take the advice, Constable. I mean...
Yeah, what was that about a gang? Oh, the White Stripes! Nasty little punks, are they? Used to be just a little bit of hoodlums I'd catch loitering too much sometimes. Knowing that the Force had too much problem with me dragging them in back then, but now that they're a little more dangerous, now they're getting a little more careful with how we handle them, yeah? I can't go exactly blazing in now that they're actually pulling out guns and knives and such. No.
Well, I mean... Any reason why they're getting more dangerous all of a sudden?
Couldn't say myself, but all I know is the kids have grown up a little bit and got a little more of padding to their gang. I'd say it's due to some of the local refugees that have been rolling in here. Some of them Veracians don't exactly know how to keep a little bit of tea time open in their day, so they go around vandalizing things instead.
Wait a second. Well, I hope you and the other officers keep yourself safe, Constable.
Oh, my safety comes second to citizen safety, ma'am, but thank you. In a perfect world, everyone would be safe, but with toughs like this out here not really playing along with everyone well, we can't really do much but get in a little bit of danger. But don't you worry, I'm trained in the arts of submission.
Right. Wow.
I could put you in a chokehold in a second if I tried. Maybe not you. I normally say that to normal citizens. Sorry, ma'am.
No, it's fine. I mean, I can feel the force coming off you.
Oh, thank you. Blushes again. I'm very proud of it. Practice is all me day on my sandbag.
Well, I mean, I can tell by just looking at you.
Clara, what the fuck? well, thank you. Not a lot of people recognize that most of this is muscle, he says as he pats his gut. You gotta be big if you want to overpower someone. To drag them down to the ground, you need a counterweight.
That's what I keep telling Quinn here.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Hold on. I think I'm getting a call. She's gonna just wander away a little bit, not wanting to be a part of this anymore. Yeah, but them White Stripes, though, you gotta be real careful. They'll stab a human for no reason, I hear.
Go thinking. You mentioned, the Walrus guy? Are they a Forest gang?
Yeah, they're a bit of honest toughs. Don't let no one who doesn't got a tail or something in their midst. Think it's kind of the motivation for it. The kid who runs the place is Mr. Puzola, Yusuf. He's a bit of a skunk, literally.
But
you can smell him a block away. Keeps himself nice and clean because I think he's embarrassed about being on account of being a skunk. I would be too. Hate the smell by natural. You've got to take 2 showers a day to stay clean, I tell you. It's already hard enough.
Does sound like it might be annoying.
Yeah,
But like I said, they used to just be a bit of a street gang, some kids and stuff, but I don't know if puberty hit them like a brick or something, or if it's really just all of them more unsightly fellas who are coming in the city not knowing what to do with themselves. But they've really been doubling their numbers recently. Things are getting a little more dicey out there. But I suppose it's on account of the mistreatment some of them have been handed at the homes of some of our more unscrupulous locals. You wouldn't happen to have any Faunus friends, would you, miss?
Yeah, I have plenty of honest friends. Some of my best
Well, I
friends
mean,
are honest.
with you right now. Tips his
Yeah.
hat a little bit.
So, one of them did come with me. He's on my team.
Well, do tell him to keep his eyes peeled. There's been a rise in targeted harassment against some of them in this day. And I don't mean exactly just yelling. That's a normal Varish tradition, I'll say. I've been accounted in the last week. I've had to deal with 9 separate cases of docking.
Docking?
Aye, yeah. It's an awful sort of thing. He scrunches up his face angrily. Sordid sort of tradition people do. Collecting parts of a faunus, like a tail or something. Cut it right off, keep it.
Claire's gonna, like, grimace a bit.
Oh, yeah. Nasty sort of thing. Don't know if it's exactly somewhere else in the world, but various people really like to keep it close to their hearts when they're a nasty sort. Can't really do much about it. Things have been real tough for a long time, you know?
Claire's thinking back to, like, being mentioned that, yeah, Valish nobles like to buy silver eyes.
Yeah.
And she looks at him. Thanks for your concern, Constable, but, my friend Felix is, well, he's more than capable of handling himself against some street toughs, and he's, well, not the type to get into some brawl unnecessarily, so he's good at de-escalating things.
He lets out a little huff and a mustache dances aside a little bit as he fixes his face. Oh, that's a relief to hear it, you know. Just never can be too careful.
No, it's...
Hateful thing to say about my own city, but I know its ups and downs, and I can't turn my eye away from the darkness. And that's how we have to deal with it. That's what the good Father Brandywine always says, yeah?
That's quite right, Constable. I don't think there's any good in not looking at things like they really is.
Well, I was thinking you'll be a fine huntress then one day, lassie, if you know that sort of attitude. Could use a couple more that believed in something like that. I know we need you to do your job just as well as we need to do ours, so let me reassure you, so long as I live and breathe, I will keep the inside of city safe so long as you can do your best to keep the outsides.
Well, I think I can meet you halfway there, Constable, but...
I thank you.
I mean, I can only hope to be as good of a huntress as you seem to being, Constable.
He blushes. Thank you.
But
I'll do my best.
I do have a question.
Well, sure, I'm also an information specialist. I can tell you directions in anywhere in this here city.
Oh, well, that's nice.
It is.
If a Faunus gang is getting more active recently, have you noticed any Red Fang involvement?
Mighty sour topic. Red Fang, a little more of a... Well, I wouldn't call them a gang. A bit more vicious, cunning, well-constructed. More of a... They're a terrorist organization, not one we'd let in our city very easily. We'd notice if they were starting up any larger-scale operations, and we're keeping a damn close eye on those bastards, making sure they're not going to get in here.
You think they might be using this smaller, more local gang to try and get a foothold, Constable?
Oh, absolutely. Something I've brought up to my superiors. It only makes sense to me. After all, easy to mix in a couple of red bands in there with you bringing in with the refugee crisis and everything. Much easier to be sneaking people in right now, cause some instability in the city. Might be going after something larger. I'd reckon something like the CTT tower if I'd had to take a guess, but, well, Chief told me not to get too conspiratorial, and I told him not to get so stupid. Now I'm on the corner.
Well, I can tell you, Constable, that we were just there this morning. Everything looked tip-top.
Mighty fine thing to hear. Haven't been there since the other day to call me Mum.
Your mom not living in the city, Constable?
No, she does. I just didn't want to visit close up, but she likes the nice big screen to see me.
Well, that's still nice to hear.
Aye, yeah. She's a nice woman. Terrible cook, though.
Claire will nod a bit just in agreement. Well, Constable, I think I've taken up enough of your time from making sure the streets are safe.
No worry, I can multitask, but yes, I suppose I should keep my razor-eyed focus back on it then. It was good information sharing, though.
Well, I'll make sure to say howdy if I swing back around and fill you in if I find anything suspicious on my walk.
Well, that's good to hear, but remember, in Vale you say hello, not howdy.
Hello.
No, you're getting it.
Right. I'll keep that in mind.
Right, good to hear then, miss. Well then, stay sharp and thank you for visiting our city. We'll keep it safe for you.
Thank you for keeping me safe.
He'll nod and his hat will shake a little bit as he waddles back to his corner position.
As Claire will
Starting
wave
to
towards Gwen.
redirect traffic. Gwen will be standing there and wave towards you as in like, I don't want to go near him. Come here. We're crossing the street? Where are we going?
Yeah, Claire's gonna point towards the street.
Okay, I don't want to talk to him. He spit fucking donut in my face.
As we can cross the street.
He's chewing it with his mouth open. There's still a little donut in there.
Man, that guy
gross.
was so nice.
Yeah, I guess. He was really loud.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a common thing recently.
Vale's people are so fucking rude.
Watch it! She shoves between the two of you.
Wow, it's like
sorry.
they prove my point. Don't fucking apologize to him. Hey, fuck you!
Fuck you! Watch it! Brandy shouts. Hey, fuck off, Brandy! Fucking janitor.
Janitor?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because he, like, keeps the streets clean.
Claire will laugh a bit. He was talking to me about some Faunus gang that got around here.
Oh, awesome! Gangs. You're sitting to say he has gangs? Really?
Apparently some street toughs.
I thought only, like, Shade was that bad. You don't have anything like that in Argus.
I mean, even we had some stuff like that back home.
Ugh, really? I mean, I guess Mantle's a bit rougher than, Providence, but still. Jeez.
I mean,
you guys need to do something.
When the streets can get so, congested, it's hard to kind of keep watching everything.
I guess. I think people just need to be, well kept, and they won't have to make a reason to go cause trouble, right?
Claire will smile a bit. I can't wait to go patrol back home. It doesn't matter what Irene says.
It's only been like a day, and you're already missing it?
No. Sorry, what I was saying was, he says that gang was being more rough recently and getting bigger. I figure there could be a chance that the Red Fang are getting involved. Boosting their numbers in a bit.
He crosses his arm and kind of raises an eyebrow at you.
Are you sure you're not just seeing Red Fang everywhere?
Well, I mean, Claire will
They're
kind
a lot less common than, you think.
I mean...
Shade's one of the only places where they can operate in the open, Clara.
I mean, it's not wrong...
And even then, they're still enemies to the VRA.
It's not wrong to be aware.
No, I know, but I mean... they're not exactly just allowed to walk free here.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't they just go, all stealthy?
Is that really just that easy?
I don't know.
I know, that's my point. All I'm saying is, you don't have to listen to the funny officer right away.
Claire will think.
I just don't want you saying something like that in front of the governor and offending him.
I won't say something like that in front of the governor.
Okay, but how do I know Viridian won't? I just have to be careful.
Well, I'm not gonna say something like that in front of Viridian. He'll just want to go off, fighting.
Yeah, at least Felix probably won't say anything, so we can dodge him saying it.
Oh, well, yeah, we're safe on that front.
Yeah.
Claire can look over. Is that Wayne and Lance?
Oh, yeah, it is. Gwen kind of glares at Wayne, who's talking up a group of women. Yeah, it's them.
Claire will start walking over.
God damn it. Gwen mutters to herself. As she will join you in approaching.
Claire will come up to Lance. Well, I mean, I assumed Wayne was, in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's enough difference. Lance will turn and he'll nod over at you. Not unfriendly, but, you know, he doesn't really smile much. And he's like, oh, good to see you two again already. How's the
Yeah.
city? Hasn't chewed you up yet, so...
No, it's actually pretty nice. I mean, the streets are a lot more open than back home, and even met some, well, really funny, nice constable man.
Oh, yeah. Nice, right. I guess you would consider this nice compared to how Mantle sounds, huh? He says as he kind of readjusts his hat over his eyes a little bit and then pulls it back up. Sorry if that came out wrong.
Yeah.
This place just doesn't really strike me as clean as it wants to be, he says as he looks around. I mean, yeah, this part of town, this part of the city is really nice, and a lot of it is. It just feels... hollow? I don't know.
I mean, definitely can't be too clean if they were even mentioning they got gangs roaming around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, comparing it to Vale or something's kind of unfair, isn't it? That place has been around for centuries. Lance nods. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Lots of the old structures, walls, some of the streets and stuff in Vale are from hundreds of years ago and just maintained. Here it's barely a couple decades by now, so it just feels kind of different. Even Shade had that well-worn feel when we were there. I guess a new place just rubs me the wrong way.
Right, Claire will nod a bit. It does, well, I guess strike a different feel when you see everything built up so quick like this. I mean, compared to all the other big cities out there, this one sprung up in such a, well, insane amount of time.
Yeah, and it's gone to higher heights than others somehow, despite being under a fucking mountain. He kind of scowls and shakes his head, nods towards some of the lines of skyscrapers. I mean, you won't find buildings taller than CCT towers in most cities. Or in any of the other cities, really. I don't think Tengoku really counts since it's partways up mountains, but... yeah, no, I mean, nothing gets this tall in Argus, and it's pretty well defended there, too. I guess you can kind of go crazy here with not having to worry about any aerial grim. I mean, they have anti-air weapons on the outside, I remember, but even still, there's only so many entrances. Guess they don't really have to invest in them as much, which is crazy for building restriction being listened.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine the kind of safety the people here most feel, considering there's only such a limited option for Grim to actually get in.
Lance will tip his hat up a bit more and lean against the hydrant a little bit. Yeah, I mean, safety requirements are some of the lowest anywhere I've ever seen in this place. You can do a lot more, probably what caused all those gangs or whatever to show up. I don't know if there's that many, but I mean, the constable was talking about one, right, Clara?
Faunus Gang? Sorry, my brain's blanking. What was the name?
White Stripe Gang.
The White, of course. The White Stripe Gang?
Yeah. I guess I've seen some surly-looking faunuses around. Honestly, they're some of the only ones I've seen. I didn't think there'd be less visible faunus than, well, Vale, but around this part of town, there really aren't that many. Probably because of some of the looks they get. Probably stick to places like Hog Street, a little near the south end.
Yeah.
Some of the ghettos built for them.
I've already kind of noticed some of the way people seem to act around here, so I can definitely see why they probably want to stick out of this part of town.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised, I guess, now that you mention it. I didn't really see any, like, working at the governmental building or the CCT tower. Normally at least one or something, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not like you're gonna see too many faunus businessmen here. Or any at all, actually.
Clara. And Clara will just pause for a moment and kind of think on it. I have a question.
Sure.
So, hold on, sorry.
Yeah.
Piper's, like, ears, are, like, that's her faunus, right? Like, those are visible? Like, was she visibly, noticeably a faunus?
Yeah, she has big rat ears and a tail.
Okay, I was wondering if they were, like, covered
You
up.
knew she was a faunus.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay. Just making sure, Merlot's not a faunus, right?
No, he's not.
Okay. Claire kind of looks towards Gwen. I mean, Miss Hamlin seemed pretty important. She was a faunus.
Gwen nods. Yeah, that's why it seemed odd. Huh? Miss Hamlin. Oh, I remember hearing about that. What does she work with, Mr. Merlot? Dr. Merlot? She's a faunus?
Yeah, she seems like his, closest assistant.
Yeah, he said he was her he said she was his partner. Wow. A faunus scientist in Vale, that's a new one. I didn't know they could actually make it through the process. Figured most of them dropped down to school or weren't even allowed. Well, good for her, I guess. That's nice to see.
Well,
Not
I mean,
allowed. Huh? Yeah, a lot of the universities and things don't accept faunus here in Vale.
is that right?
Well, yeah, it's how it's always been, even in the post-war. I mean, you can't do a lot here. They can get some workplaces, but none of them can get any licenses with the Merchant Guild. So no faunus can run a business. What? They can't run businesses? Isn't that against the law to restrict that or something? Well, technically you're not supposed to in a way, but technically you also need a license from the guild, and they're not exactly subjected to the same post-war laws. It's a loophole.
Pretty shitty one, if I had to say.
Merchants Guild? You guys have like a guild system? Lance shrugs. They've run old mercantile business from the top end of Vale for a long time. A lot of people would say they're probably one of the most powerful influences in the nation. And, I mean, they wouldn't be wrong. Only people who can really argue and regulate them is the king directly, and, well, they keep a pretty close relationship with the crown because of that. That's pretty fucking barbaric. He just shrugs again. Yeah, well, people do things different ways. Look how it turns out. Vale produces some of the most, well, consistent and well-produced artisan goods, food, and things in all of Remnant. Even with all the space Mistral's got, they still have regulations on it themselves that limit how much they export, right? So, I mean, the Merchants Guild's basically run rampant for centuries now. I think Atlas is at finally posing, at least a threat within their dust operations now that they're actually globalizing it, but still.
Guess it still puts a bad taste in my mouth, knowing that, well, I mean, at least how I think, it's just gimping themselves for no reason. Not like, well, I think faunus craftsmen or artisans or whatever are inherently worse than normal ones.
Oh, they still can use them for labor and things, and plenty of owners will hire them still. They just can't exactly run their own operation. Still, yeah, I'm not gonna say it's fair. Just gonna say that's how they've run it, and they've had their own success. Don't know what you want to attribute that to. Probably a lot of factors besides that one. Definitely puts a sour taste in your mouth when you realize your top end as a faunus in Vale doesn't go much further besides a laborer. No, you can still get cushy enough jobs, just can't really own much. At least they can get some permits though and some housing in cities like this now, but most of the time they end up sequestering themselves off in villages where they can get something done themselves.
Claire will kind of look towards Wayne.
Yeah, he's still chatting with these Valish who I've been entranced, and Lance sighs and goes, "Don't bother, he's in his own world right now."
How long has that been going on?
A while. He's doing alright, I guess. It won't last forever, but, I mean, he hasn't done anything untoward, so it's not like I gotta step in. Besides, it's entertaining to watch him work sometimes. Knowing how much of a fool he is, seeing him really pull off his good side, surprising. If the idiot put in half the work he does to this and other things, he'd do a lot better in the world, but... well, I'd be asking for a different person, I guess.
Claire will kind of laugh a bit. taking from that being like, yeah, no, I'm okay with how stupid he is.
Yeah, he chuckles ruefully, like he still thinks it's funny, and you see the small smile, like, yeah, Lance shits on him, but they're pals and all of that. And Gwen still purses her lips and still goes, I still can't believe how long everyone keeps telling me Mistral fucked up when it's this bad here. I'm so mad about this shit.
Yeah.
No, don't F me. I've been getting this shit for years.
No, I'm just saying that I'm also pretty surprised. I mean, I don't think I was told all these parts of Vale.
Yeah, I want to kick for Ian's ass.
Well, I mean, I guess being charitable, we could just say you didn't know.
Oh, God, you're probably right, yeah.
But let me tell you, Gwen, it's a lot different back home. I mean, things are simpler back home. They're more congested, but simpler.
Yeah, well, home always seems normal to us before we visit somewhere else.
Yeah, Claire's thinking back to, like, when you arrived at Shade.
Yeah, I guess, Gwen kind of bitterly admits. And Lance kind of smiles a little bit and then thinks, I'm surprised you let those two go off on their own, though. They seem the least well-equipped to manage a city.
I mean, Vernon's from Vale. I have to imagine he can get around fine.
He's from the countryside, not the cities.
Would
It's a big place.
it be that different?
Look at this place, and imagine a smaller village. You think there's anything that's similar here? Cities like this have their own cultures. Vale and the Glen are practically different countries. That's why they have so much antagonism between themselves.
Claire will look a bit nervous and look towards Gwen.
Yeah, she looks equally pensive.
They'll be alright, right?
Oh, yeah, Felix and Viridian never get into trouble by themselves, Clara.
I mean, we're going for lunch soon. They know where we're meeting up, I hope. I mean, how much trouble could they get in such a short time?
Wow, I don't know. A lot.
I don't think so.
I wouldn't put money against it.
Come on. At least give me some hope.
He pats you on the shoulder. Sorry.
As-
I'm not used to. I don't like lying to women.
Claire will.
Oh, wow, did you get that one from Wayne?
Oh, shut up.
Claire
Looks
will.
embarrassed.
Claire will hum a bit. As I think I don't have much more to say here, and I'd like to cut out exactly here so I have time to think of what I want to do next.
Sure. All right. V-Man and Philo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some, Richard? I know I did the first thing. I just want to...
I mean, I hate to, because there's so much here, but I'm like, yeah, I could do that, but, I'm not decided right now.
Fucking go.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think that after taking a bit of a break to, like, clean themselves, you know, having Felix clean himself up a bit more.
Yeah, wash the blood off your face.
Yeah.
Yeah, clean up a bit. I mean, I'd like to go see, like, Hagios and Nebu and maybe Mr.
Nice.
Enoch, if we can go over there.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
I mean, if that's cool with you, Richard.
Yeah, that's a great decision.
Alright. Yeah, so Felix and Viridian will be... I guess we'd probably come from, like, this way, right? Probably?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Got up there,
probably
V-Man.
see those two and start walking towards them.
That's such a
All
big
right,
man.
yeah. Yeah, Hagios and Nevu right now are stood out front of a what appears to be either like a bar or a tavern, and then right next to it is a rifle and ammunition store. and they look like they are sharing a joke between themselves and laughing and snickering. And these Valish people nearby kind of look at them, get this sneer, like, "Oh, savages," and walk off. As these two desert people stand here laughing at the Valish culture. The ammunition store is just basically like a pretty generic looking place. As you're getting closer, can you both give me a wit roll?
Yeah, but can I just say I do enjoy a bar right next to a fucking gun store.
Thank you.
Yeah, nothing could go wrong here, bros.
Nothing.
Nothing
what
could
was
go wrong.
It was wit.
2 men accost you and ask for your chicken.
Okay, that's both high enough to notice that they're both laughing at. There's this small part close to the window where there are these couple pictures of different people who have like come to the store to Andy's ammo and ammunitions and are like holding guns, and there's a pose of a signed picture of Mr. Irons and his young son posing here, as you see a little Jose holding a big shotgun that's bigger than him in like an old photo, as these two are fucking losing their shit laughing at it.
Oh no, dude.
Yeah,
oh no. No.
Here is a large neon green sign out front that's a little less luminescent, not in the night mode of the city, but it's just a bar with a small, like, glowing picture of like a lighthouse with a green light on it, shining brightly with the neon, called the Green Light. As these two are fucking dying, looking at young Jose at the gun store, as Andy behind the counter in Andy's ammunitions is looking at them, wondering if they're ever gonna come in and buy anything.
Ah, fucking ammo, Andy. All right.
Sorry, that got me.
Fuck, man. Okay. Felix will kind of walk up next to them and like look at the picture, and he'll just kind of be looking at it, and he'll kind of be like not believing his eyes a little bit, and he'll be like, "Oh," like he'll just say "oh" audibly.
What a little twerp! He's wearing a bow tie! Oh my god!
Oh, that is.
Yeah, he's got like a bow tie and a dinky on. His hair's combed back over his head, like it was like smoothed over, like gelled back, pulled back, so he sees like full forehead and everything. Like he's trying to look like a fancy rich kid. He looks awkward. The outfit looks a little big on him.
Felix will kind of look at Hagios and be like, I
don't know what I did to deserve something so generous. He's taking pictures of it.
The odds of this, I find, are so low, but
Oh my god, and Mr. Irons, this was before he got fat. Look at him. He's almost a hunk. I could see why Jose's mom fucked him.
Felix will just look at Nebu and then just shake his head like,
What? He's portly these days. I never got it.
Maybe it's his winning personality, just like his son.
Good one.
I feel so bad for him right now, but there's nothing I can do.
No, he deserves this. Isn't that right, Viridian?
Viridian is like holding his hand over his mouth, holding back the laughter when he drops it to answer. Instead of going, yeah, he deserves it, he just goes, look at the little fucking dork! Starts laughing maniacally.
This does make me glad that there are no pictures of me like this in such a compromising position.
Oh, yes. I know. There are funny traditions in the Broken Wing to not take too many photos while you are young in case you die of disease. So, it is a relief to hear. But even the ones I have are me, I'm a strapping young lad. So, I do not need to have such embarrassment. My caretakers would never do something as cruel to put me in a bow tie. Why did you invent these things, Viridian? Your people are so strange.
Viridian is going to kind of conspicuously stop laughing when he mentions, my caretaker would never put me in something like that.
Yeah.
As Viridian will be like, yeah, those things never should have been created.
One of the sins of the Valish people.
I know, they're so fucking ugly. Oh my god.
This is. He'll just kind of look at that, like, look at everybody like, this is just cruel.
It is cruel. You know how long they take to?
Oh my god. I wonder if he still has like a model of that rifle or that gun in there or something. We should buy it and give it to Jose and make him take a new version of it.
Oh no, they would not. That would be incredible.
I do not think you could get a bow tie on him now.
I would like to see you. I would like to try.
I mean, if we like team up on him, like, I mean, he's quick, but like, not quick enough. I could just turn his legs to gold.
Oh, yes, that would help.
Well, if you're willing to go so far for the joke, he'll look at those two and be like,
How could we not? We have to live up to the standards of reality, he says, like, pointing towards the picture. And it is right in front of us.
I
Rita's
suppose
gonna
so.
put up on Felix's shoulder and go, nah, he asked for this.
I see.
Oh my god. So have you guys found anything as good as this in the city yet?
Not particularly, no.
Yes, I suppose it would be hard to measure up to, but I am shocked at how many buildings can be put so close together, and yet seem so imposing. I mean, it is ridiculous. I did not imagine when I heard it was in a mountain that it would be... Well, I knew the mountain ranges in Vale could get quite big in comparison to the west of Sanus, but I didn't imagine there would still be this much space. It was clever of them to dig down deeper, and the reinforcements on some of these structural poles are quite clever. I have to say, this entire place impresses me on a very base level with the consideration that's gone into the road structure and things like that. I have given the Valish people too much guff for assuming they would not have to get creative due to no difficulties, but clearly the men behind this project knew what they were doing.
Like, I guess that's like a dorky way to fucking talk about it. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, you know, it's something. I'm not willing to get that. I'm not willing to, like, you know, get down and worship Vale that quickly like Hagios is, traitor.
I am saying that I can recognize the importance of a place like this. It is not necessarily something that Vacuo would need, but I suppose I am proud of the Valish for doing something, yes.
I must agree that this place does impress me.
Yeah. I don't know if I got my full stock of it yet. I mean, there's so much. Not sure how I feel about the whole thing yet. At least
Yeah.
it isn't.
No, go ahead.
No, it was just finishing with, but at least it is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, certainly different than how you talk about Vale. I just thought it was all forest the whole way.
Well, I mean, that's the part I had the most experience with.
Yeah, I never knew you and Rose literally had only been to like one corner of your own nation. Pretty embarrassing, honestly, not gonna lie.
Never kind of purses her lips a little bit. She sways to the side, being like, awkward.
Such pumpkins, really.
Yes, you were not as culturally enriched as I had supposed. Felix has an excuse. He was kept in a shack. What was yours, Viridian?
Rena's just gonna kind of look around and go, yeah, I'm not really too sure. I mean, there aren't too many cities like this, but she's gonna kind of scratch his head for a bit and go, I mean, you could say I was only in like 2 country places, but I spent a lot of time traveling on that ship I were on. Didn't take port in too many big cities. Not really any cities at all, really. He kind of scratched his head at that for a second.
Well, wait, where did you, like, go?
He's gonna be like, oh, places, I mean, like, well, I'm kind of familiar with Canterbury, but I never got out into it, just hung around the port when we were in there a few times.
Is it filled with berries, or is the name just funny?
The name's kind of funny.
Right. That is, it's the place with all the inlets. It's an incredibly important naval trading post in Vale. I mean, like, we contact a lot of people through the Canterbury canals and things like that. A lot of my dad's shipping goes through there eventually. I mean, it's far enough, but it's not far enough not to do business there. We have a base of operations there. Pretty cool place. Seen some pictures, never been there personally. Was on my list of, like, maybe worthwhile Vale's places to see. But I guess I have to revise it, like, a little bit, considering I guess there's more holes in the walls like this place than I expected. Still, though, like to be, you know, having a little more fun. Think we can get in through the bouncer?
Just
Felix
anyone?
Felix will look at the bouncer.
Yeah, she's just like a taller looking woman, just like in a dress shirt, pants. She's like looking down at her scroll right now against the wall, since there's not exactly like a crowd of people at the green light trying to get in right now.
Felix will just say, "Well, Naboo, I suppose you could charm our way in."
Oh, yeah, I got this.
I was gonna push forward and go and look up and like just kind of look at her, and she doesn't really look up at her phone, and she like touches the door, and the bouncer doesn't really look up, and she like slowly pushes the door open, and the bouncer looks up and stares at her as Naboo looks like she's gotten caught in a crime, and she kind of stares at her like, are you going in or what?"
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you can go in.
Yeah, I can.
Naboo says as she awkwardly steps in, as she whispers behind her like, "What the fuck?" Hajios looks confused too. I was fucking.
Yeah,
we were
Felix
not allowed
also.
in these establishments. So he just
I-
goes to walk his way in.
Felix will just shrug and be like, "I suppose we can then."
Well, alright.
You guys can step into the green light.
Like inside.
The green light is a homey hole in the wall with a nice, like, finished wooden floor with similar sort of like filled with those greenish bar lights with the frosted over rims. So the light's not like green inside; it's just got that color. There are a couple of close-knit booths that you can slide in. There's a game console that's currently being used, one of those like motorcycle ones. It's pretty quiet. There's a low tune being played in the place through the speakers. And there's a couple of adorning little like tchotchke sort of old neon lights from like stores and stuff, like old retro style, like business signs and things like that, some street signs. Some pictures of across Vale, some scenic scenes from there, a dartboard or two, with a pool table kind of shoved off in one way that's like flipped over, not currently in use. It looks like the place is open during the day still, it just doesn't have all the function and everything really put out. Like there's some tables and stuff stacked up on one side of the wall that probably get unfolded during the night when it's a lot more busy. And there's as you're in for the walkway, there's a row of what you presume are like important people or celebrities or something. Neither of you are quite familiar enough to even take a guess at them that have like entered the place and have taken photos here. You know, like a collection wall. They're all signed and stuff, so you can like familiarize yourself with names, but none of them really ring a bell. You would see one though. I guess you'd recognize Mr. Irving is in one of these, and then you also walk in and see Mr. Irving at the bar. Talking a little bit with the bartender before she walks away as he's sipping from a mug right now. It's been like an hour or two since you first ran into him. You've been wandering around since. So it's getting closer to noon by now. Neba is just kind of gawking, looking at the place as Hajios is also. And you're realizing they're probably staring around the place because they've never seen a bar that actually looks clean and comfy. Most of them are dirty, open, and filled with people and hookah smell and pipes and stuff. But the green light has this charming sort of retro-y, not retro, but folksy, homey feel to it, like a hunting lodge.
Okay.
Right.
It was going to look nervously, almost like,
Okay, I thought we'd get thrown out. So you think they'll just let us order something to drink?
I suppose we can give it a try.
Yes, Nebu, you are rather childish. Let me try. So go, what the fuck? Fuck you. Well, you almost gave away the get at the bouncer. Okay, fair, I guess. Whatever. I'm gonna grab a booth. Just gonna slide in as Hagios goes to the bartender to ask something. And as you guys walk in, Enoch kind of cranes his head to see people entering. He smiles as he notices you two and turns a little bit. He's taken off like his jacket and stuff, so he's just in his dress shirt and loosened his tie up a little bit. He goes, "Oh, Alpha Supernova, good to see you."
Good to
And
see
he
you.
smiles for a second as he considers it, and he goes, "Ah, right, Veration stuff."
Yeah, hi. Yeah,
It's-
fun running into you here so soon.
Hey, don't sweat it. I'm not gonna tell.
That is good.
He starts to say kids, and he says, "You fellas want something to drink?"
Well, that's why we came in here.
Yeah. Luce, put these on my tab. And he'll order you two some drinks, and he points at Hagios. Him too! Hagios will nod. As Nebu kind of slowly makes her way towards the bar now that they know someone's interesting. And like Hagios and Nebu will introduce themselves quickly to Mr. Irving, who will move over and talk to them for a second, as you guys can pull up with some seats now that you have something to drink.
Alright. Looks like we'll just take a seat next to Irving.
Yeah. He smiles a little bit and goes, "Well, you've already familiarized yourself with one of my favorite establishments here. I'm normally always here at some point in the day. Preferably the night, but hey, if I know it's going to be a long one, you can start early."
Well, I suppose it's good for stress relief.
Oh, yeah. Never want to become too tightly wound. Besides, I do my best thinking while I'm here. Plus, you hear enough of the common people around here that you pick up what's important around town. Boost here gives me some good tips, he says to the bartender. She drops some drinks in front of you and smiles and goes back to cleaning in the back.
Yes,
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me saying, but this is not the place I pictured you may drink at.
Oh, I suppose I might look a little comfortable in my business attire back at the governmental building, but no, this is a place close to my own heart. I'm not some fancy pants noble after all. I might be a councilman here, but I grew up drinking in places like this, sneaking in underage myself, A little rattier than this. Cleaned this place up in the last couple of years.
I can tell this is much different than the bars back at Shade.
Oh, yeah, I imagine. Hey, it's authentic, isn't it? No hookahs here, though. Can't say I'm missing the idea of having them. I hear they stink a place up pretty well, and I know Luce is particular about the smell. But I like it, though. Made sure to get her some nicer chairs and stuff over the years. The older woman's kind of continues cleaning the place up. Yeah. So I made sure to keep the homey feel. Didn't want to spoil the atmosphere. Got a bit popular, so she had to hire a bouncer, but she's not complaining.
Well, Felix will kind of look around and then take a drink. It is nice.
He nods as he sips his.
I hope you don't mind me. Don't think that I'm prying or anything, but is there something that has you tightly wound today? Besides, we already know.
Oh, don't worry about prying. I mean, after all, places like this are where you chat casually about things. Nebu and Hagios are like in their own conversation a little bit. That's why they're not really contributing too much immediately, but they're kind of nearby if they want to join in. As for tightly wound, I mean, there's enough stress at work and things. Always need something like this. He laughs a little bit as he leans up against the counter a bit, grinning through it, and kind of drums his fingers across the bar.
But, I mean, well, things are a little back and forth right now. Did I mention any of that before? I can't really remember. We're always getting a bit squeezed from the royal crown on things. You gotta do a lot of, well, parlor tricks to the houses to keep them from really gutting us with some regulations or sanctions. So Otto and I have to dress up and do our court gesture routines sometimes to entertain them. I feel like I'm losing more friends by the day the more I ask for more liberties placed in this place.
Ix will look a little sad at like the court jester stuff, and I'll be like, yes, well, we had an encounter with a noble on our way here. It was not the best impression.
Yeah, Miss Lord Ganymede, we can talk a little more casually here, don't worry. Just another squeeze coming down from the crown, I'd say. He's come here to do a little digging, I think. Is the best way I'd put it. Otto's gonna be entertaining him probably for the rest of the day, I'd say.
Digging that kind of guy is likely to do. Don't strike me as too much the kind you like getting around here.
No, he's a pretty staunch royalist, and, well, I mean, Otto and I have been painted a bit more radical than we obviously are, but it's no secret that we've raised some of our own concerns on the current structure of things. Wouldn't be able to, well, try and make this place such a big shot as it is if we weren't. Basic situation of it is that, I mean, Mountain Glen's got enough autonomy that the king and everyone's a bit concerned about how much was placed in it. This place was supposed to be more of a project than an actual city at first. I mean, don't get me wrong, we had all the guidelines and requirements you need to establish something like this, and, well, Otto's government role, or governor role, isn't exactly for show, it's a real thing, but nobody expected it to be this successful. After all, it's kind of a harebrained scheme to just say hollow out a mountain and make it one of the greatest cities you can, but getting a sort of joke like that allowed through the houses and approved well enough to make it through to allow us to do our work here, well, that's what we spent a lot of time fishing for. You gotta take advantage of people who underestimate your ability to snap at the decision, or the opportunity.
Yeah, that kind of been easy.
Well, think of it like this. If you need zoning requirements to expand a village or something outside of its already decided borders, it's going to go all the way up to the houses. Nobles, commons, king, they're going to argue about it, and your little village's extension for a new tavern or some latrines, a couple more houses, it's going to take at least a week or two to even get back to you, if they've made the debate on it or not. Got a whole house full of people debating on just pieces of maps to them. Matters a lot more to the people there. So, for something of this size, I mean, well, after a long time of doing stuff like that, a couple people kind of lose sight of the size they're talking about. So we were able to sneak through a lot of things past them. Bit underhanded, but, well, you can't do big things without breaking a few eggs, right? And besides, it's not like it's for anyone's detriment outside of their own pride, but, well, to a Valishman, that can be pretty critical.
Yes, I do hope you could clear something up for me.
Sure, happy to speak.
I understand that the Crown is concerned about the... Would you say it's the size of the success that truly has them concerned, I suppose?
I'd say both would probably be the right way to view it, but the size is one big issue that they've come up with. After all, after something gets too large, too successful, and starts challenging your own authority, it kind of puts them in an awkward position. If I'm speaking frankly, and I hope you can keep this a little between us, once you realize in a system like the monarchy is just, well, they say they've got holy blood in their veins, but once you realize that there's no practical reason to keep a system like this going outside of their own wishes to have it, it makes people start to question your authority. Even if we haven't had to do it so openly, seeing a place without the king's exact guidance be so successful has enough people murmuring if it's needed to keep the system alive. I mean, Atlas's royalties crumbled out from underneath it. He was said Mantle's former royalty crumbled out beneath it, and now the nation of Atlas is making moves on a global market of dust importing and weapons that's never been seen from the place. Everyone assumed down here that after that their economic stability wouldn't be able to recover for decades if they kept up at this rate. But they've managed to rebound faster than anyone expected under a more diplomatic system they're looking towards. A republic, I think it's called. Don't exactly have anyone they didn't vote in charge right now. Bordering on a dictatorship, but, well, if they continue down their projections and aren't lying about what they want to do with their government, that's going to be a bit revolutionary on a large scale. If they can find success with that, who's to say the Valish can't? That's what people are worried about.
I see. I guess that makes Mountain Glen a troubling symbol.
Oh, yeah. It's the testing ground to see what we can do by ourselves as Valishmen. And now if the king's gonna start getting a little more tight on us, well, I guess that's the final test, isn't it? That's what I say to give myself a little comfort when we're facing complete, well... As many people, he kind of cuts himself off, would say we'd like to separate ourselves from the Valish crown. The idea of full annexation is probably the most terrifying thing we're facing right now. Without the actual support of the Kingdom of Vale, I mean. We'd be an island with an unfriendly sea surrounding us. Nobody here actually wants that. Not that radically, at least.
Yes, Felix will kind of look a bit more serious now. Like, I see that is... Well, you have quite a lot on your shoulders.
Yeah. Well, not only mine. Luckily, the whole council's got this place to look out for each other with. And, I mean, if there's anyone who shoulders a lot of burden, it'd be Otto. The guy's a fanatic for this sort of work. His passion's never wavered, but I can't imagine he's been able to stand up straight every time with all of that crushing him. He's a hell of a guy. Don't let some people spin it the wrong way. Everyone's got a bit of a chip on their shoulder for someone who's willing to push and shove for what they want. But I respect it. Maybe it's just because of the background I have, but I don't worry about people who are willing to bully others for what they want so long as it's something that I can agree with. It just kind of motivates me to be able to keep up pace with them, you know? You want that in a partner. Someone, for better or worse, is trying harder than you are, so you can try and keep pace with them. Haha, look at me, I sound like I want to marry the guy or something. Ugh, shakes his head.
I think it's quite evident you respect him deeply.
Oh, yeah. With my life. He sighs a little bit and looks tired. Not that it should be that serious, right? Oh, yeah, but Ganymede's just one of the new fun things we'll have to deal with, I'm sure. Him bringing a knight with him is a weird show of force. I don't know if that's supposed to be intimidating or what. It's not exactly like it's something that should upset us, but still... I wonder how he managed to pull that off. Maybe he's got some favor he owed him or something. Not that I don't think the boar hasn't had enough troubles in his own life, so... Maybe Lord Ganymede just did him a favor once and this is his repayment. Oh, sorry, not the boar, the bull, he would have said.
Yes, I just hope I do not personally run into him again. Although, he'll turn to Viridian and be like, Viridian, can you tell me a bit more about the bull, right?
Yeah, the bull.
You just
Yeah,
said it was
I
the bull.
confused you. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's
just,
the bull.
tell me a bit more about the bull.
Yes, I would assume I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you need any more detail, you can ask me. But I think there's some stuff in his page you might be
Yeah, I
able
was
to
just
work off.
opening it.
Yeah, but if you need anything, tell me.
Okay, I'm just rereading it over very quickly.
Yeah, Garth Beaumains is obviously a commoner and stuff. He used to be a former mercenary and saying you can make some insinuations there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Viridian's gonna be like, huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, like, Sir Beaumains, don't want to get that wrong. He used to be a mercenary, like, way back then, like, in his youth or whatever. Also, became a huntsman at some point before he became a knight. He got his title, Bull, because of the way he fights, and kinda how he acts, I guess. But no one who respects him would ever call him that to his face. Even though it's a pretty good title, if you ask me. I mean, I'd want to be a fucking bull. Those things are big angry cows with giant horns. They could really mess a person up. Viridian's gonna kind of like scratch his head and think for a second and go, from what I always heard from like Historia, like when I was asking about some of the knights, he seemed like a real fan of the king because of, getting to be a knight, even though he was a mercenary and whatever. And some people were like talking about, oh, he don't have the chivalry and stuff to do it, but he'll kind of shrug and go, I mean, the dude's, I'd respect him as a knight, even if he has to put up with that Ganymede fella being his boss right now. I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Did you say you knew Sir Ark?
Oh, well, I mean, I met her during the Battle Festival.
Huh.
We got to talking a bit.
That's a mighty fine connection to make. The Ark family are as good as gold in the Vale.
Yeah, I mean, kind of figure that, like, it's a real big name going around. So, I mean, yeah, like, Sir Beaumains, he's one of the Knights of the Rounds. Felix, what more you need to know?
Well, I suppose I just hope to glean why he would accompany Ganymede on his little trip here. Although I suppose it may just be as simple as a favor.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I don't know him personally, but from what I hear, he's real straight to your face. If he had an actual problem with us back then, he'd have probably kicked us out of there. So he must just be following Ganymede because of his nightly duties or something. But I couldn't tell you anything beyond that, and I'm just guessing at that.
Well, it's a tale as old as time. Commoners gotta kowtow a bit to royalty, after all. Even in higher positions. I can't exactly speak out of turn in the House of Nobles myself. Or to the House of Nobles myself. You have to be careful of those sorts of things. So I suppose even the knights gotta suffer. Now, in my days, I've heard he's done some pretty unscrupulous work. It's a hell of a thing to pull off going from a former mercenary to a knighthood, but still. I always figured the king kept a guy like that around because he could do something a little dirtier.
I mean, yeah, I see that. Like, I mean, no point having everyone around being all prissy-passy clean up into their armor and stuff. But, I mean, no, I think he comes off as pretty knightly.
Knightly? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, We were only there for a bit, but he seemed pretty, how do I say it, composed. He wasn't, like, getting agitated or surprised. Seemed like he had the lay of the field. And when he sprung in there, right quick like that, Brian says, snapping his fingers, well, he was pretty aware, but from being called the bull, I'd expected a lot more than just snatching a plate out of the air when he charged.
Well, mercenaries are well trained. Sorry, kid, I don't mean to be... So you'd say, sorry, lad, I don't mean to be so rude about that. I just don't really see much in the idea of knights. Like, quotes the air and smiles wryly a little bit. It's just a title.
Yes, I also find it, well, perhaps it's just I don't necessarily know the extent of their duties, but I do not necessarily understand their function, I suppose.
They're essentially the hired guns that answer directly to the king himself. They go around every sort of regulatory system he'd need. Obviously, the king has his own battalion of guards and has a pretty direct control over a lot of things, but there's still a level of bureaucracy that can get in the way. The minute you introduce a chain of command, the captains, generals, they can start to divert the men's favor and attention towards them rather than the man who's supposed to order them, you know? So, the larger force you have, the more chain of command you'll need, and the wider it gets, the more difficult it is to move each part. It's a simple logistic problem you run into with any larger group of people. That's why I always figured huntsmen kept small. Too many of them, and a leader position would have to be diverted to more smaller parts within a team, and you can't have that going off wrong in the field, right? But the Knights, they're a smaller coalition of essentially the best of the elites that can answer directly to the king's order, who serve him and no one else. So, you can get them to do whatever he wants necessarily, as the highest order of command. They'll still serve the noble class when they're not necessarily in retainer to the king's orders, but, well, he could change that at a moment's notice. So, they're his hired goons, basically. A hit squad. Useful thing to have in politics when people want to stick knives in your back, and very useful for kowtowing your opponents. Like I said, when you break the decorum of politics, some people realize it's as simple as killing the other guy if you really wanted to cut things short. And that's when society collapses, though. But the king's not dumb enough to keep them away from him. He knows that's always there, the threat of people snapping to reality and wanting to do something radical. Lots of the knights serve as good public officials. People like them, they've got good PR. And they're also good at keeping an eye on things. Don't let Boris fool you. He's not a blowhard. He's here to keep an eye on things. Report back to the king on anything that seems important. I don't think he's a bad guy, but we're certainly playing for different teams.
I see. Felix will be look a little bit worried at his scathing review of Knights.
Yeah. How's Viridian feel? What's his hot take on this TED talk on Knights?
No, Knights are cool. No, Knights are cool. Shut up.
Let's go!
They're cool people. They get legends about them. They get titles. Everyone looks up to them. They're good. They're strong warriors. Shut up.
Are you alright, Richard?
Yeah, I'm fine. What do you mean?
Oh, I guess...
No, I just assumed you didn't want to respond and you were saying it quietly. I don't know, you sounded tired.
You sounded like really out of it.
Was I tired? I mean, I was saying it like Viridian being like, looking away like, no, Knights are cool, fuck you.
Alright. Yeah, you don't want to question them, I got you. Yeah. Well, any governmental system's smart enough to keep people like that around. Normally supposed to work out for them. Heard it went pretty south up in Mantle, though. After all, that's an exact example of that chain of command thing I was talking about breaking down. The Royal Police Force. Sergeant, or Captain, what was it? Ironwood, right. He's the one who eventually turned tail, stood by as the crowds kind of descended on them. Decided he didn't want bloodshed either way, but ended up letting, well, the nobles basically defenseless to their own security teams. That was a big force. When you're talking about people just in one city, the large force of government really goes away, and you realize that the crowd that you protect could just be as dangerous as any larger scale threat to a nation if you crowd every governmental figure in one place. It's something like an infection. Could kill the whole body even if it's small.
I see. I've learned quite a bit about the situation that happened up there. It is
nasty.
Yes. Stories are not fun.
I may not have liked them, but I never would have wished something upon my worst enemies like that. Difficult business, but people look at us like we're going to be the next coming of the next Sons of Liberty at this rate.
I suppose those rumors may be hard to dispel.
Oh, definitely. Well, it's nice to see kids being interested in it. He kind of coughs as the older woman kind of towards you guys and goes, young men like yourselves being interested in this. Because, well, that means at least we've got another generation of people interested in keeping the world at large a little safer. Or even just being aware of it. You'd be shocked to know how difficult that can be for the average person.
Well, I find that learning about the world is quite useful, almost necessary. More than I once thought it was.
Yeah, it's a pretty big wake-up call around that age. I remember mine. Well, make sure you do good to figure out what you want to do in it. It'll lead you the right path, that gut of yours. Everybody's got something they want to do, they just don't know it right away.
Thank you. Felix will give him a genuine smile.
He returns it happy and a little more relaxed. It seems like he's been enjoying talking about this with someone who's actually like listening and seems inquisitive. And as troubling as this things are, it's like, you know, he's like, oh, he meant it pretty genuinely. He's like, oh, it's nice to know someone's like interested in this sort of thing. You know, it's good.
Yeah, he loves talking to these 18-year-olds.
Yeah, influencing them for the future. As he looks down at his watch as it lets out a little beep. It's like a scroll watch. It's probably called something really lame, like a pamphlet. I don't know.
No, dude!
It needs to be some like small text thing.
No, I can't let you get away with pamphlet.
I can't call it pamphlet.
I can't let you get away with pamphlet, dude.
Pamphlet sucks.
I can't. Not pamphlet. It can't be pamphlet.
It can't be pamphlet.
Can't be pamphlet.
He's gonna let out a sigh, but smile a little bit. Well, I should probably get back to the office for now. I'm gonna have a little more work on my hands with Ganymede talking up a storm back at Otto's estate. I'll catch you two around the place, and it was good meeting you, Iris. Well, half of you, at least for now. He says as he gets up. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of each other in the future, and well, you'll know where to find me if you come here, at least, he says, smiling, cracking a little joke as he puts down a tip and says, anything else they order can go on my tab for today. Don't abuse this trust. He waggles a finger jokingly towards all of you and goes to grab his coat off a rack. If there's anything else you want to say to him.
Felix will just say his goodbyes to him as he walks out.
Got any parting shots for him, Viridian?
Oh, no, I can't think of a parting shot.
Yeah.
I say my goodbyes.
Alright, cool. He puts on his coat, straightens himself out, and looks official again and walks out of the place. Anything you guys want to talk about between yourselves or with Iris?
I don't think so.
Fair enough. That's good.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Richard?
No.
Very
I
cool.
guess really
Yep.
just start with small talk by being like, huh, really didn't expect to run into him here, did you?
A few moments later.
Get up to.
I guess I don't know if Gwen wants to come with me or not, but like before we goes, I'm assuming Lance and Wayne kind of informed us probably where they know like Artie's hanging out. We
Yeah.
probably all go over to like meet up with them, but I'm just gonna walk around a bit before we actually do that. So
Yeah, go for it.
I'll probably just walk around the street a bit and notice, I don't know, whatever's going on here. This guy looks pretty weird.
Yeah, this is a nice dining establishment that you'll probably head to later to eat. Scouting it out now for the menus, and yeah, there's a concerted, concentrated group of paparazzi kind of flocked towards hiding around the wall, trying to sneak pictures of this person that you can see from the outside. And there is a funny fellow in a long gray trench coat with white and light orange pants and a pink suit with a red tie and long pink, like not fluffy, like long, straight and volume-filled hair rolling down past his shoulders, tied into like by a little small blue string to the side, like a side ponytail. And he has a large platter of food across from him, filling up most of the table. His assistant just has a coffee and is staring incredulously as he picks at little pieces of the food and like mixes it together and looks dissatisfied with his own creations and moves them off.
Claire,
It's a mix of dessert and lunch.
Claire's gonna like look at the paparazzi, look to the man, and look towards Gwen. Hey Gwen, do you think they're trying to take pictures of that funny-looking guy?
Funny-looking guy? You think everyone looks funny? Oh. Yeah, he does look funny. You're right.
I mean, he has like long pink hair. That's...
I mean, Jose has short pink hair, but I know what you mean. He kind of... Gwen says as she's staring at him as he's like sat lounging in his chair with like a leg crossed over, one arm extended exaggeratedly as he talks about something as he's shoving food in his mouth with the other and just not really caring. The assistant tapping the table, trying to look as interested as she can be, but clearly annoyed by something. He looks vaguely familiar, but maybe it is just because he kind of has Jose's hair color. I don't know.
Hey! Claire's gonna like look over to the paparazzi.
They freeze up and they're like, shut the fuck up!
Oh, alright. Claire will walk over to be more inconspicuous.
Gwen sighs.
Excuse me.
What do you want? We're working.
Who is that you're taking pictures of?
Bumpkins. Girl paparazzi says. Undercover agent paparazzi coughs and tries not to drop his police badge in his coat. Paparazzi number one goes, it's Periwinkle Hancock.
Claire looks towards Gwen.
Oh. Yeah, he's like a film director. Wow,
Oh.
he looks weird.
Does he make any of the ones you like?
I mean, not really. I mean, his films are pretty famous, though, or like kind of infamous a bit. He's one of those guys that's trying to pioneer horror films.
Oh, those real
Yeah, it's really weird.
real spooky ones.
Yeah, it's really weird. I hear he gets into all kinds of troubles for some of his films.
Hey, Claire looking towards the paparazzi.
Oh my god, what?
Are his movies any good?
I don't fucking know. I'm here for my fucking job. He's famous and I want photos of him.
Why don't you just go up and ask him if you can take them?
Because they're gonna send us away. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking for real? Yeah, Claire. Claire, not everyone likes to be photographed in public, and especially like this.
I don't know, that guy looks pretty strange. Maybe he'd be okay with it.
Are you undercover agent? You're not like a cop in disguise trying to rat us out for illegal photos, are you?
No? Do I look
That'd be insane if that happened, right, Janice? Yeah. What? She gives him like a weird look. Like, yeah, it'd be insane.
Do I
I
look?
know, Ted.
Do I look like a cop?
You look pretty suspicious to me. Ted, I don't know. I don't buy it. Can we just go back to fucking getting these photos? I gotta get back to the office soon.
Well, I'll stop bothering you.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you guys the kids that won the Vital Festival?
Chloe looks towards Gwen, nervous that she fucked up.
And Gwen's glaring at you like, this is your bad, Lionette.
Oh shit, I think they are.
No.
Hey, could you go over there and, like, stand near him or, like, talk to him or something? That'd be a way better story than just, like, eating all this food. Like, I was gonna try and give something, like, gluttonous, I don't know, appetite, and then, like, do an arrow towards his assistant and imply it was also, like, a sexual thing, but I don't really buy that one. Yeah, kind of sucks. Thanks, Janice. Just trying to work here. Yeah, but if, like, you guys were there, that'd be, like, a story. That'd be real. I could put my journalist hat on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
We all own journalist hats, ain't that right? Ted, what the fuck is your problem today?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can go say hi to him, give you guys a picture.
What the fuck, Clark?
I thought we were... I don't know, Gwen.
You just want to talk to him because he looks fucking funny, don't you?
No, it's not good. He's a famous director.
Ooh, this is pretty good right here. Janice, come on. They'll know it's us now. They're gonna know it's us either way, Ted, you fucking idiot.
He's a famous director, Gwen.
You just fucking learned that. You don't care. You don't even watch movies.
I've watched the movies you show me.
Whatever, let's go make a new funny friend for Clara.
Claire's gonna start walking.
Yeah, thanks.
Claire's gonna start walking over. You don't have to come.
Oh, you want to be like that, huh?
No, what?
Fucking, what's gotten into you? The fame's really changing you, Clara.
Claire's just gonna stand there, like, in the entrance and just look at Gwen.
I thought it was funny sounding.
No, it's funny. It sounded a bit too real.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My comedy's a bit too highbrow for you.
A waiter comes by like, do you two want a table?
Oh,
Kind of standing in the entrance.
no, we're gonna be coming back with the prince later to eat.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Yeah, we're coming back with our friend Felix Prince.
yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Claire will just...
Can you move over the
Claire move... Oh, yeah, sorry.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Got us.
And start walking over a bit.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The assistant glares up at you, but Perry pauses as he's got a large slice of pizza that he's put a couple of the fish cakes on. And he pauses chewing it, and he looks up at you, and his eyes glisten. And he goes, "Oh my goddess. Are you who I think you are?
Maybe?
Miss Ark?"
Chloe looks towards Gwen, just absolutely baffled.
Clara, I don't know everything. You can't look at me for it.
What?
I'm not here to help all the time.
I know who Miss Ark is, Gwen. We've met her.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
What?
Oh, you're not?
I meant more as like... He just called me Miss Ark.
Oh. He reaches into his pocket and puts on spiral, like, tinted glasses. They're, like, tinted, like, red. Oh, you're not? Oh, wait a minute! Are you who you... Am I seeing who I think I'm seeing? Beth, am I... The assistant's, like, gone away to take a phone call. Am I seeing who I think I'm seeing?
Maybe?
Second time's the charm, I guess.
Claire will just take
Are you Clara May Sor... Clara, what the fuck? Clara May Sor... He doesn't seem perturbed by you taking a seat.
Yeah?
I remember you! Ho, 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 ho! He does little finger guns in the air a few times. As Gwen kind of stands by to the side, looking a little uncomfortable. What a lucky guy I am!
Yeah, it's really nice to meet you. I heard you're a real famous director, Mr. Hancock.
Oh, did you? That's funny.
Yeah, those people.
Because I heard of you too!
Yeah, those people over there taking pictures of you secretly were all whispering about it.
Wow, you really fucking hate those guys' job, don't you, Clara?
They were being rude.
I mean, you kind of like came up and blew their cover.
Yeah, but aren't they doing something kind of like, scummy anyway? Taking pictures of him while he's eating?
Wow, you're fucking judgy today.
What's with you right now?
It was another joke. Jeez, chill, Clara.
I'm sorry.
We're supposed to be relaxing, aren't we?
I'm sorry. It's so hard to tell.
So who's your funny little friend here? Why do you know her and not me?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Huh?
She's my teammate and partner, Gwen Arnaya.
Teammate? Are you the huntress?
Wait, what?
Oh, that's a really funny thing to happen.
Wait.
Oh, nice work, darling. He gives you another finger gun. Sticking it back to him.
Hold on, how do you know me? Didn't you know me?
Well, you're one of the only 10 survivors.
Clara will pause for a moment. Oh. Alright.
Oh, yeah. Fascinating. I did a lot of research on that case. The Black Parade's worst nightmare. The Dent Cities.
Uh-huh.
Villages, whatever.
Right, I thought you recognized me from winning the Vital Festival.
Huh? Oh, congratulations. No, but I really used a lot of the recovered photos and things from Old Guy for inspiration during Vertigo.
Vertigo? Is that one of your movies?
It's one of my films, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Afraid I haven't actually seen it.
That's alright. Not a lot of people saw that one since it wasn't allowed to be released.
Oh, what was wrong with it?
Well, the ratings board really don't like me for some reason. I know, crazy, right? I'm Periwinkle, by the way, but you can call me Perry. I feel like I'm real close together with you already, since I already, researched your case and your life story up until, I stopped because I got bored and stopped being interesting. Sorry about that. I mean, I'm sure it was good for you that it stopped being as interesting.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Perry.
Oh, really? Thanks! Yeah, you want some of this food? My assistant's really not eating a lot, and I mean, I ordered a lot because I wanted to try everything, but I don't want to finish anything. I want to get fat.
No, I think I'm good. I'm going out to lunch a bit later with some other friends.
Once picked up one of the cannolis and is eating it. Oh, I don't know, it's just really good.
Maybe I'll try that for dessert later.
Hey, whatever you want, doll. So... He leans across the table and putting his elbows on and putting his head, chin in his hands and smiling up at you dreamily. So, can I get an interview or something?
I guess?
Cool. So, were they really he's does an arm size, the size of how big was the rain again? I heard it was the size of this table.
Gwen can see Claire's it's not obviously it's uncomfortable, but she's also using this as an opportunity to actually see okay, can I talk about this without vomiting? Can I talk about this in public?
Yeah, Gwen looks nervously at you and was kind of speaking up, but there's cannoli in her mouth, so she just kind of coughs and starts to swallow as you answer.
Yeah, this is about right.
Wow, that's crazy. I thought that was an exaggeration at first, but I kept reading separate reports, and I saw some of the photos. Man, that is nuts. I mean, Old Guy definitely got the worst. Biggest body count. I mean, it's the most populated place that got hit on the sides. That's a shame. Those shore cities seemed like a real interesting culture.
Yeah, it was really nice there.
You guys make a lot out of seals, right?
Yeah.
You clubbed them a lot?
When needed to.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. You ever think about, why it happened?
Why?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get into, say this. As a film director, a writer, and all that, I can't just look at the things as a picture, even if it's moving or not. You gotta understand what you're writing and everything, right? You can't resonate with someone without understanding your own characters you put. So I try and put people in the shoes of the situations through my films. I want them to really feel what I'm trying to express to them. So to do that, I've got to understand everything. You know, Northern than North can't really have the same feel I wanted it to if I didn't really make it as oppressive and cold feeling in film as it is in, well, actual substance. You know, you can't just tell a story by people talking. You have to make the audience really feel for them. So, I mean, it's important for resources to know, like, how they actually felt. I mean, I can't know what it felt like.
Alright.
Yeah, but still, you could, like... Claire, you okay? I mean, we could go. This guy's weird.
No, I'm alright, Gwen. I mean, Grim just end up attacking places. Oh.
What did you say, sorry?
Claire was like just thinking for a moment, and just basically said, "Well, Grim just, sometimes they just end up attacking places, and it's not like that. It's not like that was your typical Grim. It's hard.
So you never felt? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's hard to really know when it's gonna come and go.
Oh, so you don't attach anything bigger to it. You know, a lot of people in crises have some weird interpretations of how things happened. You know, for the film, Vertigo originally, I was imagining one of the protagonists would probably feel it's some sort of divine retribution or something. Really work the angle that there's some people unable to cope with it. So they had to invent, like, creative, colorful reasons to try and cope with it. I always picture the protagonist would have a more grim outlook like you do, where it's just a sort of acceptance and nihilistic view of it, one that gives you comfort at a time by being so cold and logical. Detachment is the easiest way for someone to survive something like that, I've learned from my own research. Did you say that you could agree with that?
Maybe? I don't know if I've thought of it clearly like that.
Oh. So you avoid thinking of it?
Claire's like pausing to think.
I can hardly say I blame you if that's the case. And remember, I'm not judging. Nothing I hear matters. I have no moral character to stand on in this. I just want to know. For the sake of knowing.
Well, I don't think of it much. Well, I've started thinking of it more recently. But I used to not think about it, well, voluntarily most of the time.
You know, there's something to be said about that being more gruesome than the act itself. What it does to a person's life.
Certainly was a lot to deal with.
Oh, yes. I tried to portray that sort of PTSD-ridden obsession with something, one that would cause itself to integrate itself into a person's life without really being upfront in the person's life in a simple man. I mean, a lot of people didn't like it because of how uncomfortable it made them, and I can understand. I guess you could call it boring, but I think every existence of that man's life, he's unnamed in the film in case you haven't seen it, is supposed to be that way. It's supposed to not feel boring, it's supposed to feel painful, uncomfortable, like the idea of actually living with that sort of feeling, sensation. I want people to understand that. They think, wow, thank God those huntsmen, thank whatever those huntsmen were there to save all those people. And I want to ask, were they really fully saved, or is there still more they have to go through? People are willing to put that stuff under the rug, because they don't want to think about it. The same way a simple man and you don't want to think about what happened to them. But that's just not right, is it? We can't live in this world ignoring everything awful in it. We have to face it head on and understand it. These emotions it makes us feel. Whether we want to vomit, grit our teeth. I want people to stare it in the face, no matter how hard it is. Or else nothing's going to get better. I guess you could say I'm an optimist at heart. And that's why you make films that almost get you arrested. Yes. He says without hesitation. If they're going to try and restrict what I put on screen, I'll just try as hard to break as many laws as I can to get what I need on screen. I don't think that's the lesson to take. I think it is. People try and stop you from doing things because they have an agenda.
Claire's like Claire's in such a weird mindset because she sat down and was like, well, I'm using this as an opportunity to vent weirdly enough.
About it. He looks at Clara. Think about it. Dear, darling, sorry. I can't pick a name. I'm just captivated by knowing someone like you. This is one of the most interesting people I've met, honestly. Just honestly. It's so painful for me to imagine that there's people out there that just want to be happy. Plainly and simply. Of course we all pursue joy and happiness, rest, a life of satisfaction. But the fact that they'd be willing to try and numb themselves to the pain out there. This entire city. I don't know how it makes either of you feel, but it makes me sick. I can hardly eat, he says as he gestures like the giant stack of food that he's only nibbled on. I mean, look at this place. Everyone's becoming so belligerent, so cowed by their indifference to the world outside them. The city, if I tried to write something like this in a movie, would be passed off as passé. A dome that protects them from the world outside them is literally ridiculous. It's a metaphor in practice, and it shows. The people here are becoming complacent. They're absorbing the land around them, trying to put them in a bubble of safety here. Humanity can't survive in here. Either they'll become placid drones that will lose all sentience, or this place will pop like a bubble. It makes me scared to be here every day, and that's why I enjoy it.
Claire's just being slightly overwhelmed.
Yeah, I kind of see what you mean.
Hold on, let me think.
Take your time. Movies are long for a reason, to let people swallow what they're seeing.
You mean it's just not having the threat of things like Grimm that most people deal with is probably doing worse for these people?
Of course. There's no strife, there's no struggle, there's no reason to evolve. They're being cowed into a sense of security, placidity. They're losing themselves in it. Those who are striking out strike out in the wrong way. They don't realize the idea of itself, not striking out against the harsh world outside, isn't the problem. They start to think, well, if my life is so simple here, I just need conflict. That's a mistake. That's a dangerous mistake. People start fighting each other for no reason. This dome becomes a cage of violence as people strike out against each other, neighbor against neighbor. It's horrific. They're in a world of safety, and yet they choose to live in squalor. Why do they do that?
Claire looks towards Gwen, being like, well, you said you understood. Do you understand that?
Gwen's nodding slowly. Impassible. Give me a report to see if she understands.
Okay. Give me a sec. Okay.
Okay, bitch, let's see if you get it.
I think this man is beyond for 4.
Well, this is to see if you think Gwen
I know. I'm talking about, like, if I ever use in the future.
She's definitely agreeing more than she actually understands with.
Right. Oh, right. Since you seem to be interested, I did start training to become a huntsman, after a little while after what happened.
Fascinating. So soon, huh?
It's
your way of striking back at the world, perhaps?
No. What?
Well, that's the only thing that would make sense to me, after all.
I want to... I guess I kind of want to be like the huntsman that helped me back there. I mean, me and my family probably wouldn't have lived without them being there.
And that's what you think your reason is.
Excuse me?
Well, we don't all know about ourselves fully, do we? There are plenty of things about myself I've yet to discover. Perhaps, before today, I would never have known how much I detest the taste of this cannoli while I ate it right after eating this Reuben. The sour taste of the sauerkraut and the meat does not go well with the cannoli and the aftertaste. I learned something today about myself, right? But on a much more extravagant level, we discover things throughout our history and throughout our lives, reinforcing things that we've done to ourselves without recognizing it. For all you know, your true reason for wishing to be a huntress could be something much more complicated, much more different than what you think it is now. And it's merely your way of accepting what you feel without truly understanding it yet. Possibly. I wouldn't say to know either way.
I think I'm gonna go, Barry.
But I have so many more questions. I mean,
I have friends.
No, we've got to go.
I have friends to meet up with, but maybe if I catch you another time, I could answer.
Can I have your scroll information, please?
Um,
I'm begging you. He gets on his hands and knees in front of you.
Claire will look like a bit.
I haven't felt alive like this in a long time.
Claire looked very discomforted, being like, "What the fuck?"
Gwen, like, over his hands nearby. He's like, please. There's no one who's been through so much that I know won't be intimidated by my morose thoughts.
Mr. Hancock, please stand up.
Please, my assistant's already left. I know this maneuver. She's gone out the back. I'm never seeing her again. I have no one to talk to.
Never seeing her again? What?
I go through assistance like I go through shoes, and I drag my feet quite often. They get tired of me. The pay's never enough. I try and talk to them, and they shake their head and nod like they know what I'm saying, like your friend's trying to do. Well, I understood a little. Yes, but you're disgusted, aren't you?
You're not disgusting, Perry.
But I have all these awful thoughts, and I really do mean well by them, and I'm making you uncomfortable already enough. That's because you're on your hands and knees. Yes, but this is my genuine expression of my emotion.
I don't...
Why is truth so uncomfortable for people? He's shouting a little louder now. People are staring at you all. Why aren't people willing to look at the darker sides of the world or see the uncomfortable truths in interactions like this?
No, Perry, I appreciate you. We're just trying to show
Please!
Okay, I'll give you my scroll information. Just please
Thank you!
Please,
He grabs your leg.
Please stand up.
I don't know if my legs can support myself right now.
Claire will just pick him up with one hand.
Oh, thank you.
And put him in his seat.
He starts to drop. He starts to drop as you put him back in his seat. Thank you. I have been sitting here for so long. My legs had gone numb.
What?
What?
Were you sitting cross-legged?
Yes. I find it interesting. Okay.
Here's my scroll information.
Gracias.
What?
What?
I'm trying to start a movement to reintroduce language into the world. It's a side project. Forget it.
Oh. Okay. I think we gotta go.
I do probably have to leave as well. I'm supposed to be on...
Okay. Claire will put like a hand on his shoulder and look at him seriously. Maybe wait till your legs wake up so you just fall on the ground.
No, my assistant... Wait, right. I will have to requisition a new one of those as well. I suppose I'll wait for now. There's all this food here. It's like a prison of gluttony, though, now. I'll be forced to gain weight because I'm stuck here in front of all this delicious food.
Alright, well, I have faith that you can...
That's awesome. Cool, great. Let's leave.
I have faith you can get through this trial.
You got it, Mr. Hancock. Let's go, Claire.
I guess I'll see you some other time.
I'll see you the next time. Hopefully I can ask you some questions about Miss Wisteria.
Claire will walk out.
Well, that guy's fucking crazy.
I didn't really want to give him my scroll information, but
You shouldn't have.
He just kept yelling.
Yeah, you should have just walked away.
Well, I mean, I thought he would have followed me.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. That was the best shot of my life. I'm gonna be, loaded after that one. Thank you. He shakes your hands. I'm sorry we were so rude. Also, you're very pretty, he says to Gwen, and then runs off.
Okay.
This place is weird.
I forgot about them.
Yeah,
I guess
I think
you're going to be on a tabloid with Perry hugging your leg.
Yeah, I guess.
Congrats. That's what happens when you make more funny friends.
Gwen says as she starts to walk forward ahead of you.
So we'll just keep walking, not being in the right spot to argue that. This was her idea, and I guess she's paying for it.
Punished.
The next place I'd want to go would be to talk to Moors. But
cool.
That's his
Boys Squad, you got anything else?
No.
Rickard. You good? Yeah, you're not talking, bro. Cool. GL. Oh, you don't like Perry? He's a
Wait,
nice
no,
guy.
say something.
Yeah?
Oh. Sorry, that. The fuck was that?
What? I was flicking cards.
Yeah.
No, not that.
What'd you
What?
hear?
Sorry, I heard like a really. That must have been just on my end.
I heard a demon.
I'm good now. I can hear you.
I heard something manifest through my
Yeah,
computer.
I didn't hear anything either.
I heard the Digiverse. You have to give me a second.
Richard, can you talk yet? Yeah, now you can. Okay, good.
It's one of those funny Discord moments.
I hear you, Richard. Don't worry. Did you have anything?
Funny Discord moment. Great. I noticed, I guess, that that's 3 quadrants of the map. I guess I am interested in what's going on in the last quadrant, but are we just going there naturally anyways, or is that a separate thing down there?
Oh, what do you mean, that Artie and Rose? I mean, Clara was gonna just go talk to Morris, I think, so...
Yeah, I was going to talk to more specifically.
Yeah.
They seem to be a bit away. But I mean, if we all end up in the same general location after those 2 scenes separately, that's probably for the best anyway. It's a natural transition to meeting up for lunch anyway.
Yeah.
But I was talking to Morris and not Artie and Rosarum if you want to go talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna see what's going on.
Sure.
Yeah. I was going to leave
Head on
Gwen
up.
in the crowd. Maybe you can pick her up.
I'm sorry, what words did you just say to me?
I was leaving Gwen in the crowd, so I was going to go talk to Morris alone. Maybe you can
Okay.
grab her.
Oh, okay. Okay. I honestly couldn't understand the words you said after Gwen, and was like, what does he say about a pickery?
Like, bleep that?
It's a small South
okay.
American rodent.
I know, I'm joking. Gosh.
Yeah, but they don't know it.
I know what a pickery is. Oh,
I meant the viewers, Blake.
I was gonna say something that would actually have to get bleeped, because I had a really funny joke.
shit.
Oh no, dude. Oh no.
Okay, viewers, I'm still not cutting this. Viewers, I do apologize for leaving the
We're opinionated.
I do apologize for leaving the Supernova Safari thing over the Perry scene. It was just...
You did!
Yeah, it was...
Wait, what?
What?
Why? How?
Yeah, why? Because it's just a fucking image I turn on and off.
I just don't know. He turned it on. That's funny.
Well, I turned it on when we were taking the dinner break.
But that's edited out. Oh, that's so funny.
Well, no, it's just to help me, like, visually indicate where the edit starts.
Sure, man. Just pull up Perry's page for a second for them to survey at least the...
Yeah. Let me grab it. Oh, wait.
It's so funny.
I just noticed right now. It's only for that scene.
Awesome. Base department. Okay. Yeah. So you guys are heading over here. Is Felix coming with Freddy, or does he want to dab out of this scene?
Actually, can I?
Yeah.
Can I just say that, like, when we're walking over here, like, Felix will just go talk to Gwen since she's not. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Do you want that to be anything, or just be nothing, and just them talking in the background?
Oh god, Gwen, you're gonna be hit by a car!
Oh no.
Gwen, stop playing in the street.
I think that can be something. I don't think it'll be long or anything, but
She's already gone, Philo.
that's too bad. I don't know why Clara would put her in that Fortnite t-shirt and make her T-pose in the middle of the street, but
Just send
they
this
kept
to Liam.
asking me for chicken.
Just send this to Liam and be like, sorry, Noah rolled bad and Gwen got hit by a car.
Yeah, that'll He won't care because he's in the lab right now.
Yeah, that's fair. He's like, whatever, I can do Potemkin Buster now, though. It's pretty cool.
Once again,
It's not even a full circle.
I know, it's not. It's awesome. You were saying that, and I hadn't played Potemkin yet, so I didn't know.
It's not a full circle. But generally it should be, but yeah.
Alright, who wants to go first?
I just went, so one of you guys can go.
I don't mind taking the initiative, I guess.
Alright.
Unless
Go
Ben
for it.
is somehow
No,
hot
no,
on his
no,
heels.
go.
Okay.
Go for it,
Somehow.
go for it.
Ooh, the shade.
Well, I mean, he never is.
Jeez.
Damn.
I love that.
Throwing shade at Ben because you know he'll never throw it back. That's bold.
Oh, yeah, he'll just do it off screen like a psychopath.
Ooh.
Alright. So Viridian can spy the prince himself talking with Rose on the steps to the entrance to the luxurious, a huge fancy hotel building. There's some staff and everyone nearby, and a couple people by the steps that, I don't have them all displayed, that are helping give some distance for privacy's sake. Like, there's a few people rubbernecking down the street as they're like, is that the fucking prince? But, like, a couple of the staff nearby are like, oh, please continue on your way. Don't gawk at our clientele.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after Felix dipped to go talk to Gwen,
Mm-hmm.
and seeing these guys in front of his fancy hotel, it's like, oh, well, lunch is probably soon. I guess I'll hang out with them until then, because no one told me where this restaurant we're going is.
Yeah.
Because I just assume even if they were talking about it, Viridian just wasn't paying attention. It was like, I'll just follow one of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Viridian can make his way up the steps past a couple of the employees who kind of give him the stink eye because they does not look like the correct clientele for this place.
Oh, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Felix's blood on my jacket.
Yeah, I
I'm
presume you're...
probably not wearing that.
Yeah, okay. I, for your sake, didn't bring that up at all with either of you, because I presume both of you are not literally mentally retarded. And
Well, we
like,
said
of course-
we cleaned everything
Exactly. You cleaned everything up,
Yeah.
and I'm like, yeah, I presume that means they're not wearing anything that's covered in
up.
blood.
Yeah, we're not walking.
I'm not
through
going to be
your
like,
covered in
yeah,
blood.
you said you cleaned up your clothes, not your face, Felix.
You didn't
Gotcha.
roll for it.
Gaming, bro. Yeah, but Ernie and Rose seem pretty engrossed in their conversation. You can walk up to them without either of them noticing, or be a freak and listen in on it. I guess if you don't want to.
I don't want to be a freak.
Good.
I want to know what's happening here without being a creeper.
Good.
So yeah, to go through this line of people, staff, go up the stairs, and I mean, they may not notice me approaching, but I'm not going to get right up to them before I go, hey. I'm just going to be like, when climbing the steps, probably go, sorry, just let me get my voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just call out, hey, Artie, Rose!
Artie will perk up a little bit in turn and wave at you as Rose dips her head a little bit to the, or tilts her head a little bit to the side with her, fuck, I always forget what the word I want to describe it as. Very nice smile and goes, "Oh, hello, Viridian."
Yeah, hey, I finally found you guys. I'm just kidding, I wasn't looking for you. I was with Felix when we spotted the crowd over here, and I think he saw Gwen and dipped to go talk to her, but I figured I'd come over here with you guys.
Oh, well, I'm glad you've managed to make your way around the city without getting too lost. This place is pretty difficult even for me to manage. And Rose kind of smiles coquettishly back towards him and then turns to Viridian with a nod. Oh, luckily we managed to get into no trouble so far, but I did lose everyone else, so I hope they didn't either.
Trouble? Nah. I mean...
Well, you said that a little too sharply.
Too sharply? Nah. You must just be hearing things.
I am. Your heartbeat increasing.
I mean, I think I met up with, everyone else. Nebu and Hagios and I and Felix, we got into a nice little place downtown. Sounds like we probably shouldn't have been able to get into, but we were. Uh-huh.
Oh, is that all? Rose, aren't you expecting the worst with him? Isn't that a bit cruel? I'm sure nothing bad's happened already. This place is nowhere near as rough as Shade, after all. It just has some of its more dangerous alleyways for some, I suppose would be the only thing to fear, but especially not for esteemed guests. And, well, huntsmen in training if we want to be more practical about it.
Yeah, I mean, haven't seen anything too dangerous. I mean, nice old city they got here. I mean, new old city, you know?
Oh, yes, definitely. Mountain Glen has managed to capture the feel of a Valish city incredibly well for its lack of history. And I have to say, it's nice to be here in a way. I never really had the chance to make my way out here formally, or for anything informal as informal as this can be, I suppose. And I was just saying it to Rosarim. I'm happy to see her, and likewise to you make your way back to your home country for a while, and I hope it's a good stay for both of you. It's partially my duty to make sure it is, so if there's anything you need... Oh, Artorius, I don't think you should make yourself sound like a servant. Ah, no, consider me just the most illustrious of tour guides, Miss Syringa.
Geez, that's real illustrious of you. I mean, you might as well be going on...
Oh, I get it, like the name of the hotel.
That was a joke? Brittany will say, looking up at the name of the hotel. I'm sure it's like they have a sign somewhere.
Yes, it says luxurious. And she chuckles and goes, made you look.
Sometimes, Rose, you're real sharp on that.
Artie just holds like a hand up to his face to cover his impolite smile at that like really childish joke. She certainly likes to have her way with things, doesn't she? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Should I be more docile in your presence? No, I wouldn't dare insist that. That's what I thought. So, if you haven't managed to find the seedy part of town for it in, are you looking for it?
Well, I mean... I'd be lying if I weren't saying I was interested in seeing the whole picture. You know, we saw some places where, like, they had art up on the streets, but we're still close to the center. I'm sure there's seedier parts out there.
Oh, definitely. I think we've come to the squeakiest part for now. I am interested in seeing the skeleton of the industrial district. I've never seen such a large form of it. Nothing like that back home at all, and Vacuo's versions of it are... different by Valish industry standards. Oh, yes, ever since the revolution, it's become a lot more of a monstrosity, I mean, in the most impressive ways. One that's luckily wielded by us, but still. There's only so much we can do to not make it look unsightly. You know, refineries and things like that, larger scale factories, they're always going to look a bit odd, but I suppose that's the future, isn't it? Hopefully not to the whole of the nation. I wouldn't want to damage the verdant veil beyond repair. It's our national pride.
Yeah, like those big UB buildings don't go too well with the whole nature thing they got going on everywhere else. I mean, I understand basically what's going on, but I'd say they should be kept in their own space, basically.
To segregate nature and civilization so distinctly. I suppose I see the appeal of that, but Sleepy Hollow had its charms. I like the balance personally myself, but, well, you need a firm hand to keep it structured that way, and I don't know if everyone can manage that so much.
Well, from what I hear, I mean, may have different priorities than that, but I hear the guy in charge of this place has a pretty... I don't know if I'd say firm from what I heard, but a pretty good hand.
Oh, I'd say pudgy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Please. Already says, like I'll scoff that. You think is hiding another laugh, and he's like, you mustn't talk about the governor that way. I'm just doing it for you, Artie. She smiles up at him, and he sighs.
and turns to Viridian. You're right in that assessment. Governor McDonald is an incredibly fastidious man when it comes to details, and all of this was in part with a bit of his fingers put into the pie of construction, if you'd say that. Oh my, Artie, you can't call him fat like that. Please, Rose, I'm trying to remain composed. It's improper for me to become used to speaking so loosely of our host while we'll be speaking with him soon, to a degree. Once we've left the Glen, I'll be happy to be a bit more free on it, but for now, it's just... it would be disastrous to make a bad impression right now. Oh, poor Princey. He just sighs and looks towards Viridian with a little eye roll.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll judge the guy myself when I see him. I can't wait to see him. Fat people is funny. Oh, but
I'll say. I always make Lauren Skettle fat. It's awesome. No, she would say awesome. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. He's so fucking funny looking when he gets that egg shape going.
Isn't that a bit childish to say about... I mean, I'm sure they can't help themselves to a degree, right?
Oh no, Lawrence can help himself.
Oh, listen to him. He doesn't even know the concept of being too fat. This boy's been keeping himself on a tight leash since he could walk. One has to be respectable if they're going to be leading a nation one day, Rose. All right. Teetotaler.
Look, Artie, I'm sure that, you know, if things change and you like one day get out of this whole king thing, like you could end up being fat if you want.
He says, looking like almost offended for a second. Get out of it.
Yeah, if you didn't have to go do that, I'm sure you could end up getting fat if you want.
Right, Artie. He's right, Artie. If for some reason the monarchy was completely abandoned and you were subjugated to the life of a normal person, you wouldn't be able to get fat. He huffs indignantly and goes, Viridian, I would hope you would not speak so lightly about such a sordid thing happening. Only Rosarim should have the audacity to even attempt something like that, and it's still in poor taste.
Well,
We're talking about the future of our nation here.
Yeah, and I, for one, am not gunning for that. I'm just looking out for your best interests. In the department of your weight.
A little bit.
In the department of your weight, I guess. I don't know. I don't really want to get too much heavier, but whatever floats your boat.
I just mean to say, I am careful when joking on subjects of the sort. I wouldn't want to give the wrong impression to anyone hearing things, and, well, it's a duty I have to accept for a reason, not just out of, well, its own sense, but out of the sense that I wish to do things for this nation. Oh, a prince with grand ideas. It's never a bad sign. Rose, please.
And so Viridian at this point is like, alright, I jumped on the train of poking at him, which was fun, but I don't want to give the impression that I am somehow disloyal to the crown. I love the Artoriuses, even if I hate the other nobles. Is basically what he's thinking. He'll be like, yeah, it's basically what he's thinking, and he'll be like, oh, yeah, sure. When you get up there, I'll be with behind you all the way, whatever you need me to do, sir.
Oh, it sounds like you're offering the front or the back side of yourself to him now. Rose, please. Thank you, Viridian. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to make things seem so serious all of a sudden. He brushes a little bit of his bangs out of his eyes and massages the bridge of his nose, and he looks kind of like put upon for a second before he sighs and then smiles again. I suppose seeing everything like this just makes me realize the weight of my position a little too poignantly, and I start thinking about it more, rather than letting myself get distracted. Oh, boo. So you'll forgive me for being a downer in some points. And I suppose being given this duty of this mission is one I'm not going to take lightly after all. I would like to set a good impression for the future when we're allowed to take missions in the third year. They have to wait until the 3rd year. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it does seem like it's a little late to start.
Well, considering Headmaster Osiris has held a tradition that's been going since the start of Beacon, and I've seen how it can go for you on your missions, he says kind of to both of you, I think Shade's proven that there's a point in letting the huntsmen in training get trained before they're sent out to the Beowulfs.
Hey, Gwen says the dangerousness of our missions is a statistical improbability.
Since when do you listen to anything Gwen says?
Since it's sometimes useful to bring up.
Words are a good weapon, especially when they're crafted by a good smith. Well, I wouldn't say that about Gwen. I'd say she fires off at the hip and gets lucky. She's always yammering, after all. Some will be good. Rose, please.
No, she's right. Sometimes they just miss their target.
Viridian, please. That's your own teammate. I know you're just joking, but I became aware that she seems quite susceptible to being agitated by those things.
Oh, yeah, she is. I wish she was here to hear that. I should be smoking right about now.
Oh, yes, it'd be great. And you'd be getting chased by her.
Yeah. That's still part of the fun.
Oh, is it? Do you like getting chased by her?
Well, I mean... Hold on one sec. Yeah, he'll be like, well, I mean, I'm not gonna ever turn down the opportunity to make a girl chase me. Even if it's Gwen.
Oh dear, it sounds like a blossoming romance.
Man, I always forget I'm talking to you, Rose, and everything's just gonna turn into that.
She tilts her head. I don't know what you mean, but I guess you must think quite deeply about me then. Excuse me? He said it, not me. I can't tell if he's coming on to me or Gwen.
You see this? She
Viridian's
turns it all into
poor at
this.
He's very poor at it. His expressions of romantic feelings are so difficult to understand.
She don't know what she's talking about.
I do. I mean, if you're so in love with Gwen, why haven't you made a move on her?
I'm not in love with Gwen. Why do people keep thinking that?
Because you talk about her all the time. Men
Gotta make
love
fun
complaining
of her.
about the women they love. Oh, please. You're like a playground kid spitting on the girl you like.
Spitting on the... Ah! I don't think I've spit on Gwen yet.
Well, there you go. You can get to the next stage.
Now that might be a step too far.
Oh, not ready for anything committed yet?
Yeah. Sure.
What? I'm trying to be serious here. She pouts.
You seeing this? You seeing this, Artie? What happens?
He's looking to the side with his mouth covered with his hand, trying not to laugh at you. More so you being harassed by Rose so viciously.
Every time. I don't know how she does it.
Maybe you should take a hint.
Anyways. Yeah. So, he's going to say, trying to be like, alright, I'm not being harassed by Rose anymore. And he's going to be like, city's real great. How you doing here, Rose?
Oh, I'm doing great. I love it here.
Good. What's your favorite part so far?
I would say running into old friends, she says cheerily and nods towards Artie a little bit, like a little too saturatedly that seems fake. And he just coughs and he goes, why, thank you, but I think you should be complimenting the actual city. Oh, the actual city? I haven't really gotten much interesting from it yet. It is fun to pass through people, though. I mean, Shade was already an exciting new place to learn that I could be overwhelmed even further from my semblance, and this place is teaching me all kinds of horrific things about the people around me. I'm getting really good at filtering them out.
Yeah, I bet. I was wondering how that was playing out with your semblance and all.
Terribly.
Oh.
It's fine, though. I consider this training.
Oh, well. That's
Still training Still training after all of that, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Artorias, but my world didn't revolve around beating you once. I plan on doing it at least another time by the next festival. And more by that if you give me the opportunity. Well, it'd be very unchivalrous for me to deny sort of a second match at least. Unchivalrous. You could find a better word for that, you know? Apologies, I'm still not used to people being so direct with these sorts of challenges. It was a refreshing change of pace at a different school. Everyone at Beacon is kind of pauses and sighs and goes, almost pulled me into talking like a barbarian again. Close enough. I got the meaning. Even you did, right, Feridian?
Nah, he was just gonna kind of nod and go, yeah, what meaning?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you were subtle enough for the common folk here, Artie. Rose, what's gotten into you? Nothing, unfortunately.
Do you two need a minute?
I don't
He's
know
gonna
what you
say-
mean, Feridian. Artie's just like raising eyebrows, looking between the two of you.
All right. Hey, this place got a bathroom or something? Or is it too fancy for me? Do I have to go across the street or something?
No, if anyone tried to get in your way, I'd tell them to let you in, after all. We're staying here for now, so I wouldn't want them to be rude if any guests of us.
Brennan will just kind of look back at the place and go, yeah, that figures.
Yes, they get the nice place, and we go to, what's it called? Pigsty? Hog Street. What's the difference, really? I'm pretty sure our place is called the Catfish. That's very unseemly. I think it's a joke about their living arrangements in the ground. Oh, even better, a literal dirt hole. Isn't that nice, Feridian? We get to go live in the dirt hole.
Yeah, all they need to do is wait for the rain to make it mud, except I don't think this place gets rain.
I still think it's nicer than most of the places in Vacuo. Oh, well, that's a given, Artorias.
Yeah, Vacuo don't get much rain either, though.
Good point, Feridian. How do they rain in here? I don't believe they simulate it. Oh, well, that's smart of them. You figured they'd get in of their own heads and start trying to really play the goddess here. They have gone to some extents to simulate the inside of this place accurately towards the outside. I'm really impressed by the air quality myself. Oh, you really know how to suck the air out of conversation sometimes, Artorias.
Ow. Yeah.
Well, at least your team lead has assisted me in having her stop staring holes into me. Artorias kind of looks up and looks the other way, and Rose just like yanks on his arm, like, don't go look over there. That's so obvious. By the way, is it almost lunchtime? I am getting hungry soon. I suppose it's getting closer. Viridian, did you get my message about where we'll be eating?
Send a message? I don't think I checked that, actually.
Oh, well, I suppose it might take some time sometimes. I hear communication channels can get clogged up with too much travel in the city sometimes. Oh, I'm sure he didn't check it.
Yeah, it's probably that one.
Well, I hope you haven't pissed your pants, Viridian.
Rose,
She stares. You said you wanted a bathroom, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go use that real fast. You two, keep on, I suppose. I'll be right back.
Oh, thank you for the permission. I will. As you see, like, as you're leaving, like, Artie looks at Rose, like, confused, like, the fuck? Like, it's clearly, like, is something going on? What's Marian saying is he steps into the luxurious, and a couple people stare at him, but no one immediately tells him to leave since he made it this far. He's probably fine.
Yeah, Viridian's immediate thoughts are, what the fuck? Artie can't be the person she was talking about kissing. He was over at Vale. And is, like, confused about when could this have happened.
Yeah.
And, like, is she just trolling me?
That's a good, it's a real possibility. She might just be doing this to fuck with you. He seemed confused.
It's all just a real possibility.
Yeah, exactly. So let's option select over to one of the other groups. Who wants to go?
Well, I mean, like, still Ben's probably been the one that's it's been the most amount of time since Ben's had a scene.
Yeah, I'll go.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Before they walked away, I mean, Felix didn't literally just slip into the crowd. He just, like, I'm gonna go here, Viridian. I'm gonna talk to Gwen.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Then he walk over to Gwen, who I'm sure looks very uncomfortable.
Oh, hey, Felix. Oh, my God. Oh, man, spirits. This place is filled with a lot of weird people, and Clara wants to talk to all of them.
I imagine she does.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I imagine you've gotten up to some fun things?
Oh, yeah, it's great. Some weird film director we ran into. Some famous guy. That was weird. He just started grilling Clara about Allgite.
Oh,
It was super fucking awkward. Yeah, I know.
That doesn't seem appropriate.
No, nothing about that guy was appropriate. He ate like a child and asked all these weird questions, and he went off on long tangents about why he makes films and stuff. I guess that's like the stereotypical weird artsy film director. But he's one of those guys who's trying to make like weird, like scary movies, I guess? I don't know. I don't really get it. I think I get it a little better after he talked, but I don't know. Maybe I need to watch some of those to understand it. If I can, like, find a place that has them.
Felix will just kind of look at her kind of wide-eyed and be like, I see, that is quite the character.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, he said he was doing it because he wanted to help people or something, but I don't know. I always thought the only reason you'd make a movie like that is if you're, like, a complete jackass. Oh, what? You want to watch something or look at something that just makes you uncomfortable? Great, thanks. Guess a Grim will come kill me now. I mean, I guess it's safer in, like, a city like this, but still, what's the point?
Well, art can be a difficult thing to express.
Yeah, that's why it's dangerous in a way sometimes.
Felix will kind of give her a, like, raise one of his eyebrows and be like,
It's like a hand, like a backwards hand on her hip and sighs and goes, I mean, it's a reason why art bans have been placed sometimes in history. I'm not going to pretend the last major one went well. It's what's basically ended up sparking the Great War. But still, taters.
I suppose there may be a time for it.
I mean, what's worth it? Letting someone draw something and shove it in everyone's face to make, like, a bunch of people just signal, hey, Grim, come kill me, or what? Just saying, no, maybe don't draw these horrific murder scenes. Just, it's, weird, right?
Well, Gwen, art is a subjective thing, and
That's what you all say.
I suppose so. I could talk more about it, but he'll look around at the crowded street they're on and be like, perhaps a more fitting venue should be for such.
Oh, yeah.
Thing can be like, I suppose it's a bit philosophical.
Yeah. She pauses and kind of like checks her nails and sighs and goes, yeah, well, sorry, I didn't mean to come on too strong. I know you care about your art stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, I talk about that sometime. I mean, like I said, I'm willing to try and understand it better. A lot of people care about that sort of thing, so I guess it'd be better to change my apathy at least into an understanding. Better to have an opinion you can back up than just think something for some reason. You know, like now I can back up that Brian was wrong about Vale. It's worse than Mistral, I think.
Well, I'll reserve my judgment till the end of our trip, but I'm glad that you can already come to that conclusion.
Yeah. Do you know what docking is? I learned what docking is.
I don't think I do.
It's this cool thing. We learned it from a weird police officer that Valor's people invented. That's a sport where you cut off parts of Faunus like tails or horns or something.
Felix will just kind of look at her, like, waiting for, like, a punchline.
Just pursed her lips, like, angrily talking about this. It's awesome. Apparently it's on a rise right now.
I see. That is horrific.
Yeah, I'll say.
It has a name, specifically?
Yeah. I saw some shops had some weird, like, tail accessories hung up, and I'm really worried those were real Faunus tails now.
I mean, surely that is against the law.
Why would it be? It's not like the Faunus can run businesses or anything here.
Felix will just look at her and be like, oh.
We ran into Lance and learned out that there's a merchants guild that controls the economy in Vale, basically. And to open it, to open businesses, you need approval from a merchants guild. And guess what? Who can't get approval from the merchants guild? Faunus.
I see. That is...
Yeah, suddenly the reason we're not seeing so many go around the luxurious district to go buy clothes or whatever, or even behind the counters, probably because none of them can afford it, because they only work for money. But hey, all those laborers we saw on the ride in, that makes sense why they'd be working there. Sorry, I'm getting more pissed off than you are probably right now, but I don't know. It just made me angry.
Well,
I haven't gotten it out of my head. It just seems so fucking stupid.
I must agree. My reaction is more of a silent horror.
Yeah. Sorry to dump all that on you. I guess this place seems a little less fun now, but I guess we can hardly blame this one city for it. It sounds like that's the entirety of the kingdom.
Well...
Man, why is Varian like the king again?
Felix will just kind of look at her and search for an answer in his head, but he's not... He's still trying to roll around the Knights thing in his head, and he's being told they're a hit squad, so he's just like, I do not know, honestly. I don't know.
Is this how you guys felt when I said, like, talk about like, the Emperor or whatever?
I suppose it's similar.
Yeah, I guess rulers do a lot of really messed up things for their own society. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It seems pretty fucked up from where I'm standing.
I must agree that these... that is horrifying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'll be in any trouble myself, but to someone who cannot defend themselves, that is... Felix will just shake his head. Be like, that is tough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tough's a good way to say it.
I find more and more that shade is more of a luxury than I think I ever gave it credit for.
Yeah, turns out all the rough edges are there to keep, everything from going completely stiff and rigid and, like, bound by some archaic weirdos making laws. I still think it's a shithole, but yeah, there's more nuance to it than I gave it credit. Maybe this is what growing up's all about. Learning that you were just wrong about everything. Ew.
Well, I don't think it's so... Not everything is bad. Felix will kind of try to brighten himself up a bit and be like, well, we figured out that, kind of point down the direction he came from the bar and be like, we can go to a bar whenever we like. They don't enforce the age rule as much as they claim to.
Gwen smiles and then frowns and goes, oh god, I don't like that I'm that happy about that. Am I getting turned into a fucking alcoholic because of Vacuo?
Well, this is a bar that doesn't have hookahs in it, and actually seems to be clean.
Oh, yes.
Yes. It
It's
is.
like she does a little like fist pump and smiles. It's all I've ever wanted is someplace without that fucking smell.
Yes, we met Mr. Irving down there. It was quite the enlightening talk.
What? He was at a bar at like noon?
Yes, it was quite surprising, but he did buy us all drinks.
Whoa. Weird. Not the impression I got from that guy.
I must say, I was also, well, surprised.
I guess when you're off the clock or whatever, it's a lot different. Whoa.
Yes, he, well, seems to have a lot on his mind right now.
Oh, well, I'm glad we're able to get more comfortable with one of our contacts here, I guess. That's probably pretty important. I mean, we're supposed to be making, like, good impressions, I think, throughout this entire thing, so cool. That benefits everything.
Yes, I think he took a liking to Viridian and I.
Oh. Well, I'm glad he took a liking to you. I'm worried he took a liking to Viridian.
Is it so hard to believe?
Maybe it's like a Veilish charm thing. I do like some of the yokels back in Mistral. Just like from a distance, though.
Felix will have like a small smile, like, of course, Gwen.
Of course.
Well, there's one more surprise, but I think that Hagios and Nebu will inform you of it when it's time.
Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Sounds cool. Looking forward to it. Nebu normally has pretty good surprises.
This one is, well, it is quite the definition of a surprise.
She nods slowly, like, okay, and then smiles a little bit, and, do you want to talk a little bit more here, or cut off there as they go into more just chatter?
Yeah, I think that's good. Cut off right there.
Alright. Clarme Sora! I wanted to come talk to Moors. Sir Rouge.
Yeah.
Sir Rouge is stood leaned up against one of the corner walls of the Hotel Luxurious, and has her, is in her normal clothes. It's like a, sleeveless gray or red and black trimmed tunic with long gray, kind of like not floofy, but like open, wider pants and stiff black and red trimmed boots, and a gray cloak with a hood down across like her shoulders that kind of furls down past her. She's got like, she's tough and well built. It's just been a while since I described more, so I figured I'd go over it again. And her weapon is folded behind her waist, and she stood leaned against this wall, giving an air of displeased energy to people walking by who kind of avoid stepping near her too close or trying to approach her for any reason, as she stood over, keeping a watchful eye towards the prince and Rosarim, who is now being joined by Viridian. Her weapon's called the Mort, right?
Claire will start to walk over.
Yeah.
I'm not
She'll turn immediately. Go ahead.
I'm not interrupting guard duty, am I?
As you were walking up, it didn't. She didn't like turn her head over towards you, but she kind of like shifted a little bit, like you think maybe she saw you out of the corner of her eyes, and she'll sigh and turn to you a little bit and shake her head. No interruptions here necessarily. Besides, one person talking, being a distraction would reflect very poorly on me. I'm not supposed to be on guard duty after all, she says, doing a little quotes in the air. But that's not exactly an order that can go directly above my own code. I can only relax a little bit.
Right.
For the prince's sake and wish.
Oh.
How are you doing, Miss Sora?
You can just call me Claire.
Claire May, then. Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I prefer formalities out of a case of safety, not necessarily comfort or anything like that, but when you're of a position I'm in now, you have to be careful of what you address people by. So I normally go for the most formal and work my way down as fitting.
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm really comfortable with any formality thing, at least personally. As she thinks back to Aster not letting her fucking do anything.
She chuckles to herself and goes, "Was that before Vacuo even?"
I don't think I got to have it be tested much before Vacuo.
Well, I suppose that's something I can understand. I used to be a lot more surly myself when I was younger.
Huh.
Oh, no offense, sorry, I didn't mean you are now, but I meant more so of the attitude of the Saints didn't leave my boots for a while.
Yeah. I mean, Claire kind of looks around at everything. Probably was pretty hard adapting to all the Valor stuff.
Oh, yes, it was much worse than what you're seeing here. The city of Vale, after all, is an architectural dream. It's got picturesque streets of cobbled stone filled with moss and greenery, flowers on the walls, things like that. Very scenic, fairy tale-like. Old and impractical in some ways, but the homeland of Vale is tradition for a reason. A young girl from the desert, blown this way by tragedy, was nowhere near fit to deal with it by herself. But luckily I was noticed. I suppose I feel a sort of kindred spirit right now with, well, her eyes kind of glance across the road for a little bit, and just briefly, and if you were to follow them, you'd see kind of like making their way down the street, another group of like guys who kind of look out of sorts and have some stuff on their back and things. Tanner skin, some weirder outfits. They look more voracious and stuff, and they look like they're carrying their lives on their back. Some of the recent tragic moves. The same sort of thing brought me originally here.
Claire will like look at them walking around.
It's not an unfamiliar feel. It brings up a bit of nostalgia that I'm not quite fond of, but I can't blame them entirely for that.
Yeah. I mean, people like that don't really have anything you can blame them for.
No, there are some things.
Claire will kind of look at her like a bit inquisitively.
Perhaps it might sound brusque for me to say, but with the mentality I was raised in, I have abandoned some tradition, after all, most that would be unfitting for my current position in life in Vale, but I still think some of the ideals of the tribe held true. Strength of character, that's one of them. They walk like broken men, and they're sightless, without anywhere to go. Even if you are truly lost, you're supposed to walk with a tall, straightened back. Be unafraid of the sunlight that bears down on you. It's a mentality to keep yourself safe from those who would prey on you. Men who slump their shoulders, who drag their feet, attract vultures. And those vultures, or vulture bats and things like that, well, they attract much worse predators, let alone Grim feeling that. Even at your darkest hour, you have to pretend you're not feeling it, or else you'll die.
Claire kind of looks at her room and just like taking that in.
Yeah, she's turned back to talk to you and stare at in between stare at them, and actually pulled her attention away from staring frustratedly at Artie and Roseroom and Viridian, and is now talking a little bit. And you see that stern sort of look on her face as she's like recounting this. You know, give me a rapport roll if you want, since Morris is pretty good at containing her emotions.
Sure.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, it's like a pained face of recounting this, is that she believes in this. It just brings up bad memories of having to employ this mentality of force yourself to survive out of the sense of you're just surviving.
Right.
Like it's not an unfamiliar thing. Some tribes in Vacuo have that sort of, or people in Vacuo, you're not sure about specific tribes or anything, but you've heard people have the same attitude in Vacuo, and it's normally said back at Shade, where people are laughing and talking about it and drinking and using it as like kind of a sarcastic way to explain things. But here you're seeing someone who's experienced the long form and actual form of it, looking upon people who she considers have already kind of given up and are able to recover. Yeah. And there's a sort of there's like this detached sadness, because she's like, well, I'm not like that anymore, but I still hold true to that idea.
Gara will kind of look at her a bit more seriously, just kind of thinking on it. Oh, I mean, I guess it makes sense what already seems to have so much faith in you. If you could...
She blinks and looks like caught off guard for a second, and her face goes red for just a second. She stutters and goes, I don't quite see how those are connected, actually.
I mean, that shows a real strength of character, you know? Being able to, I guess, keep a stiff upper lip and kind of, you know, keep your head on straight even through, like, the baddest of times. I assume that's really what's needed when you're in, you know, line of work you're going into.
She crosses her arms again as she kind of stood forward to motion towards them and kind of looks a bit embarrassed by the praise and goes, I wouldn't say it's anything particularly fantastic. Every knight needs this sort of mentality. It's the requirement. It's nothing special. All of them shine much brighter than someone like me. I've just managed to tread water long enough not to drown. Thank you, though, I suppose. Nothing so much as that would endear me towards someone like Artorias, or Lord, His Majesty. Yeah, she always says Majesty. She's not sorry, I am. His Majesty. It's just his kindness that showed me that.
Claire's thinking for a moment. I don't... Sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I just kind of cut off. I just kind of lost track for a second because you fumbled your words.
I stuttered, yeah. Put it all on me! No, she's basically saying, no, it's not because I'm like that. That's a bare minimum. I'm just lucky that the reason he puts faith in me like that is because, like, he's a kind person. It's not because of what I've done. It's just his decision.
Right. Claire's gonna think for a moment. Well, Claire's thinking out the word this because, like, from her perspective, when she talked to Artorias, like, it didn't sound like he was just talking her up merely to be nice. Like,
no, not at all. It was very genuine.
Yeah, where, like, he was just like, oh, like, my teammate and assistant Morris is a very good person.
He was big ups on Morris. He said she's very, like, strong and, like, difficult sometimes to talk to, like this. But he really, like, he was very, like, genuine and, like, yeah, I really fucking like Morris. I put a lot of faith in her. She's one of my closest companions and things like that. He's just like, yeah, she can just be way too stiff. Haha.
Do you always refer to him like that?
She looks down for a second, and you can tell it's to keep her face kind of covered a little bit as she's thinking and to hide a bit of embarrassment. Does it seem wrong? It's technically how I'm supposed to speak. Like I said, with titles, things like that, I had to teach myself to do it. And it fits him to treat him with such reverence. He's a person who's not only is it, but has earned it, I'd say. Things that aren't necessarily congruous with being a prince. Their bloodline transmits only so much. It's their upbringing and the person they turn into.
Well, I mean, I'd agree with that. I think Artie's a great guy. And
right.
Definitely can see that he puts a lot of, I'd say he puts basically his all into what he's going to be doing in the future. Which, I mean, I can see why you'd have so much respect for him like that. But I guess I don't really have to tell you, since you know him even way better than I do, that I think you'd like it more if it was more casual. Like, you know, you called him his name?
Of course, he would probably prefer that. I know he said as much, and I don't exactly strike him to lie that often on something. But it's just not something that can be so easily done. It's improper in a way, and you can't always just indulge in all of your whims.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess if you were doing something like, you know, more official, like talking to someone like the governor, you probably keep it more official. But when you're just out on a mission with him, or just, hanging out alone, or just with, the team, do you still refer to him so, official-like?
Morris leans back up against the wall again and stares down again, kind of like awkwardly as she's pausing to consider talking about this or not. And she goes, "If I'm being frank with you, it's out of a need for my own sake sometimes. After all, I would happily follow his orders as he sees fit, without much question on many of them, as I have an immense amount of faith in his judgment, but he is all too casual and naive on this one subject, that he thinks that should he will it, and with the support, or at least the absence of influence of his father either way, matters would be corrected. My position as a knight is a fascinating one, I'd say. I mean in no sense to use this as a tool of being braggadocious, but I am the youngest knight in all of the history of the Valish Kingdom to ever have been knighted at the age of 15. I am an exceptional case, not necessarily out of my own skill, but just because of its existence. The court advisor, Lynn, saw a great future ahead of me and placed a lot of faith in giving his judgment, telling the king to follow his advice. It was quite a gamble to induct a young Varatian refugee girl who hasn't even been past the age of 10 to become a knight one day, to be trained and adopted into the court. My position is tenuous still, and even more so then. To become an attendant, later to be a king and direct confidant of the prince, the future king. I am a refugee from Vacuo, someone who had nothing on my back. A girl who needed to relearn how to communicate the Valish culture, she says slowly. I'm an outsider of all order, one who's an enigma, an alien to this place. To ever allow myself to relax fully, to abandon their tradition they uphold, it would show as an ill sign of my intentions towards them. They would use it to poke holes in my position, to lambast me, to show that I am once again spitting in the face of their culture if I were to repeat it. I have to kowtow in some degree, and not necessarily only outside of from their rhetoric, or defend myself from their rhetoric, but because I do genuinely believe it deserves the respect. My life was saved by that decision, no matter how hard I had to work for this. It would be ungrateful to ever forget it. So I don't wish to spit in the name of what this place has done for me, what this culture and kingdom has done for me. As much as I'd like to make Artorias feel more comfortable. I apologize for speaking so long, but I figured you'd prefer the answer if you were earnest about it.
No, it's fine. And I mean, I think your reason's probably, quite a bit more, well thought out than, Artie's reason. He just seemed to want to get closer to you. Well, you have a lot more, I think, weight behind what you're doing.
It's unfortunate, I won't lie, but admitting that to him would only galvanize him, and I don't wish for him to become a difficult sort, or to become in a difficult place with any of the members of the court or the houses, because he wishes to be a bit more flagrant in his favoritism in a social manner. It
Hmm.
would cause much more of a problem for him at one point than it would give him pleasure in the moment, and I wish he would see that.
Claire will be thinking on that. No, I'm not trying to say nothing. I'm not.
I'm no court noble, though it is correct to speak carefully around knights. We're peers in a sense, after all. And my time at the school, I've learned to let down my appearance at least to be a normal huntsman in training as well, so you don't have to speak with any reservations to me much. I don't wish to force you to indulge in my own eccentricities.
Right.
Speak freely, I won't be offended, mostly.
I guess I was just wondering, since you also said in the middle of that you'd like to just do what Artie was saying. I mean, if you didn't have to worry about any of this, this important stuff to you, like the obligations and like the just feeling of doing good by what you were given. If you and Artie were just, had a more normal relationship, would you be comfortable? Would you want to just call him, by his normal name?
She pauses again and looks kind of weirdly, like, not panicked, but like stressed for a second. I would not wish to indulge too long in that fantasy, as it has difficult implications either way, and it seems too alluring to keep myself within.
So you would?
Yes, if you make me say it. She sighs, looking exasperated and kind of embarrassed.
So Claire will look at her with like a small bit of concern and like just like step up a bit more so they're a bit closer. I mean, don't take it like I'm telling you to downplay the reason you got, because it certainly sounds
I'm
important.
just merely embarrassed.
Right, but I'm sure you could find a better balance, because you can trust me from talking to him and how much he talks you up. I'm sure you'd probably make his day if you just called him at least once in a while when, is a bit more fitting.
No mistake. Artorius has never shied away from showing his feelings towards me. She kind of strangles out really quick and then pauses and goes, "It's merely that I am diligent right now, but when one tempts themselves with something they want, even small indulgences can lead to losing such ironclad diligence that you've built up your entire life. It's one of the tenets of the goddess to speak on wearisome indulgence. It's a poison, one that's sweet and fills yourself with comfort, that poisons your soul and body over time and corrupts you. I don't mean to say so dramatic, but I just fear that if I dropped my guard ever, I would rather not ever have the chance to drop it when it mattered and could harm something."
Oh. I guess I'm not really afraid of you doing that. I mean,
Why? It could possibly, if I did it, if I wasn't vigilant, I could jeopardize myself and, more importantly, the prince.
I mean, Claire will like tilt her head, looking a bit confused. Aren't you just talking right before when we started talking, when we were looking at those guys walking across the street? That, you were picked because of your strength of character and stuff like that? So I don't think when it would matter, you'd end up dropping what's important and, like, acting wrong.
I'm still no popular figure within some of the higher circles of nobility. They are. She pauses and like sighs, like she's exasperated with herself because she almost slipped up. They would jump at an opportunity to find something uncomfortable with my mannerisms.
Claire will look at her again. Well, yeah, they seem like some of them are at least kind of vulture-like. But you got some good people in your corner. Artie, Lance, Wayne. And I
It does
mean,
not matter what our corner's strength would be. This is nothing like a pitched battle.
Well-
In this situation, you're not supposed to compare troop sizes and the damage you could do to the opposing army. If we're talking about-
no. Can you stop for a second?
Let me
I get it. You're telling me that it's not a fight, and I'm just.
No, it is a fight.
No.
You're right about that.
Jeez, you're making my head hurt a bit. All I'm saying is, it shouldn't be so complicated by you just saying arty. You know, when you guys are in a more casual setting, just, you know, probably just hang out in your dorm room or something like that. Just away from all that stuff. Just enjoying yourselves like you would if you were just normal friends without any of this stuff.
I know. I'm saying if I took that occasion, what happens if I become too lax, and then beyond that, I make the mistake somewhere where it matters, is what I'm saying. And that's the whole... I know you don't have any teaching of the goddess and all of that, but that's what the idea is. To avoid indulgence, not necessarily because, well, doing it once would be the greatest of sin. It's the attitude that comes with breaking your diligence. It's a negative effect on the person. It can make you more easily susceptible to doing things you shouldn't more often.
Cleo just raise an eyebrow again. So just don't?
I'm baffled that you think that's an appropriate response. Do you truly have such ease containing yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Have you never felt yourself lose control of yourself over some sort of passion? Do you never have to battle with that internal feeling? She doesn't seem like she's reprimanding you. She just seems like genuinely like aghast, like I'm confused.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Right.
More than but I mean,
I know my disposition might be stony, but I'm plagued with that as well.
I've had plenty of moments where I feel like I've, you know, kind of lost myself a bit and not made the right choice, or
right.
Kind of.
And how many of those times did it ever hurt the people around you? Isn't that something much more sinister to worry about? I'm not worried about my own self here. If that was all that mattered, I'd be as shameless as I want to be. I'm worried about the people close to me. My strong allies, as strong as they all are, my friends and the prince. It still means that anything I give can be used against them. More so damaging to them than me. I could be the knife they use to stab them in the back.
Claire kind of lean against the wall like she's thinking. Well,
yeah, like the fire hydrant.
Or yeah, the fire hydrant. Like she's thinking.
Clara leans against the pavement as she's thinking.
I T-pose aggressively.
T-pose.
With my Fortnite hoodie.
Based! The monarchy, that's what then the church would be in charge. Yeah, it was based.
That's what the mask is. What Claire's thinking, she's just, she looks at her very genuinely, being like, I guess, I've definitely made a bunch of mistakes like that, where I feel like I've done things that gotten people hurt, or acted in a way like that, but I guess I feel like if I was holding myself back, or acting differently from how I want, at least so bad like that, wouldn't I just be hurting my friends like that all the time?
I don't see how it would be. Yes, I understand that it might be preferable for them to be more casual in one way, and I can indulge myself a little bit with Wayne and Lance more freely, but there are some lines that must not be crossed with the prince, specifically because of my position, my age, like I said, I was an attendant to him for many years before I was trained fully as a knight and became more of a bodyguard. I became something of a friend he could have, first and foremost. I
was somewhere in between a maid and a bodyguard, I suppose. It's not as if he asked me to do things like that, but I was like one of the other wards the Valish nobles had. Though the other ones mistreated me. Once Artorius stood up for me, it was no problem. See? She kind of pauses and goes, see, it's that easy for me to slip up and start talking about him so casually. If I was in a court, they'd eat me alive for that, and then him. And His Majesty would come to my aid, because that's the kind of man he is. He would cause problems for himself, for the system, out of a sense of compassion, where I could have just avoided this issue for him.
Claire will kind of sigh and like kind of nudge the fire hydrant, like kick it with her back foot a bit.
It might not be so... It might sound silly, I know, but I know the history of this kingdom. There have been times when disputes could rise to bloodshed among different families and their own private armies. My mind goes to the worst places, and I suppose all I can say is that this shows that you can see how little faith I have in myself compared to you having faith in yourself. I won't say it's necessarily right for my own opinion, but it's the only one I'm able to rely on now.
Man, I really don't like Val.
I wish you wouldn't feel that way. It's a lovely place, and its people have been more kind to me than I can express. As bitter as I may sound on some. You must understand, I was quite literally a pauper. I had no family left. I would have died if I wasn't randomly embraced by the royals. For as much bitterness as I feel towards some requirements of me, I can't say I can feel so antagonistic to them. It's just not my place. Becoming this knight, one of the ones that will go down in the history books because of my age. I think there's some solace I can take in things like this. I managed to have exceptions already. I don't wish to press for more. That would be selfish, she says as she's looking off towards Artie and Rose, who are talking as Rain's gone in to go piss now. And she kind of frowns and sighs and looks down at her feet again.
I guess it's just my opinion, but I could say you deserve to be selfish sometimes.
Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say.
Clarice is thinking...
I'm already having enough selfish moments.
Clarice is thinking, because she's like, yeah, man, we've been talking on this for a while.
Such a bummer!
Well, it's like, oh, man, she has, like, pretty compelling reasons for not doing this. And Arctic was just like, well, I don't like that she doesn't refer to me by my name.
I thought you were just a stiff. No, I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah, but come on, bro. Come on, Moors. Just do it. I don't care. Fuck those guys. I'll kill them when I'm king. Oh, what the fuck? I'll be king one day. I'll be fine.
I don't know if I really have much more
to go.
Well, yeah, it's mostly because it's not like I'm of the mind that I'll fix this now.
I mean, Ray and Artorius and Rose can just come over and be like, "Hey, it's fucking lunchtime."
Yeah. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah. All right, cool. You can make a cut here. I'm just.
A few moments later.
So, you guys have sat down at... Oh, no, I didn't think of a shitty name for the restaurant.
I could have sworn you gave it a name earlier.
Come on, you're kidding, right?
Right? Oh my god.
I could have sworn you said something earlier. But maybe I would just hallucinate.
Luxurious hotel.
I don't think he named it.
Andy's Ammo and Ammunition, the Green Light have had names. I know they were Catfish. Let me double check to make sure I didn't have a name selected for this already.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I might have
call something funny.
Be funny.
Be funny, Phil. Let's say something funny. Come on, Phil. Let's make a joke.
Oh, come on, man.
It's Emerald Crossing. So it would be the.
We're gonna cut back in, by the way.
That's fucking. You're mean. People are listening to me try and think of something funny on the spot. That's fucked up.
In name generator.
In name generator.
He typed it in. I heard him.
The wild buck.
Name.
The 4 tables.
The four tables. Like they're really fucking like.
They're really
about
committed to
being our
this.
Gimmick, that they've literally neutered their fucking ability to have guests.
Well, no, it's only.
I went to Tavern Name Generator, and one of them is called the Jewish Fork. This website's anti-Semitic.
It's only 4 tables outside.
Yeah, there's nothing inside. It's all
it's called Upper Crust. That's genius. I'm smart. Get it? Because mountaintop, like Upper Crust. Yes, it's a fancy restaurant. It's got like you guys had like the nice fancy salads and soups and stuff like that. Not salads, but like sandwiches and stuff. Like nice, not like fancy as in like complicated and gross. Just like this is really good stuff. It's really hot. It's like got big nice bread, really fresh, nice good deli, cold cuts and things like that.
Yeah.
Some vaguely weird cheese that you're not used to, but tastes good, and you can never find in the store when you actually go look for it.
Yeah.
The life experience I've had, exactly.
We get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to, like, do a little fun thing where I, describe the atmosphere of a place in D&D, but I guess I'll fuck myself.
It's fun,
I was enjoying that.
Fuck.
I was enjoying that. Don't let the Fortnite player talk.
Sorry, next time I'll read up from a Word document so you can pay for it.
Thank you, Eddie!
Don't listen to Blake Fuentes.
Blake Fuentes is such a rude guy. But he is saving the white race.
Can we not?
He walks next to him and he gets nervous.
Can we fucking not?
Liam walks up and he doesn't look him in the eyes.
I do not want to go to the O Street here in fucking Mountain Glen.
I mean, whoops. I was trying to hit back instead of paste, and I pasted a cop.
She's a glow in the dark.
That's right. I was an agent this whole time. You're under arrest, Viridian. We've been on your trail since those pies.
I don't know, those pies coming back to bite me.
I thought it was just the first time one gave me diarrhea. Fuck.
Claire's actually fairly well versed on what forks to use in actual table manners, since she asked Asta to show her because she was like, well, if I ever
that's true.
If I ever have to,
Claire's accidentally doing it mantly in table manners and causing a huge ruckus.
Sure, fuck it, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Actually, we use our soup spoons on the side. You fucking
psychotic
insurrectionist.
bitch eats the wrong way. Apologetic.
Are you guys still fucking taking pictures of me? Yeah, you're with the prince.
You know it. You're famous.
You know it. You're with
the prince is 10 feet away from you.
You're with the prince.
Yeah, we're different. I'm doing it for a different magazine, but yes.
I'm gonna break your fucking scroll.
I'm literally doing nothing illegal. Break my scroll, please. That would be awesome.
Quote me accurately.
Well, seriously, break my scroll. That'd be an even better story. I hate you people. Yes, good.
When there's no winning.
Yeah, you're supposed to just have to ignore them. If you chimp, they
We
get
don't
more
have
material.
those in Mistral.
Prince eating with a dirty animal.
Based.
And then they look to Felix.
Oh, they're sitting at different tables. Oh, thank God.
Oh yeah. Hey, can you guys give me either a win or chance roll?
What, did they hang a no faunus allowed sign up? Oh fuck. Did you say everyone give you a chance roll?
Yeah. You're free.
This better not be a chance to see this fucking sign.
Winner chance, right?
I bet mine is for that fucking...
Yeah, winner chance.
I bet mine is for fucking Perry to come back.
Fair. They're all separate.
He crawls out from underneath the table.
You guys all see as you're entering, they kind of look a little worried, and then the prince comes in, and they see Felix, and they quickly go and grab the no faunus in the outside eatery sign, and fucking throw it behind something. As you're clearly his company, and they are not turning you fucking away.
Well, yeah, they can
thanks.
they can literally just scribble it out and put Prince Eats Here.
Yeah, they're just like,
that's
no.
right.
They turn this sign down. They're like, and they are very cordial to you. No one is rude to Felix. This entire eatery establishment. Don't worry, buddy. No prejudice, because you're with royalty.
The noble thing goes both ways.
Oh yeah, you have the
Both
benefit
ways.
now. I see why they like this system now. This kicks ass.
This is nice.
See,
Roll for the sauce!
well, see,
Oh, this is awesome.
see, Morris, this is what I'm talking about. This is why you should just call him Marty.
This is why you should just say you want to fuck in the street.
Yeah, come
Right.
on, Morris. I mean, Wayne, you get it. She just wants to fuck him.
Yeah, come on. All right. So, I could start a bit with the actual discussion on the mission, but is there anything anyone wants to chat about in the meantime now? Here's a good part to start with. When Nebu and Hagios meet up with you guys, Nebu has a shotgun in a box with a bow on it. It's the same model. She gives it to Jose while she's laughing, and Jose just looks fucking confused as they're like sitting down. What the hell is this? Why? I just want to look good with you.
Doesn't he already have a gun?
Yeah, they're like in his feet or something, right? Wayne says. Yeah, no, but this is like for hunting or like self-defense. I mean, why'd you buy this? He just looks fucking
Jose. Felix will just say from across the table,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
He looks even more confused as Hagios is laughing boisterously and jabbing a finger towards him. Look at it! It's perfect! I did not think we could find the same model. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Holy shit, she fucking did it.
Yo, are you guys okay or something?
Uh,
Yes, please. Is there a joke we're missing here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Felix will look at Nebu and be like, I suppose the honor falls to you.
Oh, thank you, Felix. Then we'll pull our scroll to show Jose the picture. He pauses for a second, trying to figure out what the fuck he's staring at, and he goes, "Oh, god damn it!" Then Gwen lets out like a. Is that Jose? Oh my god, you look so cute! Clara, look at this!
Oh, that looks cute.
I'm gonna kill myself, Jose says as he just like pulls his legs up into the chair and bends down,
So
covering
sorry.
himself with his hood. Fuck you, Nebu. You wish. As the pictures passed around, you guys could all see little Jose holding the gun with his dad for of Andy's ammo and ammunitions.
Wow, you guys really did find the same one.
I know, that's impressive. I mean, come on, Jose, you gotta give him that.
Shut the fuck up, Gwen. Hey, man, I mean, you looked spiffy as a kid. We all got some pretty dumb costumes we had to wear around galas and stuff. Parents love doing that. Don't blame the photo, blame the system.
Oh yeah, and I'm just imagining you dressed up in like a little suit.
Lance chuckles to himself a little bit.
Did
And
you
Morris squints going, oh, that's horrific.
did you have to wear one of those silly bow ties?
Yes, I had to wear the stupid fucking bow tie. It's in the fucking photo.
What? No, she was talking to Wayne.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, totally. My mom was like made me dress like a huge dork. Lance, too, was awesome. Why'd you have to bring down my enjoyment of that? Oh, please. We all wore some outfits we weren't exactly comfortable in when we were younger, but we grew into them.
Artie, did you wear a bow tie when you were a kid?
Oh, no. I was the prince. I would never wear something so ridiculous like those two.
I'll just laugh a bit.
Wayne rolls his eyes. Yeah, yuck it up. We were in the modern style. All the ladies were all over us. They were mothers, Wayne. Yeah, I'm not judging.
Claire will continue.
Hey, if I
to
could
laugh.
still pull that off, I'd wear a stupid little bow tie every day. Maybe I should try it.
I'm sure it could work out for you, but it seems like you don't need much help.
No, I don't think much works out for him with women.
Did you strike out with the ones when we were walking by?
Well, they started talking, and I didn't want to leave Lance alone to his own, that'd be rude. They didn't want to go for him. I seem to remember they got a little off-put by you trying to bring all of them with you to the luxurious. Oh, dude, that was like a joke. Oh, I see it went very well, considering you turned back like a dog with a tail between your legs. Oh, man, Morris, you'd love something between your legs. It'd make you act better. Shut up, Wayne.
Glenn will look at him and be like, Jesus Christ. Wow,
He cracks a smile, and she just sighs and rolls her eyes.
Is this how they fucking talk to each other? What the
Yeah.
fuck, Morris? What the fuck are you being like? I can't possibly call him Artie when Wayne is like, you could do to get like a good dick.
Yeah, and she just rolls her. Yeah. There's that familiarity that's there that's like, oh, I guess you're not literally a robot, Morris.
Claire will just
You're
look,
dismissive, but you don't look pissed.
Claire will give her a look like, what the fuck?
What? That's not the worst I've been subjected to dealing with Lord Vert on the team. Ugh, gross, shut up!
Yeah, it's hard to imagine ever referring to you as a lord, Wayne.
I know, it's the worst. It's even worse to have to put up with Morris. Jeez.
We ran into, that one lord, what was his name again? Ganymede?
Either of you can speak up, remember, if you feel like... I don't think Blake is keeping this as a private discussion.
I know. I
Yeah.
choose not to.
Yeah.
Alright, just reminding you. That's fair. I should be used to it. Wayne kind of sours instantly, and he goes, Gans? Ugh, really?
Yeah, apparently he was on the train when we were coming here. Me and Nebu
Artie, what the fuck, man? When he, turns over, he goes, that's who your dad sent? Really? And Artorius sighs a little bit and turns back over from what he's saying to Rose and goes, Wayne, I would not say you're in the position to insult the conduct of Bastion Ganymede, let alone, his efficiency at his work. Yo, dude, I get that he's like a pencil pusher and everything, but he's also kind of a pencil dick. It's results that my father's looking for in this situation. The sort of attitude isn't exactly required. Besides, he's accompanied by Sir Beaumains. Oh, wow, the goon squad is in full effect then, dude. A douchebag and an asshole. What a good combo. Watch it, Wayne. Wayne now. Well, you did insult a knight. I don't think I need to be as cordial with you in that situation. Sir Beaumains has earned more respect than you have in your entire life. Yeah, and look how easy it was for him. Oh, wait, it wasn't. He's such a dickhead, he can't even get his own reward half the time.
You don't like him?
What? No, he's a total douchebag.
There's a Claire will pause for a moment. Yeah, he didn't really do much, but, that Ganymede guy was, me and Nebu were trying to clock him on and we weren't stopped.
I know, it's some bullshit, Rose. Why'd you stop us?
After what he was saying
After
what he was saying to Felix, we couldn't really help ourselves.
Artorius looks over concerned that you would never go, you should never strike a noble in Vale. That'll only end bad for you, no matter how agitating they can be. Oh yeah, that would have been sucked.
I guess you guys just gave me a different first impression, so it's more caught off guard.
Oh, well, I don't exactly blame you personally, Lance says. Lance is saying, for wanting to. Bastion can press a lot of buttons very quickly. He's meticulous in that way. I'll assure you that it's most likely intentional.
Yeah.
But Wayne, you really need to get over your issue with Beaumains. It was only one time. What, dude? Fuck off, come on! I was in it!
What'd he do?
Oh. Beaumains embarrassed him in front of some women. That's all. It's nothing important. Literally, that's it. He's been sore for years now. He was 12. Wow, you can remember that, Moors, but you can't remember all those nice poems I wrote you? I choose to forget them. They were embarrassing, Wayne. Man. Wayne's kind of fiddles with one of his forks in his hand. You're in an upset mood today. But yeah, for a knight, he's got poor conduct. I mean, look at Morris. She's a staple of how you should act. Oh, now you like how I act. Of course I love how you act, Morris. It's charming. I mean, I'm trying to eat here. Lance looks over, pissed off. Sorry.
You guys certainly seem to get along well.
And Wayne kind of looks up a little confused, and Lance goes, well, I mean, we knew each other our entire lives. It's not exactly like we were on a team as an accident.
Oh, yeah, I didn't say, like, I was that surprised. Just, I don't think I've gotten to hang out with you guys like this very much. We were all kind of busy during the Vaudeville Festival doing our own things more often.
Oh, yeah. Everyone was so serious on the team. I mean, we placed pretty well, all things considered, and then Artie had to go futz it up. I suppose I could have trained harder. Oh, definitely. It was a very slack job you did on me. Wait, I am confused. Does Viken not allow randomization of the teams or something? Huh? Oh, right. Yeah. Wayne looks over confused for a second, then nods. No, they do. The system's a little, just easy to game. Everyone told us what it was going to be before we went in. I mean, we were set to just, group together then. Isn't it kind of out of tradition for people to tell you how the process works? People at Shade said they're not supposed to tell any of the applicants how it works. Yeah, dude, but I mean, we were set to be Artie's team, so I mean, no one's gonna really question it if you're doing it for the royalty's sake, especially the princes.
Hey, Viridian, do you think that's how Robin and them got together? You think they knew what the test was beforehand?
Well, that wouldn't surprise me at all with how creative Miss Turf is. Sounds about right, Viridian?
Sorry, I'm gonna need you to repeat that just one time, please.
Me or Blake?
Yeah, Blake.
Basically, they were talking about how they gamed the system. Well, they knew what the test for becoming getting grouped together for a team was in Beacon. So Clara looked over at them and mentioned, I was like, do you think that's what Robin and them did, Viridian?
Ah, right. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I just missed that while the dog was asking me for something.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And he'll be like, I mean, if they knew what it was ahead of time, I wouldn't put it past them. So that would mean they gamed the system to end up on Guy's team, and there's no way Robin would have wanted to do that.
Isn't it more fitting, Lance says, isn't it more fitting that there was one flaw that caused the plan to go wrong? That seems to be the Blythe Buddy style.
Yeah, guess that could have been what happened.
He called you failures. Besides, it's not so bad. Looks like Guy and them have kind of smoothed things over already after all.
What? Really? How smooth?
Oh, well, in the last month or two, it seems like Team Greenwood's been operating a lot better than in the first year. I had assumed they had just knuckled down after the rough run in the tournament like Jack did, but I suppose those are two different circumstances. Jack really was kind of robbed of a chance there. But it seems like there's been less detentions given out to members of Team Greenwood recently, which were generally because of infighting, so something must have happened. I do remember them having one decent match in the festival when Robin and Guy managed to work together that one time. Maybe they built off that bridge. Rob's difficult sometimes, sure, but I know she would be able to read the room if everyone else was willing to work with him.
Then we'll think about that and think, maybe Maya stopped trying to meddle.
Yeah, maybe literally Maya stopped, and that's why things worked.
Yeah, maybe he thinks that might be it, and he'll be like, no figure. Yeah. Oh, that'll be interesting to see.
Oh, I'm surprised you haven't kept constant correspondence with them and heard about this, Viridian, Rose says, kind of wistfully.
What? I've been talking to Rob, just not about me.
I guess she's embarrassed to mention it. That sounds right.
Ah, I'm embarrassed to mention something. Yeah, that's my peculiar situation then.
What? Rob's embarrassed real easily. Just call her pretty.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
I just figure that's a different kind.
Really? You'd go for Rob, Wayne? What? She looks like she's ready for a rough and tumble or something.
Chloe will go look at Wayne a bit concerned, being like,
Well, she's already got the dirty part. Yeah, see? Gwen gets it. Ew, do I? What?
Chloe also kind of looks back towards Nebu for a brief second.
Nebu's just glaring with a frumpy rich girl face at Wayne, who kind of turned over to look at Gwen and then sees her and kind of goes, leans back over to his table.
Oh, right. Do you guys want to go over the mission?
Oh, right. Sorry. I had been distracted.
My bad.
From bringing things up. I believe you were all briefed by now, right? You said you were heading towards the governmental building.
Yeah, we weren't able to meet with the governor because he was busy.
On account of Lord Ganymede, he says,
Yes.
like finishing it.
But we got to have a long conversation with Mr. Irving, who works directly with the governor.
Ah, good. I'm glad to hear it was from him. I think Enoch's a right good fellow, honestly. One of the most noticeable men in the House of Commons. Probably one of their more persuasive representatives. Though he can be a bit of an upstart. Rubs some people the wrong way. Same with Governor McDonald, so they're a good pair. Sorry, I just...
Are you trying to say something, Ben? Because I just keep hearing like static. Whenever.
No, I think it was just background noise picking up.
Oh,
As
right.
he's filling up his mic.
Right. Do you need a second?
He might have had this DC haha funny.
There is a chance of that. That's why I was checking.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy! Ben, you good?
Am I? Fuck!
I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound okay right now.
Yeah. Are
Okay.
you cutting in now, or are you following the conversation?
No, I can hear you perfectly. It's just me.
Okay, got you.
Were you trying to say anything before that?
I mean, weren't we just talking about the mission?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can meet the governor.
Already just finished talking about how, like, yeah, Enoch's a real cool, like, Enoch's like a really
Yeah, everyone sees him as like a upstart,
It's
right?
an upstart. That's why him and Governor McDonald make a good pair, apparently. They really, own their respect, or they really talk the most out of their respective houses. Causes some trouble for them, though. And, yeah. I guess our Artorius will just continue from there, assuming no interruptions. But as for management of the city, I assume his efforts are wholly and entirely devoted to it, so I'd say he'd probably have given you a good stock of the situation, it seems to be.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he gave us a real good rundown on what we'll be doing, and even gave us this really detailed itinerary on everything. So, I mean, now we have plenty of information on exactly what, when, and what we'll be doing.
Excellent. I will say it is a pleasure to have people I know and trust on this mission as assistants, though ours is slightly a different task currently. I imagine we'll have some interaction and work together, but, well, I did essentially force our inclusion once I caught wind of this. Morris nods a little bit and elaborates. Obviously, if Governor McDonald had wished for anyone to come, it would be, or any assistance from the schools, His Majesty's team would be the least wished for. Outside of our own skill set, we do present a outside factor of influence. I'm essentially operating in my father's stay as someone looking out for the crown's interest here.
Right. And
I'm sure you must have picked up on how there's some concern with the current situation of Mountain Glen, and an act like this of trying to request assistance in a roundabout way raises a few eyebrows from everyone who's observing it.
Is that why, Sir Boris is also here helping us?
Essentially, yes. Sir Boris has been established his presence in the city for some time now as a surveyor of it and protectorate, assisting in any matter of things that he can do for now, and being an ear for the crowns, to relay to the crowns. But, well... Oh, yeah, right. It's a bit of a more sour topic, Wayne says. But, no. I can say it. It's not as if I can't speak for myself, Wayne. Thank you, though, he says, giving him a small smile, and Wayne nods. Currently, my father's health has declined. In his current position, the governor has chosen to seize the opportunity to have less interference from the crown directly to push through with his projects. In a sense, he's taking advantage of my father's ill-equipped position right now and the disarray on the upper end of the royal administration to push through some bills on expansionism that might not have made through when my father was at his full health. Currently, it's unclear when he'll recover or if there will be any more long-term damages from this. Stress and health have been eating at him for some time, and instead of giving himself the rest he deserves, my father is a man who pursues his interests tirelessly, so it was bound to catch up with him. As such, it's a time where I need to rise to the occasion and offer a more direct hand in influencing things here.
Well, it's not too serious, is it?
He kind of pauses and goes, "It's nothing that I can really commit to, honestly. I'm sure there's a good chance that nothing will come of this at all, but it is just a difficult situation. The entire reason let me rephrase that. The entire reason I imagine both of you and us, by my own involvement, were, requested in this situation was, in the first place, my father's sickness causing him to have to acquiesce to the governor's demands. He wouldn't want him causing a stir on his declining health, after all, and it's always harder to deal with someone when you're already bedridden. Yeah, like I said, Pudgy's real fucking pushy with these sorts of things. A real nasty move to do, but smart in a way. No offense, of course, Artie. I know you would mean nothing by it, Wayne, but thank you.
Clara will look towards all four of them. I hope he has a quick and speedy recovery, Artie. And you can count on us to, tell you if we notice anything bad going on in the stuff that we're handling.
Yes, I would not want some corrupt government official to drive the people here into any sort of disarray. I have already heard murmurings of the difficulties of this place, and they don't exactly need to quantify and multiply anymore, so as friends we will do the best to assist. After all, it is only good for us to be assisting each other in times like this, and I assume you four would also extend the same help to Vacuo in such a case, so there's no reason for us to hesitate to offer it. Artoria smiles at him and Clara, speaking up for their teams and going, well, thank you. It's good to hear it from both of you, and we're all praying for his recovery, and I'm sure it'll be fine. But for now, it's just prudent to act in the best interest of the kingdom and put ourselves forward in this situation. Luckily, they weren't brazen enough to attempt to obfuscate us from arriving, but for double measure, my father instituted a few more checks, such as, speaking towards the monasteries nearby. There's been some difficulty and some questionable judgment in the accounting of the city's morals. Artie, don't say it like that. They're not going to understand. Lance speaks up a bit more. Moralistic laws are something that's pretty important in Vale. I know they're not exactly as explicit in the other nations, but There's a lot that goes into the management of the cities, of the world, of the land's faith and sort of thing. Making sure things like the churches that the Fens have are well kept and maintained. Public decency acts, making sure there's curfews in place in the proper areas. Things like bars and clubs not being overpopulated in certain areas. They're put in place mainly by the old guard of the church, but, well, they're maintained for a reason. It's supposed to help the spiritualistic core of the nation. But in another way, it's another extension that the king's able to help moderate any dissidents, basically. Well, if we're being a bit blunt about it, yes, that is a great benefit of it. The church works hand in hand with the king to make sure the nation's looking out for its best interests. So, Lord Ganymede must be their delegate they've sent, along with the assistance of Sir Beaumains. He's essentially doing the same thing I wish to do here, but handling the administration role. Well, I'll be assisting as an actual huntsman in training, performing some tasks for them.
Right.
I apologize for any discourtesy he might have showed all of you for now, in the past, but for now I'd like to ask if you could give him the benefit of the doubt and forgive him for any social etiquettes he might have betrayed. His position allows him such of a boon, but I do not think let me rephrase that. His position allows him such, but I do not think it is not courteous to follow through on everyone's privileges so easily. So, I will ask you to forgive him. He's young and inexperienced and has great plans for himself politically, so he gets ahead of himself.
Claire will towards Felix.
Felix will just kind of look down and be like, well, as long as I don't have to run into him again. I think that
Are you sure that's alright? Nebu says. I mean, he was a real fucking dickhead. Like, Artie, I get it, but jeez, like, we don't have to like the guy, do we?
I suppose I wouldn't ask that much, but in a sense now, if we were to ever have to interact with him, he is aligned with my goals as well, so I would not wish to have you two at each other's throats. The man attempted to get them to rise towards Bates. I do think he would be quite happy to be cutting our throats. As I said, he's strong-headed in his beliefs and his self-importance. It is a very ill character trait, but in his heart he is a very noble and devout follower of the goddess. He's not a man of ill repute, just ill temper.
Well, I guess we can just hope we don't have to cross paths with him in that way.
I suppose that is the most I can ask of all of you, as you've already extended such gracious assistance towards me, so I apologize for trying to push them further.
Well,
jeez, alright, can we get through the princely stuff? This is getting awkward, dude. We're just chilling.
right. Talking more on the actual mission that we're up to,
Thank you, Lance says to you.
real soon, within the next day or two, we're gonna, follow, a caravan, helping escorting them, keeping Grim off and all the standard stuff.
Right. From what I understand, we'll be following the train and then splitting off as the roads on the different roads to the nearby settlements that are still in action and all of the other farm posts. So I suppose we'll be together for the first part, but then split after that into initial team groups.
Right. And it seems fairly simple from there.
I suppose Sir Varric will probably, or Sir Bors will probably be assisting us in this process. I imagine he'll intend to go with one of your teams during it, though. Sir Moors will be filling the spot of a knight already for us, so I don't think they would require two in my presence.
Right.
It makes the most sense, I suppose. We'll see who has him. Maybe we play rock, paper, scissors for it if we have choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can just work that out when it comes down to it.
So, does the winner get him, or does the loser get him? Wayne says, kind of sarcastically. Loser, please. Gwen says.
Clara kind of looks back at her.
He was so loud. Do you want that shouted through comm channels the entire way on a fucking transport? My ears will get blown out.
I mean, I think I'd get used to it.
No, you wouldn't. Maybe you would. Funny friends.
Shut up.
We will adapt when the time comes.
Yes, that's right. Don't throw a pity party for yourself, Gwen, because someone's going to be loud in your ear. I'm just saying. For God's sake.
Clara looks at Moore's plate. Can I have a bite of that?
Oh, sure. She, like, pushes it towards her.
As Clara takes some of her cannoli.
Mm-hmm. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to try this earlier when me and Gwen came by here.
Mm. Oh, yes. I quite like... Yeah, Morris has a real sweet tooth. It's an easy way to get into her heart. Easy for some, not you, Wade. Yeah, I know. I tried that route already.
Oh, yeah, we were here and we met that weird director, dude.
I'd rather not think about that.
Whoa, you met a filmmaker? That's cool. There's all kinds of celebs in the city, so I guess that's to be expected.
Perry Hancock was his name.
Yeah, never mind. Wayne kind of settles down into his chair, and Jose looks up and goes, "Oh, whoa, really?"
Yeah, you know?
Well, yeah, I know of him. I did meet him once. He went to one of the manufacturing plants, and my dad gave him a tour of it. Said he wanted to get to know how to make weapons of war better, so he could understand the process of how to kill someone. Weird guy, but I kind of like listening to him talk. He's real imaginative.
Yeah, he kept asking me about old guy.
Alright, maybe a little too imaginative.
He doesn't seem like a bad guy. I think he's just a weirdo.
Huh, Perry? Yeah, he's weird.
Never says.
You know him too?
What? Oh, yeah, he lives in Rio.
Oh.
I mean, lives, quote unquote. He's always out in somewhere, but that's where his villa is, and he has parties once in a while. And you'd go to him, and he'd sit in the corner looking sad. He'd always say, like, they're not as fun as he wants them to be, and he can't find enjoyment in normal things because he's too tortured by the thoughts of reality, and he wants to get back to film producing. It's really fucking funny.
You know, wow, I can't believe I'm not really surprised by that. Gwen, I think...
No, that just means you met him. I understand.
Yeah, but I mean, after just meeting him, talking to him for only so little, I feel like I already got the idea.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. I respect that. Plus, his movies are cool.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah, Nebu's the only other person I've shown one to that actually thinks they're interesting. Aren't they just like weird films made to like torture people or whatever? No, I mean, yeah, they make you feel kind of uncomfortable, but I mean, it's not like we don't do things that make us uncomfortable. We're huntsmen. We see a lot of bad stuff. I kind of get what some of them are supposed to mean. Like, you know, it's not like I want everyone to actually experience some of the stuff we'll probably have to, but maybe by proxy, a way where they can disconnect and turn the movie off afterwards. You know, just to not be, I don't know, too forgetful of it being out there. Like tragedy and stuff, I don't know.
Yeah, he was going on a lot about that, talking about how much he hated this city because it was making people forgetful.
Yeah, that sounds like the kind of quote he'd say. I mean, hey, it makes sense in like a very abstract way. If you forget what kind of danger you can be in, you relax yourself, don't you? Morris goes, oh, yes, I understand that.
Yeah, I think I got it, and Gwen seemed to get it. Alright?
I mean, I was nodding for his sake because he seemed like a crazy person talking to us.
Oh yeah, he called you out on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had to give him my number or he wouldn't stop climbing on me and crying.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Oh, cool. I mean, hey, if you ever call him or something, I could like maybe show up and talk to him for you if you need help dealing with him. He's a lot, but I think I could handle it.
That was Jose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I can guarantee you he's probably going to try and talk to me again while we're here, so I can bring you along to chat with him. Maybe help parse some of the weird things he says.
Wow, Pinkettes really look out for each other.
Ah, shut up, Nebu.
As Claire will take another bite of more of this food, she'll look back over. Oh, like I was saying, you can probably, if you like sweets so much, maybe you can show me some of the, typical ones here in Vale that I don't know. Well, we're have some free time.
She purses her lips for a second. As Wayne behind you raises an eyebrow, like, oh ho ho. And she kind of tries not to look at him and nods. I suppose I could. And Lance sits forward and looks at you, and then kind of smiles a little bit at you, and then goes back to his own food.
Alright. Well, I think we've gone over most of the mission details.
Yeah, now we can just focus on this good fucking food. Artie, this is on your tab, right? I suppose I can make sure this is a treat for everyone.
Oh, great.
How nice of you.
I'll get seconds then.
I think I'll take seconds as well. Oh, thirds. Morris kind of quietly murders fifths. And Rose will pat Artie on the shoulder as he sighs a little and goes, "Don't worry, I'll make it up for you. Or make it up to you later."
Jesus, right in front of us?
Yeah. Joe's just too busy signaling for more food. Anyone got anything else, or?
No, I'm good.
Cool. Ben, Richard?
I don't really know what to say.
Let's go! Ben, did you DC? Yeah. No, you didn't. I hear you.
Okay.
You got anything, or you good?
I think I'm good. What the
Cool!
A few moments later.
And eventually, you leave Hog Street with Team Iris, basically, and make your way over to the depot. Bring you all over. Oh, I left you guys in the middle of the road, haha. And you can make your way across the street to the other teams, or to the other team, to King Grail. You were going to be briefed on any other detail here with Sir Varric with the security. As the line of everyone kind of like makes their way over, Varric, I keep calling it Sir Varric, should be Sir Bors, will turn his head from them and raise his furled flag up a little bit as he is kind of leaned against it, and swirl it in the air so the flag comes undone, bearing on one side his sigil, on one side the sigil of the Valish crown. And he'll let out a boisterous, "Whoa there! All right, everyone, Supernova, Iris, Team Grail, are you all ready and prepared? Travel not too light, but light enough to not worry about transit and interacting with the Grim on the way there. You'll be on a long trip for today's travel. We'll be all hitting up some of the largest, or some of the farthest points from Mountain Glen that's still in its territory with these transports, leaving off at a couple depots on the way and resupplying there, with other goods that need to be transported to the furthest quadrants. This is the last chain we're going to need on this current project. So it's very critical that these parts get there in time."
Right, well, I think we're all ready to go.
Fantastic! So, we'll be pairing your teams onto these convoys. Today, I'm thinking, he says as he rubs his chin, I would like to get to know the winners of the Vital Festival first and foremost, to see what I'm working with. I will then follow up the second best winners, also known as second place Team Iris, on the next mission. Does that sound good to everyone?
Fucking glad to have you, Sir Bors.
Oh, God, why?
It is good to have you.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Wonderful! There was no consideration for another other way this could work out. So I'm glad you're all aboard. So, let's get to our transports. We'll be linking up comms with some of the drivers and security. But security is at a minimum after the first checkpoint, as they need to reinforce the gates and checkpoints there. So after that, we'll be relying on ourselves and the workers. Protect them with your lives should it become necessary. Grim activity has been in the flux ever since the migration, so in areas that are previously safer, we're seeing more and more activity each day, and then nothing suddenly. So, we must be vigilant right now. The roads that could easily be traveled one day could become treacherous the next, so you mustn't let your guard down. But no, he's raised his voice to like some of the workers are hearing him more. That you are being protected by some of the best. These huntsmen will be legendary one day. So, get their autographs now, boys! Some of the guys kind of laugh like, yeah, okay, buddy, alright. As some of the workers happily finish loading in some stuff, and you are directed towards the trucks and everything. And you guys will be sent out. Following what Sir Boar said, your first trip leaves you is just basically like only like half an hour or so towards the first checkpoint. But after that, it's going to be an hour or two on the next rides to get to the further points you're looking towards on the roads, driving at like a reasonable enough speed, and you will be put in these convoys. Here, I'll take you out onto the streets. You guys are having a ride through the Verdant Vale. You guys can put yourselves on the trucks as you see fit. Obviously, putting on them means you're probably like in the back. These are kind of like covered. These aren't like 18-wheelers. These are like kind of covered, larger, like those older military-style covered trucks for guys.
Yeah, they're like the Vietnam covered. Like
yes.
Yeah, they're like those. Okay, I get you.
Like boxes and supplies and stuff in them, tools and stuff, and enough space for people to sit in them. So yeah, you put that one there. Probably 1-to-1 per vehicle makes enough sense. Maybe 2-in-1, either with Sir Boars or.
You want the one with Boars?
I would love the one with Boars.
Yeah, you guys are all on comm channels, so you can talk freely with each other throughout this entire thing. So. You're on a bumpy road. It's kind of cracked. It's not super perfectly well maintained, but roads in Remnant rarely are unless they're in cities. Like, it was a fucking wonder to be in a city that had such nice roads. This is more what people are probably used to, as you're going on this bumpy, loud ride for these trucks. And, well, you get to see out the back, and the Verdant Vale is pretty fucking scenic and beautiful. It might be a bit dull to be sat here, but there is this sort of charm to be like, yeah, at least it's a nice view. The weather's so much nicer than the desert. You don't have to be drinking every second not to want to die. And you get some nice chatter with some of the employees who started talking more and asking you about what it's like to be a huntsman and talking about the tournament and stuff and talking amongst yourselves. There's some charm to it. You guys can chat as you see fit a little bit here if there's anything you want to say, or I could start off with Boars. Or if you want, you could just say you're all idly chatting about nothing too important.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would be idly chatting, because one of the things I would be excited to talk about is that Boars is here, but I'm sitting right next to him.
Right.
Be awkward.
Right, yeah. He's kind of sat across the way, and he's been chatting very animatedly with like all the workers and stuff, and with you on the way over. And at one point in the junction, there's never too much time where Sir Boars isn't talking. He'll strike up a conversation with Viridian, but I mean it's on comms, so everyone can hear. He's like, "So out of everyone here, I am quite curious, Viridian. How did you end up all the way in Vacua? Well, neighbors in the region, there's something to be said that it is really one of the most, well, distant from how Vale acts, in a way. You can't exactly find too much of the Verdant Vale in it. I'd say we're almost polar opposites in how we consider ourselves and carry ourselves as people. That, the Valish and the Veration, that is. How'd you end up going to Shade? A proper young man like yourself could easily make it at Beacon.
Viridian's just gonna be like taken aback from that, and it's gonna be like, well, I mean, what? You really think so? I mean,
Certainly.
I mean, like, I didn't back then at the time, and like that's part of the reason why. But it's like a whole story about why I chose to go there. You sure you want to hear it?
Certainly. Why not? It's the time to be getting to know each other, isn't it?
Right, fair enough.
And a man has to rehearse his stories, he says as he pounds his chest. They're the most interesting thing we can carry, after all.
Yeah, right. Well, Brittany will kind of think for a second and go, how do I want to say this? Because part of it is saying that I haven't been home for a while. And he'll be like, well, I guess you could say that I spent quite a long time, like, away, out on my own, and kind of didn't have a lot of touching up with, like, the fact that, well, I guess I could have got into Beacon. I just kind of assumed that, because of the way I've been living for a while, I was out in Shorewood for a while.
Oh, fine place!
Yeah, it's a real nice place. Real swell people there. I was kind of, like, living on my own there for a while, and didn't really touch base with all the, like kind of official stuff I thought you might need to get into Beacon. So it's like when I was thinking about it, I've heard about all the academies and heard that, like, Shade, like, it didn't have all those requirements. As long as you was, like, good enough to support yourself as a huntsman, you could make it there. And it's like, well, I certainly would have wanted to go to Beacon. Like, it's a source of pride for, like, my homeland, and, like, I always heard great things about the huntsmen coming from there, real great. But he'll just kind of shrug and go, I really like Shade. It speaks something to me in my spirit. I think I just got a bit, I mean, I'm Veilist down to my core, but I think I just got a bit too much freedom in me, honestly.
Fascinating. A man can't be dishonest to himself, so I understand that necessity after all. I suppose it's a sign of poor advertisement, though, that Beacon seems exclusive to young men with big ideals. That's a shame, but still, I suppose I can't harbor too much ill will. After all, one huntsman is as good as the next, no matter where they come from, so long as their heart's in it.
Yeah. Thanks. I mean, like, I'm gonna graduate from Shade, but I'm still a Veilishman at heart. I'm here a lot of the time.
Oh, I'd imagine. It takes a lot to uproot the mighty tree that grows in a man's heart as a Veilishman. It's a pride and joy we all have, I think. Is that all you guys talk about? Gwen mutters over the radio chatter. It's because there's so much good to say about this place. It's not as if I could commit myself to a nation I disagreed with wholeheartedly. Besides, I find lots of passion following one's own duties and things like that, so a knighthood made the most sense to me. I suppose I could have had it easier should I just have rested my feet and became another noble of my house. But the prestige was a driving factor in attempting my, trial as the knighthood.
Forgive me for saying this, but no way, Sir Boris. Like, use the Pegasus. It'd be a damn waste of your talents if you just became some noble and didn't go for knighthood.
Oh, why thank you, Viridian, but still, there's something to be said about the administrative role that I might have been able to carry out should I have been, unfortunate enough to have any of my upper siblings pass away. But luckily, nothing did come of that, so I was happy to assist in my role as a knight and not have to worry about my commitments to the home. Is that something you really have to consider? Oh, yes! Veilish lineage is carried on by the first-come, first-served basis. The firstborns are given the responsibility, and going down the line of succession relays less and less importance depending on the household. I believe the Mantlian system varies from this, but I suppose that's no more of a concern anymore.
Does anyone have anything to say to that? Because I don't.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to think of something to say now.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so he'll be like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure I speak for a lot of people when I say real happy that your siblings all made it out all right.
Why, thank you. Likewise.
Viridian just kind of has a moment of like, excuse me, what? Oh, okay, I understand now.
Yeah, his siblings, not yours.
Yeah.
So, Viridian, your father is the Axe Man, right? Or the Hatchet Man, sorry. The Hatchet Man, right?
Yeah, Hatchet Man. Yep, that's my paw. All right.
I see. You come from an interesting pedigree, then. I don't suppose any other of you have huntsman parents, do you? I do find it an interest to know if that sort of thing passes down the lineage.
My grandpa was a huntsman, but he's retired now.
Yeah, both my parents were, but they retired also.
My master does something similar.
Ha! Well, I suppose that answers my question quite thoroughly, doesn't it? You're all from quite good stock, then. Did any of you carry this out because of tradition itself, or are you all motivated by something of your own? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, I was inspired definitely by my grandpa's stories when I was a kid, but I don't know if it's so much that I'd say it's purely based on him being a huntsman. But I'd say at least help and influence me at the beginning.
He nods, though it doesn't visually convey.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I guess, okay, completely maybe. I mean, my dad always used to tell a lot of cool stories about them. And so I thought huntsmen were the best, because I thought my parents were the best. So I wanted to be one. My mom wasn't as happy about that. My dad kind of was a little iffy on it, but I still think he was secretly really proud of me wanting to be one. He never stopped telling me the stories, so yeah, I guess originally that was kind of the root of why I wanted to be one. More so that I thought they were just the best thing you could be, but I guess it came from them.
I mean, I gotta imagine if you grow up hearing stories about huntsmen from people closest to you, it can't help but inspire you in a way.
Certainly. The tales of chivalric epics that were passed down about the knighthood led to a similar passion in my heart. It's not something that I find ill-mannered to know that it comes from such a simple origin. I quite like the inspiration of wishing to acquire one's own sense of self following the path they saw someone they loved follow. If that makes enough sense. Many people wish to... I find themselves let me rephrase it. Many people wish to seek out independence in their own meaning in their lives. And I don't regard that as a poor idea. I do think it tragic, however, that those can't find meaning in following someone else's path they laid before them. There's something to be said about paying back our respects to those that came before us, after all.
Yeah, okay. Is Felix gonna answer the original question? Ben might be cutting.
Yeah?
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, Felix will say that, I was simply told to go to the Huntsman Academy, but my feelings on becoming a huntsman have been changing for the better ever since.
Nothing wrong with a little adaptation along the way, I'll say.
Okay. Alright, so Viridian, I would like to answer that now.
Yeah.
So Viridian, not looking real pensive, because he's already actually realized this answer, this thing a while ago, thanks to the drug-induced vision quest. He gained some insight into himself, and he's just going to plainly answer after everyone else has. I don't know, really. It's kind of complicated, my feelings about that. I mean, I always knew huntsmen were amazing, but, don't know if that's all there is to it, and, don't think I'm gonna know till I see my paw again.
An astute assumption. It feels like it's a troubling question for you right now.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, if you was asking me straight up, I gotta say I don't have an answer right now, but I know that my answer's there, and I'm gonna get to it someday. Hope it's someday soon enough. But just gotta say, it's confusing right now.
Huh. Wow. Didn't realize you were actually ever thinking about stuff like this, Viridian.
Yeah, if you want to talk about it more to maybe help you get there quicker, you know we're always here.
Yeah, I already thought about this one. Got my answer. Gonna get it when I see my paw. Some of the other stuff, sure. I mean, you guys are real smart about certain things. Maybe you can help with that other stuff.
I mean, at least for me and Glenn, I don't think we're... I guess on the huntsman thing, we've always kind of, I think had the idea solidified for a real long time now. So maybe we can give you some insight on how we've come across it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes just saying the stuff out loud helps more than you'd ever think. I find that out the hard way. Having teams like this to rely on is the most useful thing I think a huntsman gets. So embrace it while you're still at the academy, and hopefully continue it into your career. The knighthood provides a similar sort of fraternity that allows me to rely on others in my times of doubt. And it's necessary for us to grow like that. So there's never enough shame to justify oneself to not ask someone.
Clara will nod, but no one can see it.
Based. I mean, being kind of good with that response, being like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's kind of good with that response, sorry.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, if we're like good to
Yeah,
continue. You don't have much more to say.
I think we're good.
Yeah, good to continue.
As you are driving on a little bit, Clara can can see kind of out from the overhead front part where there's a bit of uncovered in the front as she's flying out the road in front of her. Can you give me a wit roll?
Yeah, 1 moment.
Sure.
Wits.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, I mean, Clara can see the movement in time to be able to shout for them to be aware of it, because no, I want flip mode. No, I want that evolution. Yeah. As there's a howl as this Beowulf runs onto the rock and sees you all coming. And he lets out this loud howl as an echo of howls shout out from the woods, and one of the workers up front goes, "Oh shit, Beowulfs, let's gun it!" And as they go to start moving and the trucks start to take increasing speed, there's this crackling sound, and then this like low drum, as a big, loud cracking and burning sound shoots out as Clara sees a big orange laser shoot out and cut across the road and cause a large tree to come tumbling down, as marching out from the wood, knocking over a tree and pushing the sign over
is a Cyclops. As his thick, lumbering, like almost rectangular like body turns with his long cylindrical arms dragging on the ground. He sees like the caravan as all the drivers are like, oh fuck, and have to like skid to a stop, nearly veering off the road. He lets out a loud as there's a rumbling as more Grim come charging through the trees as Beowulf's howl and these creeps click and like hiss as these I don't think you've seen creeps before. These are Valish ones. Creeps are these two-legged thick front mask with a bunch of stony looking white around them. They kind of look like Zargs from Adventure Quest, where they have two legs and like they're kind of like raptor-like but no arms. So they're like a battering ram on big meaty two legs with a tail. Come like charging out of the ground, punching through trees and knocking them over. As Varric is going to stand up and go, well, it looks like we have company, and who are we to disappoint? All right, Supernova, get you ready. Protect the caravan at all costs.
Claire will kind of immediately jump to get in between the lead car and the Cyclops.
Yeah, Varric will hop out. And before we begin combat, we will cut from now and wrap up today. Because I don't think any of you want to start combat right now. It's kind of late. Haha.
Yeah, no.
Good session. It was fun. I think we got a good view of some of the locals and the city as a whole, and I'm excited to start on the business end of things, so we can get more into the meat of what's going on.
Oh yeah. Welcome to Mount Glen, everyone. We're here. We saw a lot today.
I like the feel.
Introduced like 7 new characters, probably. I don't know.
I like the feeling of this place.
Good. Yeah, we'll be here for a bit, so get to know them. Hope you like them. Hey, Team Grail's here. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. How's all this shit gonna go down? You know what fucking happens.
Maybe it doesn't.
Maybe
Maybe it's a full joke. Maybe this is before the fall. Maybe you guys leave and it collapses.
Comment a pog face if you think it won't happen. However you can do so.
Comment down below what your favorite moment of the session was. Let us know.
Awesome.
It's our question of the session, you know.
Question of the session. Is this our new gimmick?
No. Our new gimmick's question of the session. Question of the session right here.
We need fewer
Back off, Blake.
Wait. I just thought of something great. What if for Supernova Safari we actually do like a question section if we ever actually have more than like 6 viewers?
We have more than 2. We have more than 2 viewers, you son of a bitch.
I said 6.
Yeah.
Oh, we have more than 6 viewers, you son of a bitch.
I was gonna say something to him, and then you said we have more than 2, and I just got confused.
We have more than that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, if you guys have any epic questions.
Any epic questions, we can start Supernova Safari. I can come up with another S word for question.
Nice. Yeah.
Alright. Question, will Mountain Glen happen?
No, the question of the week was favorite scene, Ben. No.
No, that's a lame one. That's so gay. That's so gay. Come on.
And will Mountain Glen happen?
Question.
Yes, that's a good one.
Question of the week: should Ben buy Guilty Gear Strive?
Oh, let me answer that for you, folks.
You already bought it, I think.
Did he?
I figured. Based.
Yeah.
All right.
You think I was fucking playing?
Yeah, bait. All right, everyone. It sounds like we got that.
God damn it!
I want to go play Guilty Gear. Thank you for watching, Blake.
Yeah.
The read.
I'm sorry, that was a
Blake
psychotic
Fuentes,
joke.
you going?
Sorry, Blake Fuentes. I'm sorry, dude. I know you were looking at some Cat Boys. Please continue.
Shut the fuck up.
Catboy pool party.
Catboy pool party.
Yeah, guys, I gotta go. He seems like you're going to a sketchy part of Mountain Glen.
Oh, block.
If you like what we do here, please like, comment, and subscribe. Please share with people who might be interested. check out the description down below for a link to the One Piece game that I run. It's very fun. It's very good. Pretty poggies. We also are now doing a weekly podcast, the Supernova Safari, where we cover fun roleplay things. First covering
The Grim campaign.
The Grim campaign, that is a paid D&D game set in the RWBY universe by the creators of RWBY, and it is fucking awful.
Wait, Blake, the creators of RWBY, you mean they're doing an official thing now?
Yeah.
And it's bad?
It's awful.
Yeah. Yeah, they
I never
don't
would
love
have guessed.
asses.
Who would have known?
Would have fucking guessed. That
Wow.
No, we cremated him. We'll never know if he was murdered.
Wow.
Oh my god, Ben, please, I'm gonna die.
Wow, it's bad. Who
We'll
would have
never know.
known?
Rooster Teeth hitmen are going to bust into my room and kill me now.
Oh,
They-
shit.
Isn't it funny that the one episode that I mentioned this was taken down on YouTube? Makes me think.
Whoa,
Explain this,
no,
folks.
no, it's fine. They're gonna burst in your room, roll a 1, and then start pogging so they don't
Oh,
see you.
based!
No, it's
Right.
the unpog. When you roll a 1, it's the unpog.
It's the unpog.
What-
Your face collapses inwards like a
Yeah,
convex.
What do you mean, Ben? One guy's unpogging, then everyone else is going poggies. Well, Eddie laughs like a fucking ghoul.
And Laura's tabbed out. Oh my god. Hey, this was the best outro ever, guys.
Laura's there. Funny joke. That's a cardboard cutout.
This was an epic outro. I hope you all enjoyed this week.
Yeah, don't even play the theme.
We definitely recorded this all in one part. And
I'm
didn't lose track
waiting.
of things.
Oh yeah, it totally hasn't been over the course of like
Yeah.
a month.
No. Just started that podcast.
Yeah, that didn't totally start that to cover up the fact that.
I'm glad we're back to play.
We got lost in Chicago for a while.
Yeah. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Stay safe.
Subscribe.
Yeah, it took us literally like 3 weeks, I think, to do this fucking session. Every time we kept recording, it got messed up in some way. Power went out, storm happened to cut someone's internet. It was really, really annoying, because it was like every time we tried to play, something happened. But it's finally done, and hopefully it does not happen nearly as frequently, because I would be pissed. Well, yeah, I made us start the podcast, so I hope you fucking like that. Haha, Supernova Safari. You can thank Noah for the intro, and then me for the graphic, and then like Liam for the name. Yeah, Liam was there, so check it out, you Liam fans that have been missing him. He's going to be a mainstay in the Supernova Safari. Because he's a funny guy. And can afford to do a podcast that's only like a couple hours. Goodbye.